BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front board.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of BUCS Regatta 2026. It's time for the Repêchage 1 of the Open Championship Singles Sculls, and we can see on our screens here the scullers are just getting into position into their lanes and attaching to the stake boats. We'll have a little roll call from lanes 1 through 6. We've got Oxford B, the Reading PR Sculler, Oxford A, Edinburgh, Oxford Brooks and Reading C. So for those of you watching at home that might be new to rowing, the stake boats is, you can see there's a volunteer lying on the end of a floating pontoon. The pontoons move back and forth to make sure that all of the boats are aligned. So they will move them to make sure that they're all lining up to do exactly 2,000 metres. And there'll be a volunteer lying on the end, and they will just be gently holding on to the boat to keep them in position. And as soon as that klaxon goes, they'll let go and away they go. Oh, and we are underway. It's the first repêchage of the day. It's the Open Championship Singles Sculls. And if you've joined us fairly recently, we'll just go through the lanes again. Lanes 1 to 6, Oxford University B, Reading's PR Sculler, Oxford A, Edinburgh, Oxford Brooks and Reading C. So these scullers would have gone through their time trial earlier today to select their lanes for this race that we're seeing now, and it's going to be the first 5 that will proceed to final A, with the remainder going to final B. So it's all to play for in this repêchage 1, but we're hoping to see some pretty spicy times here, Joe, in this championship race.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's sort of that peril of only not wanting to be that one sculler that doesn't make that A final, which should make for some absolute furious racing. And obviously they're all racing for the A final, but those 5 scullers will also be racing for lanes for advantageous lane positioning. Currently at the moment, Nottingham is looking quite nice, but we all know how that can change, so great racing in store in this first repêchage.
Definitely, and we see what you also see, and it looks as though they're all pretty level at the moment. Obviously these angles can be deceptive, but from here, from what we can see, they look like they're pretty level. So we are just getting some live times in now from the 500 metre mark. It is Josh Matthews of the University of Edinburgh who is leading the field by a good just over 2 seconds over Julian Schobert from University of Oxford, followed by James Doran from Reading, a further second behind to James Fetter of Oxford, followed by Ed Fuller of University of Reading, further 2 seconds behind, with Teddy Sherman of Oxford Brooks rounding out the field about 8 seconds behind. So we've got a pretty hefty margin between first and sixth for Champ. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. You never really know until you get to sort of the last 500, 250 if these athletes, what's their game plan? Are they going to be leaving their push till the final 500? Some of them will go in that third 500 just to really assert themselves and get themselves ahead of the field. So it's really, time will tell here.
Yeah, and especially in a single scull, you're one man in one boat. You can the change of paces you can get in a single are incredible. So you always see some fantastic sprint finishes. So as Zoe said, whereas those times at 500 metres have just come in, there are so many different ways to pace a race, and so many of these athletes will have an absolutely storming sprint finish in them.
Yeah, agreed. And I was just about to say the exact same thing. You can change the boat speed in a smaller boat, like a single, double or a pair, much quicker than you could in another boat, but then it can equally slow down just as quickly. So it's really exciting to watch them jump back and forth, a bit of leapfrogging. And as we come here through the 1,000 metres, you can see that this sculler from University of Edinburgh has got good clear water over the rest of the field. And we will just wait, we'll have some times for you very shortly. But it looks like the sort of middle, third, fourth and fifth of the field look like they're relatively bunched up. I think especially more so when you're in a single, mentally it's so much more important for you to keep your competitors in your sights and keep contact with them and not let them break that clear water, because I feel that as soon as you break that clear water, mentally it can be harder to make that time back. But if you've got a little bit of overlap there, then it's a little bit easier to believe that you've still got something to give.
Yeah, as in any boat, you always want to have that overlap, but especially singles are so mentally tough. You're on yourself. There's no cox to tell you, to motivate you. There's no other crew members. You are doing it for yourself. It's up to you to decide how much you want it and what you want to get out of a race.
100%. And as we come through the 1,000-metre mark, it's no change in the lead of this race. It's the sculler Josh Matthews of University of Edinburgh, but in a fantastic change of pace, it's Ed Fuller of University of Reading who's pulled something out of his bag of tricks to jump from 5th through to 2nd through the K, followed by Oxford University and Ed's compadre James Doran of University of Reading, followed by Oxford and Oxford Brookes rounding out the field. So it's changed around. People are jumping. We've got Oxford Brookes and University of Edinburgh at either end of the field who have held their positions, but everyone in the middle has been doing a little bit of leapfrogging. So as we've said, it can change pretty quickly in the single, and let's see what happens at the 1500. It could change all over again as they're coming into slightly better view for us here in the tower. It does look like they're sort of in a bit of a zigzag formation from here, so interested to see what happens next.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen in these last 500s. It's also just been really interesting to see an Oxford Brookes University sculler in this event. Predominantly Oxford Brookes will sweep, but it's been really interesting across this regatta. They've got a single sculler here. They had a quad yesterday. They've had some doubling. Obviously, a new direction for Oxford Brookes under new leadership.
Definitely all change, and the only way is up. And as we come through the 1500, you'll see, just had up on your screens there quickly, we had the times at the 1500. We'll just run through them for you now. It's still Josh Matthews of University of Edinburgh storming the field, 2 seconds on Ed Fuller from Reading, followed by James Doran from Reading, who is now pushed up to 3rd position, followed by Oxford University, and followed by Brookes. So those two Reading scullers, Ed and James, really want to solidify their position in this Repêchage one to make sure they get through to Final A. As it stands, they will all be getting through to Final A, those Reading scullers. And they're just coming into, we've got a fantastic view here in the tower. They're coming up to those red boys now, those all-important boys. 250 to go. What could happen next? Anything could happen. Someone could have an incredible final burst. But I personally think it is going to stay somewhat the same for this top 5. There's 9 seconds between 5th and 6th as they came through the 1500. Quite a lot to make up, especially in a single, Joe, in the last 500.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's definitely a big margin to make up. I'm just looking at my screen. That Oxford Brookes sculler, Teddy Sherman, is definitely putting in a massive push, but I think he was probably going to run out of water to be able to put himself into that A final. But it's been, as we said, the single can move quick.
It certainly can move quick, and he's moving very quick. Fair play to him. He's putting an excellent last burst in, but unfortunately for Teddy Sherman of Brookes, it will not be enough to get him through to that A final. But fantastic effort by all in this Repêchage one of the Open Champ single sculls. And we swiftly move on to the Repêchage one of the Women's Championship lightweight doubles sculls. You can see on your screen there. It's the first 2 progressing to the A final, with the remaining 3 to the B final. So just 5 in this Repêchage one. We've got Harper Adams University, University of Edinburgh, Reading, Newcastle and Birmingham. And as we come through the 500, it was Reading, Florence Dallas and Imi Clements leading the field, followed by Newcastle, Annabelle Collins and Hermione Brewster, Erin Thompson and Tamina Blycrack from University of Edinburgh, followed by Lila Wesson and Poppy Brenton of Birmingham, Bethan Gummow and Jenim Victory of Harper Adams. And through the 1,000-metre mark, they held the exact same lineup. But it's only a second between first and second, so in a small boat, that's all to play for.
Yeah, and of those top 3 crews, University of Reading, the Newcastle University and the University of Edinburgh, there's a 25-second back from Edinburgh to the University of Birmingham crew in 4th. So those top 3 crews going to the A final look to be somewhat secure, but anything can happen in a rowing race, so we will wait to see.
Agreed. And that crew from Reading there, they're doing pretty well, Reading, in the VL so far. You know, we've only got the results from day one, so we've still got three days of results to go, but they've made a fantastic start there. Obviously, they are 100% sculling. Coaches Will Round and Chris Bartley have made a massive effort to make them 100% sculling for 10 years now. So they've got some fantastic depth and talent in their squad. So they'll be really going all in for every single race that they do to make sure that they get those all-important points to go towards that Victor Ladorum. And looks like on your screens now, we're just coming through to the 1500s in this Women's Championship Lightweight Double Sculls Repêchage 1.
Yeah, and as we come through that 1500, it is still the Florence Dallants and Imi Clements of Reading out in front, but the double of Annabelle Collins and Hermione Brewster of Newcastle is still hot on their tails. That gap is still a second. So although they'll probably both be going through, there's still some sort of, maybe some mind games and sort of stuff about everyone wanting to finish first, even if it is a repêchage.
Definitely, not only will those first two crews, as it stands, Reading and Newcastle, want to make sure they get through to that A final to get those all-important medals and points later, but everyone else will be making sure that they also get the best time possible to help them get that lane. And we can see on our screens now a really good head-to-head here with Reading and Newcastle, and it's tantalisingly close now, about a second in it. But this angle here is super deceptive. It looks like they're neck and neck. So this could be a really exciting finish burst for the line. Have Reading got something in their back pocket to keep those bows ahead? Have Newcastle got a surprise burst as well? Are they just going to come through them? Here they go. They're coming into the Red Boys. It's the final 250 metres to go. But then we've also got Edinburgh, they are 6 seconds behind at the 500 to go. Don't think they've got enough in their tank to get through to that A final. It is going to be Reading University and Newcastle who will go through to that A final. And at the moment, it is the crew from Reading. They've got about half a length pushing out further and further as they come up to the line. And what a beautiful display of sculling we have here from both of these crews. And there you have it. It will be the crew from the University of Reading who will be taking the win in this Repêchage 1 to go through to the A final, along with Newcastle University, with University of Edinburgh, Birmingham and Harper Adams rounding out the field to Final B.
And now on your screens you can see the second repêchage of this Women's Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. In lane 1 we have Strathclyde C, in lane 2 we have Nottingham C, in lane 3 we have Durham C, in lane 4 Queen's C, in lane 5 Cambridge C, and in lane 6 Birmingham C. This crew of Ablin Moore and Catherine Austin, and then a further 8 seconds back to the University of Nottingham crew, who have built up a 8-second gap to the University of Cambridge double, and a further 16 seconds back to the University of Strathclyde, with the University of Birmingham rounding out the field through the K.
Yeah, really interesting to see that there's no change in the lineup and the order from the 500 to the K. So this could be a really interesting one to watch. Again, first 2 to Final A, remaining 3 to Final B. Will this be a pretty cut and dry race? Will they hold their positions all the way through? You know, there's 10 seconds between first and third, which is a pretty big margin, especially in a small boat. And you can see on the screens now we are coming through to the 1500 metre mark. And it's still the crew of Evie Perry and Frances Seeley from Durham University leading. And they've just got a second between them now. It was 2 seconds previously. So Evelyn Moore and Catherine Austin from Queen's, they are hot on their tails. They both want to get through to that A final. As it stands, they both will get through to that A final. But you still want to have that bragging right of coming first, don't you? No matter what it is, a repêchage, a time trial, it's still a win, isn't it? And everyone is another one under the belt.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to win, and mental games can always play a part in rowing. If you win your repêchage, you'll have more hope of beating the same crew in the final as well. If you beat them in the repêchage, you know in your mind's eye you can beat them. And as you just saw in that first repêchage, we had a lovely battle for first and second and even third, and we've got another great battle on our screens at the moment. So fantastic racing here today.
Definitely, we can see them coming down on our screen side by side, but you can see that crew from the University of Cambridge in 4th place just at the top, just going out of view at the top of the screen there. They are hot on their tails. They are rating significantly higher than these two crews here because they also want to get through to that A final. They are not giving up right to the final klaxon, and they're all coming in to that 250 metres red boys zone now. I will call it, I think it is going to be Durham and Queen's who will be getting through quite comfortably, but fantastic sculling from everyone here. And as we come through, it's super close, but can just about make out from this angle that it is the crew from Durham who have still got their bows ahead. And I think they've done enough at this point to take the win in this repêchage. And it will be Durham University and Queen's who will be going through to the final A, obviously pending the umpire's white flag.
A really highly contested contest between Durham University and Queen's University Belfast, with Durham University managing to get the upper hand of Queen's University Belfast by 2 seconds, followed by a University of Cambridge double that will go.
And now we can see well underway is the semi-final AB1 of the Open Beginner Coxed Fours. 6 crews here, and it's the first 3 to final A, the remainder to final B. And we've got University of Surrey, University of East Anglia, Imperial College, University of Exeter, University of Warwick and University of Nottingham. And as we come through the 500 metres, it's Surrey who are leading by 2 seconds over UEA, further 3 seconds to UCL, 4 seconds to Exeter, but then only 1 second between Exeter and Warwick. So it's pretty close, all to play for still. And Cox 4's pretty tricky, I think, especially as a beginner. I feel like you can hide a lot more in an 8, but in a Cox 4, everything is on show, and to make a Cox 4 run really nicely is the best feeling ever. And from what we can see here on the screen, these beginner Cox 4s look like they're moving really nicely.
Yeah, I watched the time trial of these Open Beginner 4s, and it is just always fantastic to see here at BUCS. I absolutely love watching the beginner events and seeing how well they all do. And as Zoe just said, Cox 4, very hard boat. It always holds a special place in my heart, as it was where I won my first gold here at the Junior Interregionals in J16 Cox 4. And for all you know, we could be looking at some future champions in Junior Interregionals, BUCS champions and Henley winners. So it's the start of their career, and always fantastic to see where they can go.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. And as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, it is still Surrey who are holding a lead of about 5 seconds now over UEA. So that's a fantastic margin, and they'll be in a great position there to have their competitors in their line of sight. They'll know when they start to push. They can feed it back to their cocks, hopefully let them know that they're coming, we need to respond. And it's IC who are 3 seconds behind UEA, followed by Warwick who are about 8 seconds behind, with a further 2 seconds to Exeter. And I can't quite see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can see from the tower here. We actually, correction, do not have Nottingham in this race. So it will be the first 3 to final A with the remaining 2 to final B.
Yeah, and just looking at those 1,000 metre times, the top 2 crews of Surrey, East Anglia and Imperial College London have built up a bit of a lead, with Imperial College going through in 3:49 and a further 7 seconds back to University of Warwick. In a Cox 4, hard boat to move, so it would take some effort from the University of Warwick or even University of Exeter to overturn that. So see if they've got anything in the locker down this last K to see if they can overturn that deficit and put their bow into the final A, or if they will be going into final B.
And as we look down the lake here from our fantastic view at the top of the finish tower, you can really see the difference between the 4th and 5th position. You can see them there. They look pretty level from here, actually, at the back of the field. And then we've got a sort of little chevron for the remaining crews as they come through. 500 to go. It's still Surrey leading about 6 seconds over UEA, a further 5 to IC, with Warwick and Exeter with a second between them at the back of the field. But this crew here from University of Surrey, you know, beginner is such a broad term. Obviously they have to have, I think it's they have to have learnt to row in the last year, something like that. But everybody picks it up completely differently, and I'm really impressed by this Surrey beginner 4. They look really good. I don't know how long they've been training in this combination together, but this could be a lot of these crews' first ever side-by-side race and first side-by-side race of the season. So it's fantastic experience for all of them. But to gel as a 4 as beginners, as well as this crew from Surrey are, hats off to them. They look really good, and they should be really pleased with this performance. They have dominated this race from start to finish. And I think I can say with certainty that they've got clear water over the crew from the University of East Anglia as they almost paddle through the red buoys. They're looking really comfortable. They don't need to put anything fancy at this point. I think they've got this in the bag.
Yeah, it's, I was about to say the same thing. They were looking absolutely fantastic, and you can see them on the screen just about coming over the line. Absolutely assured performance, definitely some level of conserving energy as they look to see what they can do in the A final. With the University of East Anglia just behind them to cross over in second, as they will also go through to final A, and then it will be Imperial College London that will take that final spot in the A final.
Great racing there in that semi-final AB1. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in their finals later on today. And we go back up to the start now for the same event. It's semi-final AB2, and here we will find out who will be joining UEA and I've forgotten. UEA and Surrey, in the final. It will be the first 3 from this AB2 semi who will be joining them, with the remaining to final B. And as we come through the 500 metre mark, we'll just take you through the lineup. It's Queen's, Belfast, Sheffield, Bath, Durham, Cardiff and Swansea. And as it stands, coming down, we've got Queen's leading the field over Sheffield by just over a second, nearly just under 2 seconds, with University of Bath 2 seconds behind. And Durham, we're just waiting for some times for the remaining crews. And as quick as they got off the start, they are at the 1,000 metres. You can see there, it's Queen's, followed by Sheffield, followed by Swansea, Durham, Bath and Cardiff.
Yeah, and there's only so Swansea currently sit in 3rd, and they came to the K in a time of 3:47, and the Durham University crew are only 3 seconds behind them. So there is all to play for as we go down this next K, as Durham will look to overturn that deficit on Swansea University to put themselves into the A final. So keep your eyes on this race. We could have some very close racing as we come down the rest of the course.
Absolutely, and it's, you know, being a few seconds apart, being sort of 5 seconds apart in a Cox 4, a little bit easier to make up that difference than it is in a single or a double, so anything could happen here. But no, we're told not to talk about it too much, but we can just see that there is a bit of sort of cross sweeping across the course, a bit of wind coming across. Hopefully that doesn't affect these crews too much. And this beautiful sunny day 2 at the National Watersport Centre. And we can see here we've got a almost side-on angle, which is great. We can see the gaps between the crews. There's a nice bit of clear water between those first 3 crews spread out, and then we've got a bit of a bunch up in the middle there, in the middle of the field, which is great for these guys to really experience what it's like to be side by side. It's a real mental game in the time trials. You've really got to give it your all, even when there's no one around you, to make sure you get that good time to get you into the right final or semi-final or repêchage. But when you're here side by side in these races, it really just pushes you on that little bit more when there's someone right next to you. And we can see at the 500 to go, 1500 in, it's University of Sheffield who have jumped up a place. They've done a little switcheroo with Queen's Uni Belfast. They are leading the field now by 3 seconds over Queen's, who are leading about 4 seconds over Swansea, followed by Durham, Bath and Cardiff. So the bottom of the field from 3rd to 6th remains exactly the same. So I think it's going to be a real tussle between Sheffield and Queen's right to the line to see who progresses first, but it is going to be the first 3 to the final. There was 6 seconds between Swansea and Durham at 500 to go. Is that enough for Durham to get into that A final, do you think?
I would put my bets on Swansea keeping that lead, but any crew can have a fantastic sprint in them, so it'll be interesting to see as we come to the line. And on your screens there, you've got a lovely shot of the Sheffield crew.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. There's no denying they will be the first to progress to that A final now. They've got more than enough clear water over their competitors as they storm towards the line. They'll be very happy with that, I'm sure, and can't wait to see what happens in that final. You know, we've got a 7:25 there, and it was a 7:29 for Surrey, so we might be looking at the winners of this Open Beginner 4 category later. Who knows? So it's Sheffield, followed by Queen's, followed by Swansea, Durham, Bath and Cardiff. So it's Sheffield, Belfast and Swansea who will progress to that all-important A final. With the also just as important B final, the remaining crews will progress to.
And just off this start there on your screens is the first semi-final 1 of the women's beginner coxless quad. In lane 1 we have the University of West England, in lane 2 Nottingham Trent, in lane 3 University of Edinburgh, in lane 4 University of Birmingham, lane 5 Loughborough University, and in lane 6 University of Strathclyde. All these crews are off and away cleanly off the state boats. Well, as I say, that the umpire is currently warning, I think that is the Birmingham crew. But all these crews will be looking to get off to a flying start and establish themselves over the first 500 metres, as it is the first 3 to final A, with the remainder going through to the final B.
Yeah, those crews there in the middle of, sort of middle left of your screen, getting a little bit too close for comfort there as they go off the line. These are beginners. This might be one of their first times this weekend going off the stake boat. and you never know what's going to happen on that first stroke. Even in the most experienced of crews, someone can just have their blade in slightly wrong angle, slightly wrong depth, miss that go call and be out of time with everyone else and just completely put you off kilter. So you have to be able to react quickly and recover quickly, and it looks like they've done exactly that. They've taken the warning, moved back onto their lane, and they're now all in their lanes comfortably as they charge towards the 500 metre mark. We'll shortly be bringing you some times.
Yeah, and then we just saw the cox for beginners, which there's obviously a cox that steers the boat in the back of the boat, whereas you are now watching cox's quad. So usually the bow person will have a rudder attached to their feet that will be steering. And especially for beginner crews, this is something that I used to struggle with. So it is something that is incredibly difficult to do while you are also trying to focus on rowing as hard and as fast as you can.
Definitely, it just puts that extra thing to think about, and it's nothing worse than when you've got the steering foot and you've got the rudder on hard and you're at the catch and you find yourself in a very uncomfortable position with your feet. Only a ballerina could do that with ease. And at the 500 metre mark, it is the University of Edinburgh leading good 5 seconds over Birmingham, so that's a really fantastic result for them. 4 seconds behind them is Loughborough, further second to UWE, 3 seconds behind Strathclyde, and just 0.3 of a second between 5th and 6th. So that could be a great battle for those two at the back, which, yes, they're not going to progress to the A final as it stands, but to have a crew that close to you down a 2K course will just really push you on that little bit further, give you that extra motivation to have someone there to have a good battle paddle with.
Yeah, and going through that 500 metre mark, there was actually only a 4 second gap between the third place and the 6th place, which, but as it looked, they looked to be fairly close on the screen, but they will all be vying for those first 3 spots to go into the final to compete for medals, which is what everyone is here for today.
Definitely, and looking at this University of Edinburgh crew here on the screen, they look fantastic, beautifully in sync, and we come through the 1,000 metre mark and they are more than comfortably heading through to that A final as it stands, as they go through that 1K timing mark, 12 seconds ahead of the crew from Birmingham. What an amazing gap they've got there. And then we've got bunched up in the rest of the field with only a few seconds between them at the back. It's Birmingham in seconds, Loughborough thirds, followed by UWE, Strathclyde and Nottingham Trent. Still all to play for between Loughborough and UWE, I'd say. Yes, it's 4 seconds, but we're halfway down. I'd say most crews in that third 500 is where they sort of go to their next step on to just really push through to the finish, and then obviously step up again as they come into the final 500 and the 250. So it'll be interesting in this third 500 to see what moves these crews are going to make.
Yeah, the third 500 is renowned for being one of the toughest in the rowing circuit. It is when most crews will make their move. It is your legs, heart, everything's already screaming at you, but you know you've got to keep pushing, and it is absolutely where you can make your moves.
Agreed. And for those of you who are new to rowing, not only, as Joe said, will there be someone in this boat who will have that steering foot instead of a cox, there'll also be someone in the boat who will be nominated to essentially also be the cox, make all the calls, give you a few motivational calls. Obviously they won't speak as much as a cox would because they've got to focus their breath on the rowing itself, but they'll do a few calls off the start, calls at the finish, and a few little motivational technical calls as they go. Usually it's someone in the middle of the boat in the 2 or the 3 seat, but it can absolutely be anyone, and that just gives any athlete, but especially a beginner, another thing to think about. So hats off to all of these crews here today. no matter whether they're beginner, champ or intermediate, but especially to these beginners, there's so much that's thrown at them here today, and I really hope they just enjoy it. And as you can see, we're coming through the 1500 metre marker now, and it is still that crew from the University of Edinburgh of Esther Nissen, Isla Bethune, Katie McCluckey and Ninka Niederhorst, who are leading the field by a massive 18 seconds now. That's phenomenal. I don't think, barring, let's not curse it, but something terrible going on here, Birmingham are not going to get anywhere near them now, and they are going to comfortably get through to that A final with Birmingham behind them. But it's the crew from the University of Strathclyde. I don't know what they've done in that third 500 that we were just talking about, but this just proves how important that third 500 is. You have to really give it everything, still save enough for the final 500, but that's where you have to make your move. And if you're not brave enough to make your move, then it may be too late. And Strathclyde have done exactly that. The crew of Ellie Aird, Fiona Harris, Freya Finlayson and Sarah Skinner have been chopping away at the back in fifth for the first half of this race, and they've made a massive push now to be 5 seconds behind the crew from University of Birmingham, and that might have just cinched their spot in that A final, Joe. They might have just pulled it out the bag to knock Loughborough off third back into fourth, Nottingham Trent knocked back to fifth, and UE still rounding out the field.
Yeah, it's a great move, and sometimes being in one of the outside lanes can actually is always really fun. Sometimes the middle crews or the crews on the other side can't see you as well, so you can sort of sneak past, you can row your own race, and sometimes you are just completely unavoidable.
Exactly, my favourite little sneak attack from the outside, and here comes University of Edinburgh, beautifully paddling across the line now. And we've got University of Birmingham. It looks like they are going to be taking the second place by almost a length now. They're just pushing out. Oh no, not from that angle. Here we go. About 3/4 of a length now, and they've comfortably got across the line. But hats off to the crew from University of Strathclyde, putting a phenomenal push in that third 500 to secure their place in that A final, with the remaining crews, Loughborough, Nottingham Trent and UE, who will make up the B final in this women's beginner quadruple sculls.
And we now turn our attention to the second semi-final in these women's beginner coxless quads. And in lane 1 we have Loughborough, another crew from Loughborough University, and in lane 2 University of Birmingham, lane 3 Queen's University Belfast, lane 4 the ever-present University of Reading, lane 5 the University of Leeds, and in lane 6 another crew from the University of Birmingham. So some great depth in that there to have two crews in the AB semi-final. And as we come through the 500 metre mark, it was the crew from Queen's University Belfast that have taken the lead in a time of 1:58. A further 4 seconds back to University of Reading, who have built up a substantial lead over the University of Birmingham in third, with it building up around a 11-second gap. But hot on the Birmingham's heel through that 500 was the University of Leeds, less than a second between them. And just a reminder that this will be the first 3 to final A and the remainder to final B. So going through that 500 metres, an absolutely fantastic battle between Birmingham and Leeds. But as we saw there in the last race, Loughborough were third at the 500 and faltered a little bit. So anything can happen in these races, and it will all depend on how they have paced it.
Definitely, and it looks like we potentially don't have Loughborough in this race. We've not yet seen a time from them, and we're coming through the 1,000 metres. So it will be the first 3 to final A with the remaining 2 to final B. And if they pace it right, who knows? We might be seeing 3 University of Birmingham crews in that A final, which would be phenomenal for them and for their coaches, Alex Darby and James Wilson. And as we come through the 1,000 metres, it's the crew from Queen's Belfast of Abby Carey, Beatrix Baldwin, Ellen Duran and Sophia Cahill who are leading over a huge 7 seconds over Ottilie Summerhayes, Emily Harris, Phoebe Mitchell and Emma Whitty of University of Reading, who have got a phenomenal lead of 18 seconds over Birmingham's Catherine Evans, Ellie Andrews, Maisie Oatley and Ella Garney. So anything could happen now, just 1 second between Birmingham and Leeds. The other Birmingham crew of Abby Higley, Anouk Rigg, Hannah Ziss and Alex Smith, they are about only 4 seconds behind their teammates. So anything could still happen at this stage. We've got that all-important third 500 that we've been talking about coming up now. So we'll wait to see those scores coming in, see if it's all change.
Yeah, this is not one to take your eyes off looking at those 1,000 metre times. That third spot in the A final looks absolutely up for grabs, and oh yeah, we always talk about that third 500. Saw a fantastic push from Strathclyde in the first semi-final, so who can make their move in this semi-final to try and establish their footprint on this race as we come down the next K of this course.
And yeah, correction earlier, we thought we only had 5 crews, but we do have 6. We do have Loughborough. We just didn't get a time here for them coming through the 500. So we do have 6 crews, 3 to final A and 3 to final B. And as we come through the final 500, it is still a crew from Queen's leading over 8 seconds over University of Reading. And this weight is great for Reading because it means they are substantially ahead of that crew from the University of Birmingham who have not yet got their time coming through the 1500. We'll have that for you very shortly. But it is the crews from Queen's and Reading who are dominating this AB semi-final too. And look at that, Joe. 25 seconds between Reading and Birmingham. That is incredible. It does look at the moment between that Birmingham and Leeds crew, if it stays the same, we will have 2 Birmingham quads in this final later on today. But Leeds aren't giving up. They're hot on their tail. You know, they've been about a second behind them the whole time. Who's going to have what it takes to keep their hand in the fire in this, well, almost 250 now as they all start to approach the Red Boys?
Yeah, and just looking out the finish tower across to them, it looks like it may actually be a little bit of a battle of who can steer the best, with both these crews zigzagging a little bit. You don't want to be zigzagging. It is incredibly tough for any crew, and as I mentioned, that the Birmingham crew currently looks to be changing lanes.
Yeah, you know, as we've said, these are beginners. They are still learning how to do it, especially when you're coming up to the end and you're putting that push in. It can be so easy to forget about the other things that you've got to do. But they're all doing a phenomenal job here today. And yeah, unfortunately, it does look like they are taking the pick of some of the other lanes as we focus on this crew now from Queen's University Belfast, who have dominated this AB semi-final too. And they cross the line now, and it will be that crew from University of Reading who are just coming up behind now. They will take the second place and progress to final A. But who's it going to be for final B?
From my eyes, it looks to be that it will be the University of Birmingham who have, yes, again, switched lanes, but that is not stopping them, as they look like they will take that third spot in the A final. I believe they just wanted to be closer to their opposition so they could keep a better eye on them as they come down to the line, as they will take that third spot in the A final.
Yeah, and look how much it means to them. They're having a little hug there in the bow pair, and you know, they're lucky that that didn't cost them the third place there. But it's all things that they can build on and learn from in their next race and practice their steering. Practice makes perfect, and next time they hopefully will not make the same mistakes. And as we round out that race, we move swiftly on to the Repêchage 1 of the Open Championship lightweight single sculls. We've got Cambridge, UWE, Strathclyde, Reading, Queens and Bristol, and through the 500 it was in that exact order. As we come through the 1,000 metres, slight change. Cambridge followed by UWE, Strathclyde, and now it's Queens who are in 4th over Reading, now in 5th, followed by Bristol, and it's the first 2 to final A, remainder to final B.
Yeah, and as we went through the 1,000 metre mark, the UWE sculler had built up a 4-second gap over the University of Strathclyde sculler, Frederick G-Mac. So again, all to play for as we come down this next K, and as we were talking about earlier, we are now back into the single sculls boat, so a change of pace is always on the cards, and that Strathclyde sculler will be looking to overturn that deficit to Felix Cook of UWE.
And these champ scullers are really storming through this course now. They're coming into much better view for us in the tower here, and you can see on your screens we are already at the 1,500 metre mark, and we'll have some times for you very soon. But as it stands, it looks like it is Felix Cook from UWE who has jumped ahead, just 0.4 of a second though from Victor Viano-Borjan from Cambridge. So close. A further 4 seconds to Frederick G-Mac from Strathclyde, followed by Queens, Bristol and Reading, just rounding out this field now. 0.4 of a second. I don't know what that is. One really good stroke, maybe. So you've got to be on your A game now, as these champ lightweight scullers are. When you're that close, the margin is that small, you cannot afford to make any mistakes. You've got to be really switched on. And they're coming now into those famous red buoys, showing 250 metres to go. And it looks like Freddie from Strathclyde wants to play too, doesn't he? He's saying, wait for me. I want to be in that A final. Anything could happen at this point. It looks super tight between second and third from this angle.
Yeah, absolutely does. You can see that battle between the Cambridge sculler and the UWE sculler on your screens, but from our finish tower we can absolutely see that Strathclyde sculler putting in a monumental effort, and we have a very furious finish on our hands, so we look to see which of these two scullers will go through to the A final.
Yeah, it's way too hard to call from this angle, and hopefully you will see what we can see very soon. But as they get closer, it looks neck and neck, stroke for stroke, for that all-important second place in this A final. I cannot call it at this stage. It is going to be, there you go, you can see now, it is going to be UWE who will, oh my goodness, I think it was just that sculler from Strathclyde who took it there. This may be a photo finish, we'll have to wait. There we go, we can see on our screens there, 0.4 of a second to Cambridge. We'll wait for that to be confirmed with the umpire's white flag. To me it looked like it was Strathclyde by, a bow ball, but the photo finish and the finish judges' eyes are definitely much better than mine. But that was extremely exciting right to the very end there.
Yeah, to my eyes that was the University of Strathclyde sculler as well, but we will always trust the technology. And as we calm ourselves down from that fantastic race, now on your screen is the second repêchage of the Open Championships lightweight single sculls. In lane 1 we have Queen's University Belfast, in lane 2 UWE, in lane 3 another sculler from Queen's University Belfast, lane 4 Oxford Brookes, in lane 5 a third sculler from Queen's University Belfast, and in lane 6 University of South Wales.
And yeah, so this is Repêchage 2. It's first 2 to final A, 3 to final B. And I don't know what happens with the other person.
because that makes 6 and that makes 5. Anyway, it's Queen's Adam McKinley who is leading 2 seconds over Brooks's Luke Davison, 2 seconds behind Stevie Edgar of Queen's. A further second behind, it's Ewan Johnston of UWE, followed by Elliot Marsden of University of South Wales, 3 seconds behind. And we're just waiting on a time from Cormac Martin of Queen's University Belfast. But a pretty Queen's heavy repêchage. They'll definitely be hoping to get 2 out of 3 through to that A final. And I think Stevie Edgar's got a chance still. 2 seconds. I think there's time for him to make that up in this third 500. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks to be some close racing as well, because Ewan Johnson of UWE is only a second behind Stevie Edgar of one of those Queen's University Belfast boat. So we have, through the K, we had 3 scullers within 3 seconds of each other. So could we be in store for another photo finish in this race?
Hopefully, although I think we should be the new photo finish, because you saw what I saw, and I think we're right, but never mind. We've got to move on from that. We'll be thinking about that all day as we come through the 1500. It is still Adam McKinley of Queen's Belfast, basically by 0.2 seconds over Luke Davison from Oxford Brookes. So Luke, he wants to knock Queen's off the top. He wants that all-important bragging rights that he won this repêchage too. And it's Ewan Johnston from UWE who has jumped ahead 6th to 4th, now to 3rd, over the 2 remaining scullers from Queen's and Elliot Marsden of University of South Wales. Who knows what's going to happen now as they get closer. We can see the 2 scullers there from Queen's and Brookes on our screen. It looks neck and neck, stroke for stroke almost. I just can't call it. I can't tell from this angle. Even looking out the window, it's so hard to call. It almost looks like the sculler from Brookes is slightly ahead, but again, we've got a deceptive angle here. We'll have to wait for them to get a little bit closer, but they are coming into the Red Boys now. Their final sprint to the line. And this is going to be yet another fantastic repêchage, and it just shows the talent across the country of all of the athletes that are here this weekend, that we're having this many close semi-finals and repêchages. You would usually expect this in the finals, but to get this here is such a treat for everybody, and also incredible for these athletes to have that race experience of being so close. And I just can't call this, Joe. I don't know what's going to happen as they come up to the line.
Yeah, to me, but it's neck and neck, as you can see on your screens. To me, this sculler from Queen's University Belfast is making a move on the Oxford Brookes sculler, but it is impossible to call as we come down to the line, and as we know, we were wrong last time. But to me, if we're calling again, I'm going Queen's University Belfast sculler.
And I think we're right. 0.3 of a second. That was so close, because for those of you that don't know a lot about rowing and you're watching at home, hopefully you could see from the screen there that every time they take a stroke, they just inch their bow ball and a bit of their canvas a little bit more ahead than the other crew. And if they're out of time, one takes a stroke, then the next one takes a stroke. Each time they're going, jumping, leapfrogging back and forth. So it's whoever's got that last stroke almost that's going to make it ahead. What a phenomenal race there. And that was the Repêchage 2. And next we move swiftly on your screens there to Repêchage 1 of the Women's Championship coxless pairs. We say coxless pairs because there used to be coxed pairs way back in the day. Some people just call them pairs, but it's a coxless pair. And this is Repêchage 1 at the first 5 to final A. So a lot of them, bar one, they've all got a really good chance of getting into that final A, which they'll be very happy with. But because they've obviously got that in the back of their mind, okay, and as long as I'm not sick though, we'll make it to final A, they've still got to give it their all to get that lane selection. And as we come through, we've got Imperial College London, University of Nottingham, Durham, Cambridge, Durham and Aberdeen. And at the 500 metre mark, it is the crew of Mia Freischem and Isabel Campbell of Cambridge who are leading over Carla Russell and Tabitha Butterfield of Durham, followed by Leah Copox and Lauren Bowles, Bella Hornsey and Mary Hemmings of Nottingham, Hannah Scott and Isadora Kennedy of Durham, and Jemima Aspinall and Maisie Aspinall, maybe sisters, twins, cousins, who knows, of a University of Aberdeen. And as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's all changed. It's Durham University's Hannah Scott and Isadora Kennedy who have put in a huge burst. I'm going to have to find them later and find out what they did to jump from 5th to 2nd in that second 500. What an incredible burst there, which doesn't surprise me at all, Joe, because Hannah is the daughter of good friend and teammates of mine, Mike Scott. If she's anything like her father, she does not give up. She will be pushing till the very end. So that's a phenomenal burst they've done there. Then we've got University of Nottingham just 1 second behind. So they're still battling for those lanes, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were talking about earlier in the single sculls, they can have a very good burst of movement. The pair is a very similar boat, but the thing about a pair is, whereas before in a single scull you score one sculler with 2 blades in the hands, this is now 2 people in a boat with 1 blade in the hand, and that requires a lot of trust in your partner to set the balance and for application of power together. If even the bow or the stroke is slightly off, you will send a pair in slightly dodgy direction. So to row a pair fantastically well, like all these crews are doing, takes some doing.
It really does, and it looks like we are not far off bringing you the times at the 1,500 metre mark. These pairs are really storming down this course now. Well, very shortly, here we go. We've got 1,500 metre mark here for you. Just awaiting some times. It looks super close though from this angle in the tower. Those first 5 crews, they look almost like you could throw a blanket over them. And there we've got it. It's Cambridge still leading just a second over Durham, so still all to play for, but you should still all be very pleased with that. 2 seconds behind them, it's University of Nottingham. And it's Durham's second boat, who are now up from 5th to 4th. So it's Cambridge, Durham, University of Nottingham, IC, Durham and Aberdeen. So as it stands, it will be everybody apart from University of Aberdeen who will progress to Final A. Aberdeen, I'm assuming, will progress to Final B. And they're coming into view now in the tower. They're hitting those red buoys, 250 to go. Really excited to see who's going to keep their hand in the fire the longest, who's going to go first. And from here it looks so close between Durham and the University of Cambridge on the far side of the lake there. Have Durham got enough to turn over this Cambridge crew? It looks like Cambridge are just slightly up on them. Can they break them?
Yeah, and you're seeing that battle on your screens, but just across the field it is a very close finish. And despite being in 6th for the entirety of the race, the University of Aberdeen looked to actually be putting in a shift. But as you can see on your screens, you were looking at the fantastic pair from the University of Cambridge who looked to have taken the win over Durham, followed by the University of Nottingham, followed by the other pair from Durham, and it is actually very close on the line. But I think Imperial have just managed to stay in 5th to keep their place in the A final. But a fantastic sprint there from the University of Aberdeen.
Phenomenal work by all there, and for the crew in 2nd, Hannah Scott and Isadora Kennedy of Durham University, to come from 5th to 2nd after that first 500 and to maintain that 2nd, and to be only 2 seconds off, about 2 seconds off that Cambridge crew in at the end there. Amazing work, fantastic repêchage there. And as I said earlier, these races being as close as they are in repêchages and semis is just so exciting for what's to come this afternoon in the finals. And what have we got next?
So next on your screens you can just see them attaching to their stake boats ready to start is the Women's Championships Coxless Quads Repêchage 1. In lane 1 you have Durham University, in lane 2 the University of Birmingham, in lane 3 the University of Reading, in lane 4 the University of Bath, in lane 5 the University of Nottingham, and in lane 6 Newcastle University. And the first 4 of these crews will progress through to final A, so only 2 of them missing out on that final. So we should be in store for some fantastic racing as these crews look to mentally prepare themselves for the 2,000 metres of enjoyment they have to go.
And you can see here they're all attached to the stake boat by the looks of things, because we don't have view of all 6 of the lanes, but those 5 crews in sight are all attached. You can see they're just tapping away, trying to make sure that they are happy and straight and ready. I can't see any hands up at the moment, but ordinarily either the cox or bow would put their hand up to signal to the umpire that they are not ready. Hand goes down, it means I'm straight and ready and I'm happy to go. So no hands up in the boats at the moment, but lots of them visibly tapping away to get started. I'm assuming the umpire hasn't yet told them to get into position, because nobody has sat forwards with their blades squared and buried yet, so they are probably just waiting for the go-ahead that they can commence this race.
Yeah, and these moments, no matter how long you've raced, are always the most nerve-wracking. This is about the first event that I've been at Regatta and haven't raced at in a while, but I still get nervous watching people go off a start, waiting to start. Putting myself in their shoes, as I said, doesn't matter how I'm racing for, these moments are always the worst.
Agreed, and it can feel like so long, can't it? Especially when you've been one of the first to get attached and you're straight and ready, and then everyone else is faffing around, and then they say, right, we're ready to go. And I go, well, I'm not ready. You took so long and now I'm not ready. It does look like there is some movement from the umpire launch. Now they are moving out to the side. But you can just see on your screen sort of middle centre to the right, and we can see down the lake there is what looks like an 8. It's pretty big, so I'm going to guess it's an 8. Just sort of across some of the lanes. So that's probably what the hold-up is at the moment. This crew is, I will assume they were doing a warm-up of some sort. We've got the Champ 8s coming up next, so I'm going to safely say that's the Champ 8s that are just holding us up at the moment. They will just be doing a warm-up loop. So that is why we are running slightly behind schedule now with this race. But we will bring you some updates as soon as possible.
Durham, Birmingham, Reading, Bath, Nottingham, Newcastle.
And it looks like they have been given the call to get ready. They're all forwards, blades are squared and buried, and they will wait for that attention go. And there it is, they are underway, and this is the Repêchage 1 of the Women's Championship Coxless Quads, with the first 4 progressing to the A final. And just a reminder for you, as we've been waiting around a little bit, we've got Durham, Birmingham, Reading, Bath, Nottingham and Newcastle. And I'm really excited to see this. I personally love watching a quad, a really great quad in sync, moving fast in a multi-lane regatta. It's a great skill to be able to scull at a high level. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them coming down. But I don't know about you, Joe, looking down the course and seeing that 8 sat straight across 2 lanes, it's giving me a little bit of anxiety. They need to hurry up and get out of the way. It looks like they're way closer than they should be.
Yeah, a bit of an unusual situation here. But hopefully they get out the way. And I was going to agree with you. I absolutely love watching coxless quads. I was just, as you were commentating, watching them off the start, watching these athletes go from 0 to 100 as they go off the start, moving off so swiftly, settling into that race rhythm, and just delivering that application of power down the whole course. And watching, as you said, a coxed quad is just beautiful.
It really is, and they really are moving along very nicely. Difficult to call anything at this point. We will have to let you know when we get the times in the 500, but you can see, oh, here they are. It's like I knew it was coming. We can see across our screens, we've got on the right-hand side of the screen, that's where lane 1 is, and then it goes across lane 6 through to the left side, and we will very shortly be bringing you the 500 metre times. But it does kind of look like the crews in the middle, this Reading crew here, they do look like they've got their nose out ahead, but again, it's just super hard to give you anything definitive from this angle at the moment, so we will rely on our fantastic timing team to bring you the results very soon.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Zoe, there. It does look like those two crews in the middle, the Reading crew and the Bath crew, look to be out ahead, but camera angles can be deceiving, and so we await those 500 metre times. But from what we can see, it is absolutely spectacular sculling. It's always just incredible to see how these athletes work in motion. They always make it look so easy when you are watching on a screen, but being a rower myself and having sat in that seat, it is far harder than all these athletes make it look.
Definitely, and as we come through now, we've got slightly more side on angle. It does look like that crew from Newcastle and the crew from Reading look to be in similar positions, and here we go, we've got a nice side on angle. Then it is that crew from Reading, I did call it. They are out now, they've got clear water over the rest of the field. Look at that, beautiful in sync, really nice to see, and they've got a good strong 4-second lead over that crew from Bath as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, with Newcastle just 2 seconds behind. 0.5 between Newcastle and Durham, that little battle they've got there. Nottingham a further 5 seconds behind, with Birmingham rounding out the field, and there's just about 14 seconds between the 1st and 6th in this, so still all to play for. And here we come into that all-important third 500, where you can really make or break your race.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and that University of Reading crew have built up about a 4-second lead over that Bath crew, but the crews in second, the Bath, the Newcastle and Durham crew, are only separated by 2 seconds, so we're reaffirming this may only be a repêchage, but this does not mean by any stretch that the racing isn't close or as furious as all these crews. So race for lanes, you always want to finish as high a place as possible, even if it's not a final. Finishing as high as you can is always in these athletes' minds.
I couldn't agree more, and just to remind you, it is the first 4 to final A, so as it stands it will be Reading, Bath, Newcastle and Durham progressing through, and we're just going to bring you some times from the 500 metres. It was Reading leading at the 500, followed by Nottingham, who then dropped back 3 positions, followed by Durham, who dropped back a further 1, Bath, who pushed on from 4th to 2nd, Birmingham and Newcastle. And as we come through the 1500, you can see on your screen now we are getting some live times in. It is Reading still holding the win in this Repêchage 1 of the Women's Championship coxless quads, and it's Reading 4 seconds over Bath, 3 to Durham, followed by Newcastle, Nottingham and Birmingham. Still anything could happen, but I'm going to call it now. I don't think anyone's going to get near that Reading crew. They are sculling through and through. They've sculled an incredible race from start to finish. They've held that lead all the way. I don't think they're going to let anyone knock them off that top spot now.
No, I would absolutely agree. The sculling looks excellent, as you can see on your screen. I was just having a look at that possible battle for fourth. Nottingham are 4 seconds behind Newcastle, who currently sit in that fourth and final spot for the A final. But between the 1,000 metre mark and the 1,500 metre mark, they had closed by 2 seconds. So if they have got a sprint in store, they could potentially overhaul that Newcastle University crew and take that last spot in the A final.
I agree, and look, we can see Reading at the bottom of your screens there. Look at that. Look at all these athletes. Like we've been saying, we love watching a nice coxless quad tap along, and look at that. They've got a fantastic rhythm going now. Such long strokes there, and they don't look phased at all by Bath coming up behind them. They know they've got this in the bag, and rightfully so, as they come through the final few strokes to the line to provisionally, obviously, take that win in the Repêchage 1 of the Women's Champ Quads. They will be progressing to Final A along with University of Bath. Durham at the bottom of your screens there, and Newcastle at the top there, and it will be Nottingham and Birmingham who will, well, I'm not sure, we haven't been told. I would assume go to the B final. Who knows, maybe there isn't one. We will 2 to A, rest to B. Thank you very much. So there you go. It was Nottingham and Birmingham making the B final, but a very respectable race by all there. And next, I'm excited for this, aren't you? We move on to the Championship 8s. And you can see on your screen here, this is Rep 1, the first 2 to Final A, and the remainder to Final B. So the next 1 to Final B, we've got Nottingham, Durham and Newcastle. And excuse me, at the 500, it's Durham leading 1.1 second over Newcastle, with a further 1.4 seconds to Nottingham. And they're in the same positions coming through the K. Durham have got 1.5 seconds over Newcastle, so they're extending that lead a little bit more, followed by Nottingham. What's going to happen next, Joe?
We await to see. There's only the whole field through the K was only split by 3 seconds, so anything can happen. And the excitement when you saw it was Open Champions 8 measured my excitement. We were saying about quads, but I absolutely love watching an 8 just chunk it down the course. It is my favourite boat class to row. It is just big, it's powerful, it's kind of what rowing is known for at times, and it is just fantastic to see all these crews. And as a reminder, the first 2 of these crews to Final A and the other to Final B. So it's that jeopardy. You do not want to be that one crew into that B final, that you want to be in that A final competing for medals.
You don't, and I feel like when it's a full 1 to 6 lanes, and it's 2 to the A final and the remaining 4 to the B final, you maybe don't feel as singled out, but here you are being singled out. It is 1 to the B final, which is still going to be a fantastic race, I am sure of. And they are storming down the course now in this Repêchage 1 of the Open Champ 8s. And we come through the 1,500 metre mark. Confirmation, it is still that crew of Rupert Apps, George Buckingham, Roman Smeagol, Sebastian Eels, George Morris, Harry Wildridge, William Morgan-Jones, apologies, Marius, Bjorn Hansen, Alsand and Cox, Alexandra Gentry of Durham, who are charging the field. They are 2 seconds ahead of their rivals from Newcastle, with home team Nottingham about 4 seconds behind. So it looks like they will be taking that place in the B final as it stands, but anything can happen here. And we can see on our screens here Nottingham and Durham. I don't know if you saw that, Joe. A couple of the people in the Nottingham crew, the Newcastle crew there, were taking a look over at the Durham crew, just keeping them in their sights, seeing how close they are, matching them seat for seat. They want to be level, they want to row through them.
Yeah, I just saw Bao take another sneaky look. You always told us rowers to never look at the other crew. You trust your cox to look out, but it never stops rowers, even in these champ events, looking outside the boat as Bao takes another sneaky look. But it is absolutely thrilling racing as we come into the red buoys and come into the finish tower, neck and neck. And as we keep reaffirming, this is a repêchage, and both these crews are making it look like it is a race for medals. And it is just, if I had to call it, Durham still just have their bows in head, but Newcastle are giving it everything to overturn it. And we're into the last few strokes, and to me, Durham have taken that over Newcastle as we await official results. With Nottingham just coming over the line now, a fantastic race for them as they will race in the B final later on today.
And there's the white flag from the umpire that's just off your screens there. That is confirmation, about 1.2 seconds there to Durham over Newcastle. And you're right, us coxes, we do tell you not to look out the boat. And I can tell you, even if I can't see you looking out the boat, we can feel that you're looking out the boat. So watch out. We can see and feel and hear all. And we can now move on to the Repêchage 2 of the Open Championship 8s. It's going to be the first two to Final A with the remainder to Final B. So interesting to see who will be joining Durham and Newcastle in that Final A. We've got Edinburgh, Imperial, London and Bristol. And you can see on your screens here now, they are free from the grasp of the state boats, chopping their way down the course. It's just great to watch. Like you said, Joe, nothing beats an 8. As long as it's all in sync and they're all gelled together nicely, nothing beats an 8 just going out of the blocks and charging down that 2K course. And charging down Bristol have done. They are 4 seconds ahead of London at the 500 metre mark, with a further 3 seconds behind them, Edinburgh, with Imperial rounding out the field.
Yeah, and you're seeing these 8s on your screen, just fantastic rowing, champ 8s. They've probably been rowing for quite a while. It's always fast and furious here at BUCS Regatta. And yeah, just excited to see which of these two crews will progress through to the A final.
Yeah, and great shot. It's always nice when there's less crews in a heat or a race, because we can nicely fit them all on the screen there for you, which our fantastic cameraman are doing there. And we're following all 4 crews down the course at the moment. It is obviously not a side-on angle, so there is a bit of deception there. But I can tell from this angle that it is that Bristol crew who are really strongly pushing ahead. And shortly we will have a bit of a side-on angle, and you can really see the differences there as they head towards the 1,000 metre mark. Here they are making their way through the mark now. But that crew from London they're pretty hot on Bristol's heels, only about second in it. Just one strong push now in our favourite third 500, Joe. They could take Bristol and they could push through. 2 seconds to IC, another 3 to Edinburgh. Anything could happen.
Yeah, we have loved talking about that third 500 today, but it is, as it's been proved, it is the really important 500 metres in a rowing race. And I was just looking, as you can see on those pictures, I was just looking at Imperial. They're down, but they still had that all-important overlap. As long as you have that overlap, you always have the belief that you can overturn a crew. And as you can see on the screen, you've got a shot of the Edinburgh and the Imperial crews, both looking incredible. Currently both outside the first and second places that would take them through to the A final, but there is a lot of water still to go. A fair gap if Edinburgh were to overturn it, especially in an 8, but stranger things have happened.
And as they storm through that third 500, we can see there on our screen all 4 of them, and they are getting ever so much closer to those 250-metre mark red boys now. And here you go, confirmation they are through the third 500. We will have some scores for you very shortly. And provisional results are that Bristol are still leading by about 2 seconds over London, a further 2 to Imperial and a further 2 to Edinburgh. So no change in the lineup from the K. So not to say that they haven't all put a big push in that third 500, but they've probably all done the same, and therefore nothing has changed. So London have not managed to overturn Bristol from the halfway marker. They're getting so much closer now. You can definitely tell from this angle that Bristol have got a nice strong lead. But London, there's still time for them as they come into this 250 to go. As they start to make their way through, the Cox will be calling them through their tiers, up and up and up, as they come into the red boys.
And it looks to me that Imperial are making a massive move there. You can't currently see it on your screen. You're looking at the fantastic battle between Bristol and University of London. But Imperial looks to be coming through to challenge London for that second spot.
But look at this here with London. They have still just about got contact, and we've said before, it's so important mentally to keep that contact with that crew. As soon as you lose that contact, mentally it can be over. But they're keeping that contact. I don't think it was going to be enough for London, but it might be enough for Imperial. So close. I think they're just going to run out of water. What a fantastic battle all the way through there by all 4 crews. But it is going to be, pending the white flag, Bristol and London making it way. There we go, we've got the white flag. It's Bristol and London through to final A, with Imperial at Edinburgh to final B. What a phenomenal race by all.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic to see, and it is almost perhaps a taster of what you will see in the A final.
Okay, and we now move on to the intermediate single sculls final B. It's Bath, Glasgow, St Andrews, Strathclyde, Dundee and BUCS. And we can see they're underway, Joe.
They are indeed. We are back into the singles for this B final. As the rowers have all got away cleanly, and they will look to be making their move. There's always perhaps slight disappointment that you haven't made it into the A final, but that is always quickly rendered into how well can I do into the B final, with all these scullers wanting to take the win. Because coming 7th in the country at BUCS Regatta is by no means a small feat.
Could not agree more. And we'll just go through the names of the people in these single sculls as well. Bath is sculled by Gear Balmer, Glasgow's Ethan Sutherland, St Andrews Harris Bissett, Strathclyde's Robbie Waddle, and Dundee's James Morrison, and BUCS's Ruben Taylor. And as we come through the 500 metre mark, it is Robbie Waddle of Strathclyde who is leading about 1.1 seconds over Dundee, followed by St Andrews, Glasgow, BUCS and Bath. And as we continue through this B final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls, these scullers are making their way down the 2,000 metre course here at the National Watersport Centre, day 2 of BUCS Regatta, and we can see almost all of the scullers on our screen there, and it looks like they're all back and forth in the order through the lanes. So I can't wait to see these 1,000-metre times, but that does look like that is Strathclyde there. It's super sunny, so we can't quite see, but I think that is the polka dots there of Strathclyde who are pushing ahead. There we have confirmation. First through the 1,000-metre mark is Robbie Waddle of Strathclyde, followed by James Morrison of Dundee, 5 seconds behind. So Robbie is really asserting his dominance in this final B now. He really wants to win that final. And it's 0.5 of a seconds between Dundee and St Andrews. It's great to see so many Scottish crews in this B final here today as well. And yeah, 0.5 of a second between second and third is fantastic. But it's so close that it could change as we go into, what is it, Joe? It's that third 500.
Yeah, the all-important third 500, as all these scullers will look to make their move, as we've said before. As I said before, always the slight disappointment of not making an A final, but then there's the turning to establishing yourself into a B final and looking to win it, as the sculler from Strathclyde, Robbie Waddle, is looking in best place to do. Anything can happen, as we always say, and just want to touch upon, it was always great to have all these Scottish crews down here. Fantastic to see them making the journey. I know it was recently their Scottish Spring Regatta, which was always a fantastic event for them, and they look to push on and come down to BUCS here.
Definitely, and they are getting ever so closer to us now, making their way to the last sprint. And we're always really interested to know, as someone who wouldn't dare race 2K in a single scull, what is going through their minds right now as they come to this part of the race? Are they talking to themselves out loud? Are they talking to themselves in their head? Are they hyping themselves up? Are they just making their way through that race plan? What do you think they're thinking at this point?
Well, I can somewhat answer it. I have never raced a side-by-side, but I did race here in the time trial of intermediate singles, and I can't tell you exactly. To me, there's something called a stroke coach that some rowers will use that gives them information. So I was sort of looking at split. You're just looking at timing markers, and as we said before, it is a mental game. So without exactly saying what I was thinking, that it's a little bit of everything. You're just trying to tell yourself, it's a lot of internal thought about just get through this, legs down, legs down, legs down, and just giving everything you can to get over that finish line.
Absolutely, and Robbie Waddle is definitely getting his legs down as he comes through into the final 500, and he is now 8-9 seconds ahead of James Morrison of Dundee. What a phenomenal lead. You can see on your screen, yes, those angles are deceptive, but you can really still tell that there's a big chunk of clear water between himself and the Dundee sculler, and then there is 4 seconds between Strathclyde and St Andrews. They're hot on Robbie Waddle's tail, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think they're going to have enough water to overturn him. You can see him there in those infamous Strathclyde polka dots as he comes through the final couple of 100 metres to the line. All cheers on the bank. And I think, you know, as you've said, it's not the A final, but that doesn't matter. They should be proud of what they've done here today, and to have such a phenomenal race from start to finish and to lead it all the way with clear water at the line is amazing. And there he crosses the line, throws his head back, fist pumps the air, just as I thought. He should be proud of that, and I hope he is. Followed by St Andrews, Glasgow, and it will be Dundee to cross the line next, followed by Bath and Oxford Brookes rounding out the field. And we are next going to bring you the A final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls, and it's we should rename it the final Reading instead of final A, because it's Reading, Queens, Reading, 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 Reading. So Queens should be, you know, lucky they got tickets to this show. It's Reading E, C, B, A and D, with Queens A slotted in the mix there. So this is going to be some real bragging rights for Reading, and I think they'll obviously be hoping to get a clean sweep here today. The first medal race of the day, and hopefully for Reading, 3 medals to give them those all-important points. But will Queens be able to disrupt them as we come through the 500-metre mark? It is Reading's Benjamin Howard who is leading over a second and a half to Reading's Ben Snoxall, with Queen's Kieran Purdy in 4th, Robbie Collin of Reading in 5th, and Tommy Fuller in 6th. We don't have a 3rd on our listed properly on our screen, so we might just have to wait for that to be confirmed properly. We don't have a time here for Reading's Ryan Robson. We will come back to that later, but they are storming through, and yeah, can't wait to see whether Queens can disrupt that clean sweep for Reading.
Yeah, I saw the time trial results of this, and it was just, it always almost makes you chuckle at just the imperious depth and strength of Reading. It's just absolutely incredible what they can do. And I know from the time trial results, it was the Queen Sculler came in 3rd, so he is well placed to take a medal. But currently, as we go through the K, it is still Benjamin Howard that has taken the lead in time of 3:50, and he has a 4-second lead over his compatriot Ben Snoxall. Further 4-second back was Rye Robson of Reading, of course, and 2 seconds back to that Queen Sculler Kieran Purdy. So that battle for bronze is very much on, and less than a second behind that Queen Sculler is the compatriot Robbie Collin, and a further 5 seconds back is Tommy Fuller.
Yeah, so we do have that confirmation now that it was Ryan Robinson who was in 3rd at the 500. So no change in order from the starts to now. Will Queens' Kieran Purdy be able to disrupt the Reading clean sweep? This is going to be a really exciting, nail-biting race, I am sure, and there's 8 seconds between 1st and 3rd, so that's a phenomenal amount. All Reading need to do now is Ryan Robson to hold off Queens. If he can do that, they're sweet. They've got this in the bag. 3 medals, first medals of the day, all important BUCS points for that Victor Ladorum at the end of the competition on Monday. And they're coming down the course now. How's it looking?
Well, it's looking like Reading are out front, but that is self-explanatory. To me, it does look like Benjamin Howard does still have that lead, but the camera angle we are getting at the moment is a little bit inconclusive. What I'm very interested to see is which one of these they will have major support on the bank. I'm interested to see if there is many allegiances, or if it is a combined support for all these scullers, which I'm sure it will be.
And we've got confirmation now for you coming through the 1500 metres. It is the same lineup as it has been from the start. Reading's Benjamin Howard leading the field about 3 seconds over Reading's Ben Snoxall. Another 6 seconds to Ryan Robson, and it's 2 seconds now between Ryan and Kieran of Queens. So he's still got just about 2 seconds that he had in the previous 500. 2 seconds, it's a lot, but it's also not. Ryan Robson really has to dig deep now if he's going to secure that Reading clean sweep in the first medals of the day in this A final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls. And it's Robbie Collin and Tommy Fuller of Reading rounding out the field in 5th and 6th, with about 5 to 6 seconds between them, and they come into the 250 Red Boys now. We can hear lots of shouting from the bank. Don't know who they're shouting for. There's just a lot of noise. I feel like if they're not cheering for you, you don't really care. You just use the noise still, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Always the whatever noise, whoever they're cheering for, is always helpful. Ryan Robson in lane 5 actually been contesting for third, but actually seems to be making a move for the gold medal, currently sitting in silver medal, with the Ben Snoxall looking...
Oh my goodness, I can't call it.
There's just all sorts going on.
That Queen Sculler, I think he's going to take that bronze, you know. This is so close, he's going to take that bronze. He's disrupted that clean sweep right at the final few strokes. What a phenomenal... I wonder whether they had that planned. I wonder whether they thought, I'm just going to hold this in, leave something to the end. Heartbreaking for Reading to not get that clean sweep. Queens have disrupted it, but what a phenomenal race that was there. In our first final of the day, it's Reading, Reading, Queens, Reading, Reading, Reading. Congrats to all. I've been Zoe Thomas.
I've been Joseph Kogan.
And now we are going to hand over to a fantastic Darbs, Alex Darby, and David McNeil. Thank you.
Just over a second ahead of his rival from Oxford, Julian Sugar.
Yeah. Guys, well, thanks very much indeed. And we're in for an absolutely cracking stint here. Darbs and I have the benefit of, the privilege even, of taking you through the majority of the A and B finals. Great to see Ben Howard there taking the win in intermediate open singles. That's his first year racing as a senior. He was under 19, under 18 sculler last year, so really great to see him making that transition and doing so strongly. And on the course now, Open Championship singles. Darbs, you got your eyes on anyone on this one?
Always eyes drawn towards Reading, I guess, in these singles. Just a little bit disorganised at the moment. Yeah, it's what we call bad radio. But we're just going to see who's where.
Yeah, it's an interesting field. Always a good one to watch. Matt Long, I think the perennial man of interest in this field. One of the things I particularly enjoy about the Open Championship singles is that it is a proper grudge match for those probably vying for the under-23 selections this year. There are a few of the scholars based out in America that I understand are coming back, but the majority of this field will have been at final trials recently, and I know Matt Long from Reading doing very strongly there. And yeah, halfway it was Long from Reading, leading Feta from Oxford by a couple of seconds. The other scholar of interest that's coming to this with form is Josh Matthews from Edinburgh. He was around about 6 seconds down on Matt Long, sitting in 4th place. And as they come through the 1500 metre mark, it is Long from Feta, and then Schurabel, Matthews sitting in 4th. Fuller from Reading in 5th, and Doran again from Reading sitting in 6th position. So all the intermediate medalists get their medals down at the medal pontoon, casting our eyes back up the course. It's Matt Long pressing on strong in the centre lanes there in lane 3, continuing to lead the field by 4 seconds as they went through the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, so you can see on the screens the athletes just starting to wind up here. It's pretty close up at the front, middle lane and outside lane. Normally there's the lanes next to each other, so I think this makes it a bit more tricky for these athletes doing the sprint, but it is the sculler in the middle. Is that Matt Long just moving out in front? Maybe has about a length, I reckon, David.
Yeah, I reckon he's maintaining that. He's looking fairly strong. I think Sculler over on the far side, Oxford, Fetter. He's run very long on the back end, but has clearly got the boat speed, and he's holding as Long crosses the line to provisionally take the gold, with Fetter just crossing there to take second. And again, his clubmate Schwelbel, but forgive the pronunciation, I'm sure I've probably mispronounced it, it's that taking third. So a really aggressive final 500 there, and great to see, I think, Long staying stuck in despite a big lead all the way to the end.
Yeah, you know, the expectation would have been to deliver the gold medal, and you know, to be able to do that. Appreciate it's the University Championships, but the caliber of athlete we have in these champ finals is phenomenal. So great work from Matt Long there. And then we head back up to the start, and the next race is supposed to be the women's inter-lightweight pair, and this will feature Newcastle, Oxford, Birmingham, Queens, UEA and Surrey. So, yeah. Sorry. The Reading athlete there just picking up their gold medal. Some fantastic work there. In their Falcon. You got anything about Falcon there, Dave? You've heard anything about these?
I know they're popular at Reading Uni, but apart from that, I'm afraid it's a relatively unknown brand on me. But it's clearly served Mr. Long rather well today, or Mr. Long served it rather well. Either way, they're clearly getting on like a house on fire. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I've seen them a bit more prevalent recently. It's obviously a nice, fast hull there. Just coming in, I believe it's Oxford got the silver, right? Yeah, and I think we're probably a bit more familiar with this boat brand, the shiny yellow one. But yeah, I think any hull you put Matt Long in is likely to go rather well. But good to see the Oxford athlete there. That's Ed Fuller. No, it's not. My apologies. That's James Fetter. Looks very, very happy to pick up that medal as well. That's what we want, you know. You've worked hard, you've earned it. Absolutely. So very good work there, and actually you've got two M-packers on the stage we're about to get to here. I think this was actually the silver medalist over in 6, wasn't it? James Fetter. So who was the other athlete we had there? That was Julian Schwelbel. So again, you made me pronounce that name again that I was struggling with before, didn't you? You did that on purpose.
You did that exquisitely, David. Honestly, like I'm sure they'll write on the chat. Just like that was just fantastic.
I'm sure my error will be pointed out to me in no time.
I mean, I would say Schubel, something like that. Schobel. Anyway, we've had a go, but well done to the 2 Oxford medalists and of course the Reading medalists.
Brilliant, congratulations. 22.
And I just think it's good to see a smattering, well, more of a smattering of crews from both Oxford and Cambridge coming and racing at British universities. I know the coach at Oxford, Mark Fangenhall, is looking to rebuild the success of that entire programme, and year-round racing is part of that. So clearly with 2 medalists in Open Championship singles, he's clearly got athletes with horsepower coming through.
Yeah, and it's a tough event, but phenomenal results there from Oxford. Maybe next year they'll be looking to be on the top of the podium. So on the screen now we have the women's inter-lightweight pair. There is no champ pair, this is as high as it gets. We've got Surrey, UEA, Queens, Birmingham, Oxford and Newcastle. Coming off the time trial, the top 3 were Birmingham, Queens and Oxford. And they had a little bit of a gap ahead of UEA, but obviously you have to race the final and earn every place. So for those watching at home, lane 1 is the furthest right from our shot, and lane 6 is furthest to the left. So from this angle it's pretty difficult to see who's made inroads into this first 500, but typically it's the middle lanes that are seeded. So it's Queens and UOB out in front, and Birmingham had a pretty good time trial, 11 seconds ahead, so see if they can capitalize on that in this first 500.
Yeah, Dobbs, it's always hard to tell from this sort of camera angle, but it does look like that crew from Birmingham are slightly in front. Just looking up the course, I could see the Queen's crew next to them, as you're looking on your screens just to the left there. They had some problems with the blade work. There is a little bit more of a headwind picking up. It's still very, very calm, but it looked like the Queen's crew struggled with something, whether it was a wave or a buoy, unclear. But you could see the boat speed suddenly come off, and the crews close to the camera start to come through. So let's see how this pans out as they come through into the middle 1,000.
Yes, we've had some 500 times. Birmingham have come through in front of Queens with a 4-second lead. Queens just holding off Oxford by less than a second, so really close there. So those were the 3 that were the top 3 in the time trial, and then UEA, Surrey and Newcastle make up the rest of this. But like David just said, you know, you can get ripples and stuff, the launches go up, you know, they try and stop early enough so that the race course is pretty flat. And then there's also, you know, anyone can just clip a buoy line at any point. If your steering just goes off a couple of degrees. So we hope none of that happens. Pretty experienced athletes typically. But yeah, so Birmingham, who were quickest in the time trial, looking to move through here. So is this Carrie and Ferg, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So Ferg is actually from here. She's a Nottingham Rowing Club girl. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of support on these banks. So that's what she's looking for, another gold medal to add to yesterday's.
You've done very well there to conceal the fact that you are in fact a coach at the University of Birmingham. So a completely unpartisan approach there, I'm sure. But no, good knowledge there, and clearly rowing long and looking to extend that lead over Queens, if anything, in this middle 1,000. Queens having had that little wobble, Oxford have obviously bitten back at them, but they're now looking to reassert. But all the crews really through that middle phase, you can see the emphasis there on length and really trying to press it out into this slightly growing headwind, keep the boat running straight and true.
Yeah, I think that's stunning work that they've just done in that next 500. They've moved their lead out to 8 seconds at halfway. That's loads of clear water. And actually, we don't. Our lightweights don't sweep that often. So to be out here and trying to add to the coxless 4 medal they won yesterday, the gold they won yesterday, this is fantastic. But to be fair, Ferg is a pretty good technician there in the bow seat. She's doing a great job. So and you know, first year, so hopefully we can get some success in the next coming years as well.
Yeah, certainly as they come into this this third quarter now, they are definitely looking like the crew that's going to extend that. But if you look at the times between first and second, the Queen's and Oxford crews, again, less than a second. So I think that's where the race is brewing up, and it will be interesting to see as the camera angle unwinds, and hopefully we get some splits from the 1500 metre point. What Queens are able to do, they clearly had that speed out of the blocks, they had that wobble through that event with the steering, but it'll be very interesting to see if they're able to regenerate some of that speed in this third quarter.
Yeah, like you say, just like less than a couple of seconds in it, but it has flip-flops, and Oxford did go through the K second absolute, so it's about 3 seconds split difference through the second 500, but those are just 2 lanes apart, so they're close enough, they're in the peripheral, they should be able to just push off of each other. And I think the thing with a pair is you have to just, like, if you're going to go, you have to go together, because if one goes early, it's not going to go in a straight line. And I think that's just the magic of a pair. Like, if one person's really suspending well, the other person has to do it too, just to maintain that flow and that run and that rhythm. But from this shot, we can see the crews coming through. I think this is on the 1500 metre pontoon or so, this next camera angle. So we can see Birmingham's just still sitting out in front. I don't think they've extended their lead by that much. If they have, just kind of moving through. So we'll just see what the splits come and say. But we're really that race between Oxford and so we just got some coming through, but Oxford and Queen are still pretty close, I think, just as they come through this next timing point.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I think Birmingham have stretched out their lead. Yeah, they've gone out to over 10 seconds now over Queens, who are in second place, who have actually rode through Oxford in that third quarter, and now have about 2 seconds over Oxford. So that, as I suspected, that Queen's crew has got to turn a pace. They applied, they turned the screw in that third 500 and able to row through Oxford. But we know this Oxford crew is going to be very determined to turn that around now. So I think this race is all about that silver and bronze medal, and who's going to be able to hold on, or who's going to be able to turn it around.
From here, I think Queens, they were ahead at the 500, behind and at the K, and then ahead again at the 1500. And I think they're still going. From my position, it looks like they've pushed quite a far out on Oxford. So maybe Oxford did a lot to get that lead at halfway, and Queens just kind of sat on it and went, right, now we're going to pounce. We're going to let them finish their push, and now we're going to go. So what do you think, David?
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think one of the other calls that you made earlier on about the importance of going together in a pair, we've just seen that in Oxford. So you could see Oxford really made a move, but suddenly they lurched over towards stroke side, and now they're on the buoy line. They're very, very close to those buoys. Bow has got a little bit more leverage because of where she's sitting in the boat. So they are now, however, coming back off that buoy line, and hopefully that will also give them the confidence to really fight it out as we come into the final 100 metres.
Yeah, and this Birmingham crew just flowing beautifully. They haven't really had to wind it up. They're just running along. They've just pressed in each puddle out. Stunning performance, I think, out there. You can still see them on shot, just having a quick look over towards finish line. But take it through the second and third here, David.
Yeah, so as I was talking about Oxford and the buoy line on stroke side, Queens have actually ended up on their bow side buoys. So they had another little bit of, not quite a shipwreck, but certainly got stuck around a buoy. However, they look like they've got enough to hold it over the line, and provisionally they'll come in to take second, a couple of lengths down on Birmingham, and with the Oxford crew happy with that result in third, feeling like they've had a good row there clearly to take provisionally that bronze medal.
Yeah, and I'd say that was a race of two halves. I know we didn't give much airtime to the other crews, but that's UEA coming through the line, sprinting really hard. Good work from them on that far side. Surrey just crossing the line next. And then we're just going to watch the Newcastle pair just coming through, shot now to round out that medal race in the women's lightweight pairs. So yeah, just on your shot, yeah, there. Carrie and Emily. Carrie, the younger sister of Erin, who picked up so many BUCS medals, but Carrie is now adding to her collection too. And that's so that's for both of them. That's the second gold of the weekend. They picked up one yesterday. They picked up one today, and hopefully they're going to be looking to add more in the quad later on this BUCS weekend. So champ lightweight doubles for the women. Next B final, Strathclyde, Cambridge, Nottingham, Edinburgh, Birmingham B, and Harper Adams B will be contesting this. So no medals in this one, but you know, champ final should be pretty high standard, and everyone's going to be fighting to be, you know, the 7th best champ lightweight double in the country.
Absolutely. Whether it's a B final or an A final, we know that this is the athlete's moment to shine, and they'll be working hard towards this moment. And I do like lightweight events. Once upon a time, you might look at me now, I was one once upon a time, and it's all about the efficiency. And women's lightweights, see some of the the lightest athletes you'll see going here. So not only have they got to be highly physical, but they've also got to be ruthlessly efficient as well. So I think we're going to see some, hopefully, some examples of some excellent technical sculling. You certainly see that, or you did see that at the Paris Olympics when it was an Olympic event. I thought that was some of the best quality racing going. So let's look forward to some similar high quality racing in this A and B, well, this B final and the A after it.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a shame. I don't think anyone thought that the Olympic lightweight events were not exciting or, you know, weren't adding value to the program, but they just kind of decided that rowing can only have this many medals, and if they want to spread them a slightly different way, something had to go, which is a bit of a shame. But it's great to still have that here, that avenue to having such competitive racing typically. And the other thing with this, it's not just that they're light and stuff like that, but they've had to come through a repêchage as well. So this is actually the 3rd time down the track for these athletes. And on the screen, we're just getting our medal winners. So there's our Oxford pair, who they were 3rd across the line. I think they actually stopped maybe a couple of strokes early and just cruised it over, but the silver medal had already come through and they had a good lead over 4th. So there's Lucy Buchanan and Ophelia Lanfranchi, who've picked up the bronze, who's on your screen there. So fantastic work from them. Just coming on to shot now, we can see the Queens pair. So they were 2nd in the time trial, and then back that up with another 2nd place. Like, they had a phenomenal, probably last 700 meters, I reckon, to go from 3rd to charge back through Oxford, and that was Georgia Donahoe and Rebecca Lyle. So they're just picking up their silver medals. And then just to the left of shot, but they'll need a little bit of pontoon space, I think, will be the Birmingham pair, just who I can just see it just off the stage at the moment.
Meanwhile, at the course and on your screens now, we have eyes on race 2, 3, 4, which is that B final of women's lightweight singles, and probably, I think it's fair to say, following the form book from the time trial, it's the Edinburgh crew in lane 3 of Erin Thompson and Tamima Bikrak crossing the halfway point. A good 5 or so seconds ahead of the 2nd place crew from Cambridge. So yeah, I think Edinburgh probably continuing the form book from what we saw in the time trial.
Yeah, absolutely. And just in the middle of your shot, you got Birmingham there. So you got Poppy and Lila. Lila's another local girl. She's an NCRA sculler. I was actually talking to a junior coach yesterday, and was hoping she'd do well. And to be in this B final of the champ lightweight doubles is some great stuff. So they're going through at the moment. They were 4th through the halfway line, so that would put them in 10th overall in the category. But yeah, Edinburgh out in front. What was their lead? About 4 seconds, 5 seconds over Cambridge. And then just on the screen, talking about Birmingham, two of our girls who are picking up the 2nd bit of hardware. This one in the pairs to back up the 4 that they won in yesterday in the lightweight. So there's Carrie on the left, Emily Ferguson on the right. So Carrie and Ferg, great work from them. I'm sure Jamie on the far side would have been very, very happy with that. And yeah, you know, it's good weight training when you got a few medals around your neck, you know.
I'm sure that photo will be going up in the boathouse sometime soon, right? They look pleased as punch there. Good to see them bathing in glory and bathing in the sunshine.
Yeah, nice day. I don't know if we're due any more, but we take them as they come. It's not like classic BUCS where it's windy, cold, grey, and a bit miserable, but it has been delightful. Bit of a headwind, but nothing unmanageable, nothing that's stopping fair racing. So coming through this next 1500, how are things looking?
Well, the Cambridge crew who maintain that position in second, they have closed down the Edinburgh crew. So and the third place crew from Nottingham have done so as well. So the margin that Edinburgh carried at halfway, that has been closed down. And so that third 500, often where people try and turn the screw, they've done it. Edinburgh, in turn, well, Dubs, what do you think they're going to be thinking right now as they approach the final 300 metres or so?
I'd be a little bit worried because I think that crew over in 5 are just doing great stuff at the moment, really moving really well, that Cambridge crew. And I presume the Cambridge support's going to start getting loud over on that side. I mean, their tent is a little bit near the finish line, but they should be getting out and cheering because this is it's getting a little bit close, and I think Nottingham moving up well as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the momentum's with the Cambridge crew. It's just whether that momentum converts into a lead in the next 250 metres. I think Edinburgh probably have the headspace or have the lead, the sufficient water space to just chill out and continue focusing on that length. But just remember, this is a B final, right? And what have we got to look forward to if the A final still to come?
Yeah, absolutely. Top quality racing here at the top end of the B final. I think you're right. There's just a little bit of space that they've got, but the momentum is still with Cambridge, who are still coming for it. They'll look over the shoulder. Edinburgh seems to be responding with power and length rather than taking the rate up, but this is going to be super close coming to this finish line. It could even be overlapped by the time it's all said and done. So we're just coming in. Come on, David, take us home.
Well, we've got about 4 or 5 strokes left, and I do think Edinburgh are just going to hold on. Very different styles, as you say. Edinburgh looking to get long and rangy on the front, and Cambridge looking at really generating that whippiness past the pin. So 2 different ways of doing it, but 2 very effective ways of doing it, with the Nottingham crew coming in just half a length down on Cambridge, provisionally to take third. So some really good racing there, a really interesting second half of the race, and thanks very much for that race, ladies. Meanwhile, for the minor placings, we've got Birmingham coming in to cross the line in 4th position now. With Harper Adams coming in looking to take the 5th position. And then over on the far side, University of Strathclyde in those very distinctive polka dots, looking to cross the line in 6th. So we'll obviously wait for the white flag from the umpire that will confirm that. But it looks like a win for Edinburgh, with Cambridge in 2nd and Nottingham in 3rd.
Yeah, so on to this actual A final medal race. Reading were way out in front in the time trial, 14 seconds over Birmingham, and I think they have the lead here as well. But it's Reading, Birmingham 1-2 at the moment. The rest of the crews in this final, so it's Newcastle 2 Reading, Birmingham, Durham and Queens in this champ lightweight double. What were the times through and what are the gaps through that 1K then?
Yeah, well, again, I think following the form book from the time trial, it was Reading crossing the line comfortably, 4 seconds in front of Birmingham, who were in 2nd place. But the placings between 2nd and 3rd, again, very close between Birmingham in 2nd and Durham in 3rd. Only half a second there, well, just less than half a second, in fact, through the halfway point. So Flaxman and Smythe for Birmingham and Perry and Seeley for Durham, they're going to be going into this middle 1,000 with quite the opportunity to get stuck into each other here. They're approaching the 500-metre point now. It's hard to tell from the camera angle, or the angle from the tower, but it looks like this is a proper bow ball to bow ball battle.
Yeah, it looks to be like Reading have maybe length and a half, 2 lengths, but it's quite a way down. We're just watching as the screen kind of pans across a little bit. Reading have extended their lead to about 7 seconds over Birmingham, who now have about 6 seconds on Durham. So it's starting to split out a little bit in that third 500. Flax and Didi, who are in 2nd place. Now, Didi won Women's Henley last year in the lightweight double, so but with a different partner. So they're really going for this, but that Reading double is absolutely motoring out in front there. 5:48 through to 1500, 500 to go. 10-second lead. It wasn't that big at the halfway mark, but really extended out in that third 500, and that's really a critical 500, isn't it? The ones who can sustain the speed through there are often the ones that set themselves up best for the final 500.
Yeah, I think traditionally that third 500 often decisive. I mean, obviously the final 500 is where the medals are really won, but it's that third 500 where people can really assert some form of dominance over a race. And just looking at that Edinburgh double way out in front there, they've done that by just focusing on doing the basics really, really well. Row long, row strong, push against the foot plate and keep the blade work clean. And you could just see how they're moving their body mass up and down the slide nicely. Boat is running nice and flat. So I think it's a really great display in this A final of Championship lightweight doubles.
Yeah, and they're nice and patient around the front end. They let the blades go in before they press the legs down. That's a real key thing you want at that high level. You want the efficiency, especially in lightweight racing. Like, the efficiency is so important because like you're probably not going to have athletes that are way more powerful than everyone else because they're all similar sort of size and mass. But this Reading double have really done well on the same page as each other, and they're massively open water lead. And even though they haven't took the rate up, there's such a nice flow off that boat. You can see them crossing the line there. Birmingham taking their sprint to the line, but they've got plenty of clear water. And then what's going on in third then? Super close here.
Yeah, so having focused on Reading, Durham have suddenly turned the screw over in lane, I think that's lane number 3, and crossed the line, only putting Reading under a bit of pressure there. But it was Reading who held on. No, sorry, Reading overtook Durham there to take that. So while we were talking about the first position, we've had a bit of a turnaround for positions 3 and 4. So it was Durham, Seeley and Perry. No, hang on, I'm gonna stop talking and I'm gonna wait for the iPad to update.
I think it was Reading. It looked like Reading get 2 of the places on there. We got Lucia Paletti and Connie Oliver. Sorry, the name came off the screen there, but those are the 2 that won the gold. They look fantastic in the boat, especially down that last part of the race. Just really strode out nicely through that part. It would be silver for Birmingham, and then another medal for Reading, the bronze medal. So we move from that to, so basically races now, for anyone watching at home, are going to alternate typically between B finals and A finals. I believe everything's going to have a B final and A final. Sometimes you find in the champ events there aren't actually enough entries to do a B final, but it looks like we've got A's and B's all the way down now, so that's what we're looking forward to. This is the B final of the men's beginner fours, well, open beginner fours technically, featuring, I believe, Cardiff, Warwick, Exeter, Durham, Bath and Nottingham. And just watching them through this shot, that's Durham just running long and strong. So unlike some of these boats we've had recently, these are coxed boats, so the coxes are going to be calling the race strategy. And at the front of the race, Exeter and Durham are separated by just about a second, with Cardiff 2 seconds behind them. So close racing out at the front here in the men's beginner fours.
Yeah, so they're now through 1,000, and I think it's just important to remember that this is a beginner event. So these athletes have all been rowing less than a year, and I think it's just worthwhile recognising that actually they're doing a blooming good job in focusing on those basics and seeking to execute that right. And I think that's the great thing about the beginner events here, is that you can see some really great close racing. It's often some of the best racing of the whole regatta in the beginner events, not just in the champ events, but just by seeing athletes having not been in the sport that long, just wringing out every little bit they can from those basics. Darbs, I know you're coaching a lot of beginners at the moment at Birmingham. What's the recipe for success for a great beginner crew?
For me, this is going to sound a little bit cheesy, but I think just them enjoying it is the key to start with, because if they're not going to enjoy it, they're not going to turn up. Just seeing Florence Dallas and Imi Clements on the screen, who won the bronze medal in the champ double. And then who is this? Is this Reading again? So that'll be the gold medal crew. But yeah, I think enjoying it for one, and then obviously just early on trying to get the fundamentals as best you can. You know, get the legs working first. I think probably for me, I don't have them working on the water that hard in the boat to start with. Just want them to try and get movement patterns in place, but would like them working hard at, say, like circuit training, and once they've got the erg technique on there. But I think, you know, if it's an enjoyable environment, and a lot of these, to be fair, just become great friends. I think that's a massive thing, not just with beginners, but why would you turn up when it's 3 degrees and miserable unless you're doing something with your mates that's worth doing? So I think just kind of that community spirit, having you know, having some fun at training whilst also working hard, and then I think also just having similar goals. You know, we have it's not like an elite program, but you know, we have a focus on, we want to go to places and perform when we go there. But you know, when we're at home, we want to train hard. And you know, a lot of my girls and the lads came on training camp to Tilburg, which was great fun. There's Jamie just on shot there, with Flax in the bow seat, and then Dee Dee, who is graduating this summer, so she'll be moving on to continue her rowing career elsewhere, but just adding to her tally of successes at Birmingham there.
Yeah, the points you're making there about having fun together and making friends, we see that on that medal podium there, right? Lots of smiles, and I'm sure this is one of the great things about rowing. They will meet up in years to come, I'm sure, maybe at alumni events, maybe at Henley in the future, and they'll talk about this moment of, do you remember the time when? And meanwhile, as the presentation continues, in the background of your shot now, you can start to see the beginner fours making their way towards the finish line in the B final of open beginner fours.
Yeah, and you mentioned before what a good job some of these beginners are doing of rowing, and this is the B final, and they look good here. This Durham boat, they're moving to the finish, springing off the legs together. Looks like they're placing and driving as one, and that's the real key, really. You know, even if you do something wrong, if everyone does it wrong at the same time, if it's not too detrimental, it usually still works. So that'll be Durham really celebrating that. I love that from the stroke man, just absolutely smashing the lake. That's what you want. The way it worked, they went through the semi-final. They would have missed out on being able to fight for the medals, but they would have known they would have been one of the quickest ones coming into here. So to go and do that was fantastic work there from the Durham crew that's still on your shot. But some good racing. So Durham crossed through in first. I think it was Bath second, it looks like. Then Cardiff, Warwick, Exeter, and then Nottingham just crossing. Did Nottingham crossed? Oh, I don't know. Can't obviously see him.
I think Nottingham were a DNS. So that means Exeter crossed the line in 5th and final position in that B final. And it's interesting to see the Exeter programme. Obviously, we're watching the beginners side of things now, and in a few races' time we'll see Championship 8s, where you'll see another Exeter 8. However, looking up the course and on your cameras now, approaching halfway already, hot on the heels of the B final, is the A final of the beginner, open beginner coxed fours. And after 500 metres, it was Surrey who had a round about 2 seconds lead over East Anglia, who in turn had a very slender 0.3 of a second advantage over Queens. So again, the first three not separated. It's not separated by a whole lot after 500 metres, and it looks like the whole field is probably an overlap with each other as they cross the 1,000-metre point as well.
Yeah, Surrey should be the kind of the top crew in here. They had 6-second lead in the time trial, but then very close between 2nd and 6th in the time trial. But yeah, Surrey going to be looking to walk away. They've got 2 seconds. It's not a huge amount. They want to keep walking away through this next 500. So we've got Surrey, Queen's, Sheffield, UEA, Swansea, and there's just the Imperial crew on this side as well, just pushing on. So the other good thing I think about beginner rowing is that you can't always predict who are going to be the names in this final. So, you know, if you ask who's going to be in a sculling senior final, you know you're going to have some Reading, likely some Queens in there. But beginner racing, just way more open in terms of who gets, like in this case, who gets 4 big lads in and teaches them to row properly. Like that's what this game is about.
Yeah, and sometimes you can start to see some breakout programs really form around a beginner 4 or a beginner 8, and then that group comes through in over the course of a few years. And for me at the moment, one of the things I'm enjoying, I live up in Yorkshire, I'm enjoying seeing what 100 metres, they're up into third at 1,000 metres, and that's a programme right, up at Dam Flask Reservoir. They don't have regular coaching. They have one launch between all the clubs in Sheffield. They share so much equipment with all the other clubs in Sheffield, but what they have is a real drive and desire as a club to do well. And last year we saw pretty strong 8 from them in the intermediate 8s, went through to qualify for Henley Royal, and it's lovely to see the fact that they've also got a beginner 4 this year. So maybe starting to see the first signs of a fledgling programme making a mark in the north.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Sheffield. I like a couple of their lads who were on like PDA camps. One of them was just recently moved to Birmingham. It was strange to see him at the reservoir. I was like, Harry, what are you doing? He was, I'm doing paramedic stuff. So great to see him. So yeah, love what Sheffield are doing there. As you say, they qualified in the Temple. I think they were maybe the last one in potentially on the unofficial timing. But yeah, great from them. And then these beginners can help reload that senior program. And for some unis, that's so essential, having that through flow. Now, talking of programs that have great beginners that can move up into seniors, is Surrey. Surrey have been doing this for a while. I think this is one of their landmarks. They really want to win this every single time. Same with the head. And this Surrey crew are doing such a great job there. You can see them just kind of right of shot. You've got the Queen's crew on the far side. I think at their head, Queen's won a beginner medal in 5 of the 6 categories that they had running up there. And it looks like they're going to pick up another one here. But I would love for Sheffield to just hold on to that third. And it looks like they're just about there, but they've been put under pressure by the crew in lane number 2.
Yeah, that's University of East Anglia coming through on the side nearest to us in the tower on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. But the camera at the moment is focused in on the Surrey crew, as you said, rowing well. I think one of the things that makes them stand out in terms of coxed 4 rowing is the fact they're rowing long, but they're getting on it at the front end. They're not waiting around to just put the legs down. In a coxed 4, you've got to make the most of the time with blades in the water. So there they are, hands in the air, means a lot to them. Well done, gentlemen. With Queens coming through provisionally in second place, and it looks like Sheffield are going to hold on.
Yeah, Sheffield do. I've got nothing against UEA. I like UEA. We've had some great races with them. They unfortunately will just get rowed out into the kind of the heartbreak position of 4th. But yeah, fantastic racing from them. Swansea over on that far side, crossing 5th, and just Imperial coming through now. So, fair play to Imperial. They've always had a pretty strong senior squad, but they also put a good amount of effort into their beginners as well. So 6th in that final, and it's difficult getting up into that A final of beginner, really difficult. So sorry, there you can see on your screen Archie, Cameron, Ed, Seb and Olivia. Great work from them. They will turn over to the pontoon to pick up their medal. So that was great stuff from Surrey, who had a clear water finish, 7 seconds in it. So some great stuff from them. And Queens will also pick up a medal as well. So turning back up to the top end of the course, I absolutely do not apologise at all for any bias I have, but this is the women's beginner B final for the quads.
Yeah, if you want to step out and run downstairs for a moment and get hoarse by cheering on your crews, I think we'd all understand. However, we'd love you to stay up here and take us through this race. And we're going to have the chance to see the start get off the block. So on the screen at the moment, you can see them attached to their stake boats. All those stake boats manned by volunteers as well. So thank you very much for giving your time. Beginner quads, again, athletes who have been in the sport less than a year. Often an opportunity to make a big difference is how you get the boat moving off the start. So one of the things I'm going to be looking at here is how well they get a grip of the water. So look for a lack of splashing and nice dark puddles off the start, and that's probably the sign of a crew that's got an understanding of how to get a hold of the water and how to move the boat through it.
Yeah, and just off shot to the right would be my C quad, who absolutely were electric in the first 500 of the semi-final. Be honest, I didn't think they'd hit the top 12. They finished in 11th, and they were, as I say, they were grease lightning off the top there. So Alex, Anouk, Abby and Hannah will be looking to do the same here. They did run out of steam a bit later on, but they had an electric start. But I think sometimes having a nice start just sets you up well, especially in beginners, and there can be a bit of a panic. if you have not the best start, but everyone's away clean. And then the other thing with this is the steering. You know, this just that extra level of skill brought to it. Like when they first brought this event in, about 10 years ago-ish, I think, maybe 9 years ago, there was a question of, do they want coxed quads? And a bunch of us were like, no. Let's just go coxless, because, you know, that's the transition, isn't it, up through to your seniors, because seniors aren't going to do coxed quads. So we've kind of, we got the coxless in, and I think that's just good for the development of those athletes.
Yeah, and I think it's a big thing about crewboat sculling, right? Quad moves in a real particular way, and if you've got a cox at the front of it, that movement pattern has changed completely. The loading pattern of how you learn to row the boat has changed completely. So keeping it coxless early on, I think is super important. Meanwhile, however, Surrey A of Archie Jones, Cameron Lister, Edward Harris, Seb Alba, and I'm afraid the cox's name disappeared before I could read it out. Well done to you, gentlemen, for that win, and for developing as much as you have as individual athletes, as a crew, as a club, over your tenure as a rower, and let's look forward to seeing more to come from that group. I'm going to stop talking at this point because it's Sheffield and I've got my Yorkshire bias, so Darbs, I'll let you introduce these guys.
Yeah, great work from Sheffield there. They picked up the bronze. Don't have the names on my screen right now, but there they come. Alex Torns, Joseph Quinnen, Josh Murray, Lachlan Middleton, and Verity Bowery. Good work from them. Like we said, not necessarily the most resource club on the scene, but have done great things. And if you've got a group of athletes that just want to do well, that's the start point. You know, the best clubs aren't just dragged ahead by coaching. Great coaching can help make these athletes go faster, but the athletes have to want it in the first place.
Yeah, we use this term student-led programs quite regularly, and I think that's the most important thing, right? Because if the students aren't and the athletes aren't leading themselves, it doesn't matter what coach you've got in there. You could have Jürgen Grobler, you could have anybody, but if the athletes aren't prepared to knuckle down, do the miles, do the work, they won't bathe in moments like this, like Sheffield have just enjoyed. So up the course, we're now panning up to this B final of women's beginner quads, which features two Loughborough crews. Loughborough's had a bit of an interesting start to the year with on the beginner side of things. Yesterday, some really great results in open beginner singles and women's beginner singles. But interestingly, Chloe Bernard, who won women's beginner singles, isn't in either of these A boats. We've got two Loughborough quads, but not one in the A final. So I wonder what's behind that decision, and have they perhaps cost themselves a medal without that horsepower and prowess?
Potentially, but sometimes it's about, has your crew rowed together. But was that Chloe who won yesterday? Because she was absolutely streets out in front. That was a phenomenal performance. But I think Chloe does quite a lot of work with the PDA group here, and sometimes they don't always work with the rest of the quad. So I'm not 100% sure, and I'm not saying that is the case, but sometimes that can be the case. That like we have Katie Mole, she rows with us some of the time, but to say that she was a full-time in the squad that would be a fallacy. But she does train with us, she does race in our crew boats, but obviously sometimes she's off trying to get into the British squad and stuff. So sometimes you have just slightly different parallel pathways, but it's great that you can row under that umbrella here. So very well done to Queens, who are just on the screen right now. Cox has obviously done that before, just a nice move out to get in the photo there. So on to this is the B final. So Trent are looking like they're streaked out in front there, just getting the times coming through, and then Loughborough, one of the Loughborough crews, then Leeds. Leeds just got raced out in the semi-final, so they're going to want to just kind of get up onto the front of this race. They're going to have to find 8 seconds, then Loughborough, Birmingham, and Uwe. So the two outside lanes kind of having to race each other from across the lake. But Nottingham Trent just moving nicely, and sometimes it's just about that clarity of thought through the middle of this race. Just, are you on your rhythm? Have you kind of synced up? And how much? What was your views on quads? How do you make quads go fast, David? What's your view on that?
I think the thing with a quad is it's all about the front end and how you engage the boat. I think one of the things which you tend to see a lot of is people trying to row a quad like you do a single, and it's just, you know, the movement is entirely different, the boat speed's entirely different, the difference between peak boat speed and the trough of boat speed in the stroke cycle is totally different. So you've got to think about how you engage the front end entirely different. A single, you can back end load it a little bit more. In a quad, you've just got to get in and on, focus on the foot plate, and the handles will come towards you at some point. But personally, I love rowing in a fast quad. Well, not that I've done that in quite a while, but yeah, they're a glorious boat to get up to speed and stay on top of, because they also maintain their momentum. But these guys in this event, they're going to be focusing on those basics of just rowing long and strong and getting in and on at the front end. You mentioned Leeds and them missing out in the semi-final. It will be interesting to see what happens in this third 500. I know Leeds often have a number of very good beginner crews coming through. They too have a close association with the PDA. I'm not sure if any of the athletes in this beginner quad, if they are PDA athletes, but hopefully they'll have benefited from some of that symbiotic relationship we've got with that PDA group there, and maybe we'll see them push in for that silver medal, or sorry, the second place in this B final.
Yeah, and absolutely what you said there about the Leeds third 500. My B quad had a full length on them, and within about 100 metres, it was like Leeds were in front. It was the most massive move. We held our nerve and got back in front, but that Leeds move in the third 500 was phenomenal. So if they put another one of them in, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other crews here. But Trent, if we just watch them here, pretty tidy, you know, blades. You can tell when it's beginner versus senior. It's not quite exactly on the same plane, but pretty similar. They're finding the front end maybe not quite as sharp as some of the senior crews, but the key is, I'd say, the blades are still going in together, and that means you can get on. I agree with you. It's about that front end. I said to one of our senior quads, I was like, it looks like you're trying to row this quad like an 8, and it doesn't work. Like, if you aren't quick on it, that stroke's passed you by, and you haven't really done much. So it's all about getting that snap down. Like, got to get connected, but absolutely, once you're connected, the legs have to just absolutely fire. So we got Leeds sort of middle right of shot. Got Tidge the Fridge at the top, and we have got a little bit of steering going on, so we're just watching it. There's a lot of convergence, which isn't really what the umpire wants. The umpire's coming right up behind. You can see them in there. Is that Loughborough moving towards Leeds? I think they've moved away now, but that's going to cost them a little bit of speed. It's probably opening the door to the Trent crew that isn't in your shot right now, but if we see just to the right as we look out the window, that Trent crew sneaking up in lane number 2. So some steering having to go. I think sometimes when they just sprint for the line, they just lose a little bit of that foot position. But yeah, some exciting stuff there, David.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a really interesting final 500 pan out here. The Leeds crew, who clearly put a lot of work in the first half, I think fair to say, looks like physically they might have put a little bit too much on the track early on, because it's the two Loughborough crews that are turning the screw now and look like they might be overtaking the Leeds crew. Over in lane 5, the Loughborough crew has had some steering problems, but the crew closest to us in lane 2, I think, are keeping it cleaner. But it's the Trent crew, home water advantage, crossing the line to take first place in the B final, and this is going to be a bit of a blanket finish for the second place.
Yeah, that was really close across that line. That was one of the closest finishes I've seen of the weekend so far. Really close race in there. Not a medal race, so no one's going to miss out on picking up a medal, but that was really good racing through to the finish line. We got Yui just crossing as well. That's your winners on your screen there. You can see Yui just crossing, and I think they wouldn't forgive me if I hadn't mentioned how proud I was of the Tidge, the Fridge crew, who are just crossing now, though. But yeah, phenomenal work from the C quad. Right, and then we move back up. So do you want to give us the roll call for the this women's beginner quad race here, David?
Yeah, so here we have in the A final, lane 1 is Strathclyde University, lane 2 Birmingham, lane 3 Edinburgh, lane 4 Queen's, lane 5 Reading, and lane 6 Birmingham again. Right, so you've got a couple of crews in this. What are you thinking going into this event? Any top tips?
Thinking that Edinburgh and Queens are very, very fast, and it's supposed to be a dogfight for the next place. But it looks like Reading have absolutely blasted out in the front, and then it's quite a massive 16 seconds at the halfway, so I'm not really sure what's happened there, but we're not going to doubt it. It does looking up the course, it does look like there's quite a big difference, but I don't know if Reading were just keeping their powder dry through the kind of time trial and through the semi-final, but they're definitely up there as well. So what's our gap? So 2.5 seconds, then 5 seconds. They were the 3 quickest through the time trial. So this kind of going to form, but quite a big difference between Reading and Birmingham, who have been like 3 seconds apart in the other pieces today. So quite a big difference here. But you know, I'm so proud of the girls having 8 of the athletes in this final. It's phenomenal work from our program. But yeah, Edinburgh looking super quick throughout the weekend. I think Queens came down the time trial. They took off at 36, which is crazy, but I think they sustained it. But those were the 2 gold and silver medalists at the head as well, so they're looking to go and just back that up. And then Reading looking to pick up the bronze. We picked up the bronze at the head, but Reading weren't there, so Reading looking to jump in and pick up that kind of next medal down.
Yeah, Reading's program really is something to behold. Certainly from the experienced and the sort of intermediate and championship side of sculling things as well. But it's good to see that they can still bring a great beginners crew together as well. You mentioned the importance of having an enjoyable program, and I think the coaches at Reading have really nailed that. They've got an absolutely brilliant ethos, happy scullers all round. Edinburgh are probably going to be pretty happy as well with their lead at 1,500 metres, so with 500 to go. They've got 4 seconds over Queens, who in turn have 8 seconds over Reading. So going to the form book so far, and as I look up this course, as I look at the pictures, I can't quite believe that Edinburgh crew is a beginner quad.
Yeah, year after year, Edinburgh's sculling at the beginner level has been fantastic. You know, I think the 2021 final was the one where the single had all 6 of the finalists were Edinburgh. They don't really do that now, but the quad, you know, they've been reasonably untouchable. They just, you know, they have their name on it, and you know, it's our job to go and have a better crack at them. But you know, like you say, like these are really good. Like these would be able to hold their own in the intermediate quads. You know, there's still room for improvement, absolutely, but they've moved their quad really well. But Queens have not let them go. Like, Queens have not let them go at all. And the Queens sprint, we know that's a thing, and it's coming into play now. So looking at this, they just get into the last 100 metres now. Edinburgh enter it first, and that's when they've entered it. And now Queens are going into it about now. So it would be quite a big jump to try and make that up. But those are the 2 crews going for the gold and silver right now.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think as well, I think it's fair to say the finish order is probably nailed on. So we can enjoy these final 100 metres or so and just admire the sculling. I think you and I were talking about the importance of getting a hold of the boat at the front end in a quad. And I think the first place Edinburgh, Queens in second and Reading in third are showing that really well. You know, we're not seeing lots and lots of white water being thrown up. The blades are going in, they're filling the spoon with water, and they're pushing through. And we can see the joy on the faces of Edinburgh as they cross the line in first place. Queen's stroke girl there has her head in her hands. I really don't think she's got much to feel down about there, if that's how she's feeling. That crew gave a really good account of themselves all the way through the event so far and sculled well throughout. So well done to those first 3 places.
Yeah, and just watching Strathclyde and Birmingham, they were 3rd and 4th at the head, having an absolute rumble here. So Renee, Bridget, Amelia and Maya will just hold off that Strathclyde crew. Just absolutely proud of my girls. I know that they would have wanted another medal, but they've given so much throughout this whole year and in this race, so they've done phenomenally well there. So just fantastic to them, and just on that far side as well. So we got Catherine, Ella, Maisie and Ellie just going to round that out. So having 8 girls in that final, so proud of that. But yeah, hopefully, you know, they hear this and they say just their efforts have been phenomenal this year. Absolutely fantastic this year. So we move from that to the Open Champ Lightweight Single B final. Queens, UWE, Cambridge, Queens and Bristol. So that Queens sculling depth on display here in the B final.
Yeah, and through that halfway point, it was Cambridge, sculler Vinit Borgen, and again, I'm convinced someone's going to tell me how badly pronounced I have that name. I did German at school, folks. Sorry, not French. With a healthy 2.5 second lead over Johnson of UE, who in turn has a couple of seconds over Queen's Wells. And then Queen's Martin hot on the heels of Wells. So I think fairly close with just 8 seconds between the top 4 scullers at halfway. And they're through the 1500 metres now. No, they're not. Sorry, the timings have just popped off the screen, but they're on their way towards that point. That's for sure.
Yeah, I remember about 9 years ago, one of our lightweight guys was like, okay, there's kind of this unwritten rule sometimes that we just kind of paddle along, make it look like a race, and then we'll all kind of go in the last 750. But then he was like, someone went early this year and we all had to go as well. So maybe there was that kind of unwritten rule of, you know what, we'll just chill a bit and then we'll have a proper rumble in the second K. But it looks like here, like the rumble has been pretty well executed by the athlete in number 3, who's just striding out. I think has got enough of a lead where he won't have to wind it up, but this is some long, smooth sculling here in this lightweight single.
Yeah, very much long and smooth, and I think it's a good example of what we were talking about, the difference between how you get a hold of the front end and a single and the quad, like we were talking about in the previous race. This sculler getting in and on at the front end, but look at that heavier loading past the pin at the back end. So yes, it's the same discipline in that you got 2 oars, however, it's very different in the terms of how you want to load the boat and bring it through. But well done to, we're going to call him Victor because his surname is slightly harder for me to pronounce than his surname. Victor from Cambridge, very well done to cross the line in first place in the B final. I'd say it's about 3 lengths of open water over UE Johnson.
Yeah, I'm going to have a go at it. So I think that's Victor Viano Borgan. Good work from him.
Maybe?
Maybe Borgin. Fast though, that was fast. That's what it was.
He did well there.
And on your screen there, talking of fast, this Edinburgh quad, Esther, Isla, Kate, and Ninka. I wonder if there's a
she's
point
got a
where
canoeing sweater on. She's clearly a bit of a water
junkie.
A water junkie. Yeah, absolutely.
I just wonder if there's a point where obviously Edinburgh do win that quad often. But I wonder if that puts pressure on the next year. You know, it's like, you know, the run, we have to continue the runs. That's probably why they're so elated when they cross that finish line, is like, okay, we did continue it. And I know Queens are just going to want to break that. It's like that time when, you know, when a Brooks not going to win the 8. That's the thing, isn't it? Like, it goes and it
Have
goes,
you just cursed? Have you just done the
goes.
commentator's curse?
Do you know what? I posted out on Uni Rowing, like, you know, RIP Brooks winning record in the Temple when they lost to Washington that time. Like, I forget how many years in a row it was, but it was like, you know, from here to here, hadn't been beaten. So I'm sure Ali Brown does not want that to stop. You know, he will want that champ 8 first place again.
Absolutely. As well, we've got that coming up in this block of racing, so we're going to have the pleasure of commentating on that, and I'm looking forward to it because I'm looking forward to see what Durham can do. Honestly, I know they were a bit off them in the time trial, but you know, side by side, who knows what's going to happen. And as we look up the course, whilst Queens A are getting their medals, keep an eye open for when the A final of Open Lightweight Championship singles reaches your screens, because it's hotting up to be a good one. Ollie Plank of Edinburgh was the fastest in the time trial, but I don't think he's getting it all his way in the final. But there's Queens bathing in their moment, having come in second place in the beginner quads. Yeah, so I made reference to that A final of the Open Championship lightweight singles, and Ollie Plank of Edinburgh, who was the fastest in the time trial, not getting all his way, some 5 seconds back on Snoxall of Reading in the final 500 metres. And actually, I think UE Cook is probably turning the screw and maybe putting Plank under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think forgive me if I'm wrong. I think Felix Cook has been knocking around for a little while, but yeah, it's trying to hunt down the Edinburgh sculler there. But yeah, big move. So what happened there? What got Ollie Snoxall out in front? So he was actually in front the whole way through, but just kind of walked out. 3-second lead, 4-second lead, 6-second lead. Yeah, that third 500 just strolled out. And what can you say about Reading sculling, except that it's just fantastic right now.
Yeah, it's great to see just that level of depth. And as we see a Reading sculler coming down the course looking on for the win, we're also seeing on the screens now Reading collecting some more medals for another sculling event. So yeah, the coaches there really delivering some great stuff. But you can see it in the background as one Edinburgh crew's collecting medals. It looks like there's another Edinburgh sculler nailed on to take the win. But yeah, perhaps he just wanted that extra race under his belt, Darbs. You know, he entered. He didn't just want to blast through from the time trial. I think Plank from Edinburgh is likely to hold on for second place. But I know Ollie was thinking mainly to take a year out of sculling and a year out of the sport, just to focus on developing some fitness. So maybe a little bit lacking race practice, but still taking the silver medal, not a bad result.
Yeah, and on your screen there, Ollie Snoxall, who was out in front, fantastic work to pick up that gold medal. Definitely worked for it. You could see him just kind of like half bent over the handles there, but yeah, definitely didn't take his foot off the gas down the back end, kept that pressure on. And it was indeed just the Edinburgh athlete who held off the fast charging UE athlete, just charging down the end there was Felix Cook. Couldn't quite get his Cobra out in front of the fluid, but yeah, some great sculling down there. And as we turn our attention back up the course, so I think for the first time in a little while we don't have a full complement. It's supposed to just be 3 crews in here in the B final of the Open Inter Lightweight pair. De Montfort, Nottingham and Harper Adams is who we're expecting in here. So just a 3-way race across the 3 middle lanes in this B final. But yeah, do we have all 3? Harper Adams, Nottingham have gone through. It looks like the umpire launch. So potentially maybe just 2 of the crews coming down the track.
Yeah, I can only see 2 sets of blades flashing, but Darbs, do you think there's a 3rd set?
Yeah, I think in lane 2, they're much further behind, I believe, but it looks like in lane 2 we do have a 3rd boat, so
okay, good.
Yeah. But the main race is happening up the front, and actually it's a pretty good race, given that it's kind of like they're just getting their Henley on early, you know, the one-on-one. That's what you want sometimes, you know. We kind of go through this. We're in the multi-lane phase of regatta season, aren't we? You know, the kind of your Mets, your Marlows, even your Peterboroughs, your BUCS, your Wallingfords if you're down there, you know. But
your Strathclydes,
your Strathclydes, absolutely. Can't miss that one. I've had BUCS was up there once, you know that, in about 06.
Castle Semple was Lochwinnock.
That's what we need. We need more multi-lane. I'll tell you what, Birmingham Regatta, that was 3-lane, so that was multi-lane. Yeah, over about 650. Great race.
Ollie Plank collecting his medal there. Let's assume he didn't do the race feet out. He's obviously got his feet out at the moment, but yeah, I'm sure he had his feet in for the main one there. And UE sculler.
It's Felix Cook.
Felix Cook.
Yeah. I did teach the beginners about 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit longer. I said, you know what the best bit of a session is? It's when you take your feet out and you put them in the water afterwards. It was a bit cold in the reservoir, but that's just like the most.
This wasn't in January, I'm guessing, this lesson.
No, this was, I feel like maybe it was March or April. Time just flies. Long days, short years. That's how it is. But yeah, after you've done like a 5k down, now you can't do that in the reservoir, but like, you know, after you've done a 5k down, you just feet out, boom.
Does that reservoir feed the drinking water of Birmingham?
It's for the canals mostly.
Okay.
And
well, I think the residents of Birmingham will be pleased to know that the athletes' feet aren't in their drinking water.
It's probably not the worst thing in the reservoir, to be honest. But yeah, it went down surprisingly quick over the last month, but I think they had to refill a canal, I assume. So yeah, fewer meters by the day. the lazy man's happy with that, you know. It's just like,
I tell you, man, who's not
turn
lazy,
early.
Ollie Snoxall. He did not slouch around in that final. He attacked it off the blocks, turned around the results of the time trial where Plank was the fastest sculler, and he got the bit between his teeth from early on. So well done, Ollie. And as we cast our eye up the lake, it's very much a two-horse race here in the B final of open intermediate lightweight pairs. And the two horses are Harper Adams in lane 4 and Nottingham in lane 3. De Montfort some way back at the moment, so barring any big mishaps in the final 250, it's between Harper Adams and Nottingham.
Big up to Nottingham, though. They were 4 seconds down at the half, and here they go. Home Water charging through. Like, I'm calling it now. Nottingham going to win this. I'm calling it now. I might be wrong, but I'm calling it now. What do you reckon?
Well, just for the viewers' pleasure, I'm going to call Harper Adams, because I like to back an underdog, and it would be very boring if I just went along with you. But I suspect you might be right. Just don't tell anyone I said that.
No, but Nottingham better mind this boy line. Oh, they gave a little clip there.
Yeah, I think Harper Adams, I think must have had a really strong first half because heads are down, and some of that neatness we saw in the first half just starting to go. You can see the bowman there really hanging on, having put every bit of energy on the line earlier on in the race, and it was perhaps the more paced, maybe more disciplined, shall we say, approach to the race profile from Nottingham, which sees them cross the line in first.
I think you just get that kind of subconscious, like, we know where we are on this lake, and it's just like, okay, every time we get here, we're just going to take it up. We get here, we take it up, we take it up, we take it up, and off we go. So I think that's what they did. Paced it well, timed it well. I like sort of this idea of touching distance. As long as you keep touching distance and connection to the next boat, then you've always got the opportunity to go get them. But, you know, it's like once you break that elastic, then it's just too far.
Yeah, I think super important in a pair or any boat that's not got a cox in it to give you that race awareness and that feedback. You know, I think it's psychologically important to maintaining contact, but also from a race strategy perspective, it's super important to stay in contact so you can respond to stuff there. And crossing the line just a couple of seconds ago is the De Montfort University pair of Roberts and Caray. What have we got on coming down the course next will be the A final of open intermediate lightweight pairs.
Yeah, we've got some medals to be handed out relatively soonish. But yeah, I think we're in for some more excellent racing. So this is a full complement of 6, is what's expected. Queens, Lancaster, Cambridge, Durham, and Bath is who we're expecting. And we see they're decently off the line because the next race is just kind of rowing over to lanes to get attached. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the time trial results from earlier on and see who the cream of the crop was, because I believe if this is just into lightweights, it would have gone straight to finals, I think, from the time trial, but I'll just have a double check here. Looks like...
Yeah, while you do that, just on the screen we can see those crews having blasted off the blocks. One of the things that's always good to see in the pairs is that the blade works nice and clean, because it keeps you out of trouble, as we saw in some of the earlier races. A little bit of a shipwreck on one side, a clip of a buoy or a wave, it can very quickly check the momentum of the hull, but all of these crews seem to be off clean and rowing clean as they approach the first 500 metres gone.
Yeah, and Cambridge are the crew to beat based on the time trial. 5:32, 13 seconds ahead of Durham, who was second in the time trial.
And I think that's being borne out in the results we've seen at after 500 metres, with the Cambridge pair around about 4 seconds in front of the Durham pair. Cambridge have the benefit, I think, of in lightweight terms, certainly, of having a lightweight boat race, a lightweight programme to aim for. That's something which we don't see in other domestic racing. I think lightweight events, I think I'm right in saying that in a multi-lane format, BUCS is the only one that still offers lightweight. So it's good to see Cambridge having that, maintaining that lightweight boat race programme, and perhaps that's going to be a bit of a differentiator for them.
Yeah, and I think that they should just keep running lightweight as long as they can keep fitting it into the schedule. They already did certain things with it, like D-champed certain events just to kind of redistribute the points a little bit, and I think that was fine, but I don't think they should really get rid of any. I know they've got rid of the lightweight 8, but I think having these pairs, quads, fours, singles, and doubles is definitely a thing to keep in. But yeah, Cambridge just moving nicely. Like you say, like they have a specific lightweight squad. You know, we don't run a lightweight squad as it is, but often your lightweights kind of do road together. It's just when you're preparing for races. But you know, the categories here, and like we saw in the last bit of lightweight racing, we had, you know, Uwe featured. You obviously got Reading. BUCS had an athlete in there, Bristol. So sometimes you've got athletes who just naturally sit in that kind of lightweight bracket, and they're good athletes, and this is a good mechanism for them to be able to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. And through halfway, Cambridge again reinforcing the playbook, the form book rather, from the time trial, and they're now 6 seconds up on Durham, who are in turn just over 4 seconds, so just under 4 seconds up on Lancaster. Probably interesting to see the Lancaster pair up there ahead of the likes of Queen's, a second Durham crew in Bath. You'd normally expect to see names like Queen's and Durham a little bit ahead of the likes of Lancaster. So good to see a challenger program mixing it up in third place, and be interested to see in this third 500 with that foot in the door. Are they going to look to turn the screw on Durham ahead of them, and will they be able to hold off a Queen's crew that are no doubt going to be looking to charge onto them for the bronze medal?
Yeah, so Lancaster were third in the time trial, 6 seconds behind Durham, but 9 seconds ahead of the other Durham crew, so sort of sandwiched in there. So yeah, they're doing really well there, and like you say, it's not one of the heavyweight names of rowing, but Lancaster every so often do turn out some like good 8s, fast boats. In this case, got a good-looking lightweight pair. So yeah, just moving really well. But yeah, it's for me, you know, being uni rowing, I just like so many programs being strong. You know, like, you know, if it's Kent and they turn up, I'm like, that's fantastic. If it's Sussex, if it's, you know, we know that the BUCS are going to be strong. Reading are going to be fantastic. Durham, Newcastle, don't want to not miss out names, but Edinburgh, there's huge programs like UL. But like when we can keep bringing the floor up on these other crews, like that's where it's at. Like such a huge sector, and I love it when it's going well.
Yeah, I think that's what's really transformed, and I'm a bit older than you. Probably over the last couple of decades is why this general standard of under 23 rowing in this country has gone through the roof, is that we've got more programs, not just one or two exceptional ones. We've got more programs that are really getting it in the mix, and that means that everybody's had to push on, everybody's had to find that competitive edge, and you know, the likes of BUCS have had to find new ways of moving on, and they absolutely did. You know, they turned that competitive advantage they had back in the sort of mid 2000s into 15 years of competitive advantage, but the whole program has benefited as a result. So like you, I'm agnostic about who it is. I just like to see a lot of good racing, and we do have some good racing with Cambridge out in front in this this A final of lightweight pairs, and Durham and Lancaster engaged in a bit of a fight for that silver bronze race off. And I think on the far side in lane 2, a Durham crew will be looking to put a charge on to see if they can put further pressure on Lancaster into this final 200 metres. It's Cambridge keeping it very clean and long into this these closing stages though, and barring any mishaps, touch wood, commentator's curse, now they are going to cross the line in first to take the gold medal. Silver is looking less nailed on. Lancaster's steering has seen them struggle with a buoy line. They're just crossing over into lane 1 now, and unfortunately clipping a couple of buoys, and I think that may have cost them a couple of metres. But lane 4 Durham crossing the line in second place, with lane 2 Lancaster coming in with overlap over Durham. So I just wonder, had they not had some of those steering challenges in the last 100 metres or so, would it have been even closer?
Yeah, big up to Lancaster there. I believe that's their first medal of the weekend. It's a great work from them.
Yeah, a little shake of hand there between those two Lancaster athletes. Proud with that result. Clearly exhausted, having really lain it all out there on the lake. Well done, gentlemen.
Yeah, so well done to those athletes. And holding off a charging Durham pair as well. I know 20 years ago, like Durham, their open weight women and their lightweight men were really like near the top of the tree. So well done to Lancaster for that. And then we're now looking at one of my favourite events, and I used to coach our senior women a lot, and pairs, inter pairs, love inter pairs. I just think like just pairs are so elegant when they're going well. It's so elegant. I know they're a bit asymmetric, but there's just the synergy of a good pair is just unrivaled.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what is going to be rivaled is some of the racing in this event. See what I did there? It was pretty good. It's like we rehearsed that one. And we've got a bit of a southwest / Edinburgh thing going on here with the crews from Bath, Bristol, and Exeter, and then 3 Edinburgh pairs as well. And it looks hotly contested, right? So strong rivalry between the southwest, and I'm sure the 3 Edinburgh crews will be looking to catch the eye of their coaches. And really try to demonstrate their credentials for seats as we approach Women's Henley coming thick and fast.
Yeah, and I think the tough thing now that's happened in inter-racing is they got rid of semi-finals. So it's straight from time trial to this. So the Edinburgh crews are going to feel like, oh, like if we had just gone a touch quicker. Because we had talked even before we came in here how close some of the things are. I think we're talking about like women's quads, but even within this, it was 6-12-4, 6-12-6, 6-15, 6-16, 6-17, 6-17. That's the spread. It's 5 seconds across the 6 crews. And then it was 6-12.4, 6-12.2 would have put you in the A final. So it's really close spread up there. So I think women's intermediate racing is just some of the most hotly contested. And that has, you know, it's both ways. Like if you're quick, absolutely, you get up there. But if you just have a slight off day, you're like 3 finals down from where you could be.
Yeah, it's quick, but can be pretty unforgiving as well. But that's racing, right? That's why it's great to come and watch. In casting our eye up the course, well, let's look at the times at halfway. You were talking about the times in the time trial there. First at halfway, Bristol 4:02. Second at halfway, Bath 4:03.8. Edinburgh 4:04. I've got that the wrong way around. Smooth work, David. Well done. Yeah, it was Edinburgh in third place at 4:04.7. Exeter in fifth at 4:09.7, and then Edinburgh again 4:12. So, 10 seconds spanning the first 5 crews at halfway, and we've got 500 metre to go times as well now.
Yeah, we just saw Freddie and Josh from Cambridge picking up their medal there and just coming on shot here. Durham pair in that lightweight pairs event that just finished a couple of minutes ago, and they'll be coming over to pick up their silver medal, and then it'll be Lancaster will be picking up their bronze medal. We'll probably cut to them when it happens, but this race at the moment is coming down to the wire. Like I say, it's B final, so no medals in this, but it features 3 Edinburgh crews, 3 from the southwest, and it looks like lanes 2 and 3 are literally close together right now. They're both pretty near the buoy line. I'd actually say lane 3 are in lane 2 for their blades, not their hull, but they're pretty much riding that buoy line right now, David.
Yep, and umpires warning, I think that's Bristol in lane 3 to move back over to bow side, and they're responding. I don't think we're in risk of a clash though with the Edinburgh crew in lane 2, looking like they're maintaining open water. So going by the times, the Edinburgh crew in lane 2 were down in 4th place after 500, so they've clearly had a stonking middle 1,000, really put the pressure on the crews around them and rode through a number.
Just got to look at this Lancaster bowman just laying out the side of the boat here. Just taking now on a bit of fluid, but yeah, that was commitment. Ted Lord, George Rainbow. Man, yeah, I hope he doesn't throw up on camera here, but...
well, he is taking a rather big glug of water. But yeah, just in the background of that shot, and now on camera, is the intermediate women's pair from Edinburgh of Lucy McLean and Charlotte Glasby, having been in 4th place after 500 metres, rowing through and crossing the line now to take 1st place ahead of strong-looking Bristol crew, Emily Hurst and Emily Burnham, ahead of another Edinburgh boat, and I believe that Edinburgh crew was McCallum and Thompson. It was a good race, that. Look, all 6 crews within, I reckon, about 12 seconds of each other.
Yeah, that's the great thing about how the format groups crews together. The best that those crews could do was 7th through 12th, coming off the time trial. But like we said, it's such a squeeze. And now we just move up to the A final, and we also got champ final after this as well. What was the spread here? A little bit larger, 8 seconds, but still not huge. Cambridge, Nottingham, Glasgow, Oxford, Cambridge, Durham. And to see Glasgow up there, fantastic. They were 3rd through the time trial, literally 0.1 of a second. That is just a click of a button. Human error away from 2nd place. That was Nottingham, but yeah, could this be a slightly different podium to what we expect? Could it be Nottingham and Glasgow on here, or are the Oxbridge crews going to have it their way? So,
well, we'll see how it pans out. I think it's good. It is great to see Glasgow up here. That's a programme which has struggled for funding in recent years. It's also struggling for a boathouse.
I was going to say, they had boathouse issues or something. Was it condemned, or was it? I don't know.
Apparently it's flattened. Did it fall into the river? Oh, it was condemned. So it sounds like a deliberate demolition rather than falling in. But I went to University of Glasgow and it was falling into the river those decades ago. So I'm amazed it lasted as long as it did.
So looking at it through the halfway, Cambridge, holding off Cambridge, and then 3rd, Oxford. So it is the Oxbridge connection at the moment in the top 3, but Nottingham, Durham, Glasgow not out of this. I think as long as you're within about 8 seconds in a pair, you can start revving that engine and get it moving, as long as you do it together and start putting some pressure on the opposition.
Yeah, that's a good thing about small boats. You can generate a big delta in boat speed just by kicking on for a few strokes. So it will be great to see what Glasgow can do in this third 500. I'm just being shown a picture of where Glasgow University's boathouse used to be, and it has indeed completely disappeared, and a children's playground has been put in its place.
Well, as long as there's something there, I suppose, but I guess Glasgow would prefer it to be a boathouse there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know where they are rowing now, but they're clearly rowing somewhere, because in 6th place currently is the University of Glasgow in this A final of women's intermediate pairs, but they're not out of touch.
Yeah, so what do they need to get to 3rd? They need 5 seconds, basically.
But perhaps more importantly, they only need 9 seconds to get to 1st. So, yeah, it is very much a close run thing with 400 metres to go. They're probably running out of lake to challenge for gold, certainly, but not running out of lake to challenge for bronze. And as we look onto the far side of the course, Nottingham, Durham, it's Nottingham and Oxford. I think the Nottingham and Oxford crews might be struggling a bit with steering, and that might be enough of a distraction to give Glasgow another fighting chance.
Yeah, lane 6, I think, is just sneaking, but their angle is a bit off. They're coming towards lane 5. I think Nottingham, like we said, there's that kind of subconscious, we know where we are. I think Nottingham are going to wind it up. And then that crew in lane 4, I think, is Oxford, just falling off the pace. So is it Durham sneaking up from lane 6? Or is it even Cambridge in lane 1? I think Durham in 6 putting that charge on, but Nottingham, that's what you can see on the screen right now. That's lane 6 on the far left through to Cambridge in lane 2 on the lane 3.
Yeah, I mean, into these final 100 metres now, and it does look like the Oxford crew, who were steady away in 3rd place, they've slipped backwards now, and they're now under pressure from Glasgow, probably looking to try and row through them to wrestle that last place in this A final. But at the front end, it is Cambridge looking strong and assured. But as you say, on the far side, Durham have really found a turn of pace.
Yeah, and trying to sneak up here, but they're on the buoy line. It's the other Cambridge crew. So we just cut to our finish line camera. So that's Cambridge. You can see there first. Ooh, what's going to
This is
happen
going
on
to
the
be
far
very
side?
close between Durham and Nottingham. I think Durham edged it over Nottingham. So Durham in 6 by just maybe a foot over Nottingham.
They think they've done it as well. They've obviously splashed the water up. Provisional one has them getting it by about 0.4 of a second. So pretty close on the line. But yeah, great charge from both of those. But yeah, that Cambridge crew was definitely the class act in that field there. Gemma King still going. My gosh. Eloise Etherington. At some point, people got to graduate, right? I don't know. Katie Moll's been around a long time.
Katie Moll, but she's on her 3rd degree now?
Well, this is her last BUCS, but she could do a PhD. So, you know, how many BUCSes? Do you reckon they should give you an award if you do 10 BUCSes?
Probably not. They should probably give you a degree.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I think just going back to that race we just witnessed there, as I saw that Durham crew cross the line, and there must have been a shred of doubt in their minds. But there was a coach that I once had, the late, great Ewan McInnes, and he said, if in doubt, celebrate first. You might put the seed of doubt in the umpire, and he might give it to you that way. So maybe there was an element of that.
Great advice. Great advice.
Collecting medals now. The women's intermediate pair A finalists. We've got King and Etherington of Cambridge. Darbs, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we're joined now by Carol Wallace, who's taken over.
Big shoes to fill there from Darbs, but I'll try my best. It's just coming up for some of these really nice finals. I think David was quite disappointed when I was going to turf him out of his chair, but he's sticking with me for a few more minutes, which is great.
Yeah, I'm going to be handing over shortly, but it's been a great block of racing, and you know, thank you very much indeed to the Nottingham the Nottingham pair there for putting on a stonkingly good race to take the bronze medal in intermediate pairs, and for a super speedy last 750 from this Durham pair of Hadfield and Vondrak.
Yeah, Durham! Well done, Durham! Yeah, Durham! I'll make a bit more noise over there. Well done.
Well, as we look up the course, it's time for me to hand over to Finlay Mills, and he's going to take on this final block of A and B finals with Carol Wallace, and looking up the course, it's Women's Championship pairs.
I'm sure, David, you'll be sitting in a bank somewhere watching these. You can't walk away from the big finals. It's been fun. I've been sitting on the bank there, just in the grandstand area, watching some of these finals come down. There have been some crackers today already. So the next one we've got will be the Women's Championship pairs. And you can see that they've just set off on the screen. It's really nice when you've got this screen to see the whole field just taking off. But we have Durham A in lane 1, Durham B in lane 2, Edinburgh in lane 3, Cambridge B in lane 4, Nottingham in lane 5, and Imperial in lane 6. If you're looking on your screen, lane 6 is the furthest off on the left hand side, lane 1 is on the right hand side. So 2 minutes 30 in. I'm assuming that we'll get some time shortly. Yeah, just the first few times there. And it's Edinburgh leading just early on in this race. They're in the favoured lanes, Edinburgh and Cambridge. But 2 seconds behind them, between them. Finlay, what can you think might happen here?
I mean, I think it's anyone's game really, Carol, at this early stage in the race. I think the middle K is where it's really, this race will really sort of pick up into life, and it'll really step up a gear. So I think for now, though, it really is it's anyone's game between Edinburgh and Cambridge now.
And nothing between Cambridge and the Durham pairs, because the Durham pairs separated by 0.7 of a second. That is very close indeed.
Yeah, fantastic matching up there of those Durham crews there. Yeah, nothing between them at all. Nothing between all of these crews, actually, to be fair. That's the great thing about the standard of these championship finals, that there really is nothing in between these the competitors at all.
Absolutely lovely shot there of Edinburgh just side on, the sort of blue tops with the black shorts and the blue stripe down the side, and then that will be Cambridge just behind them. And then we've got the 2 Durham pairs side by side, and as you said, Finlay, really nothing between these pairs. Cambridge and Edinburgh just marginally out in front, but then pretty much a blanket covering the other 4.
Yeah, so it's a really nice, evenly matched field, and it makes for some great racing because we can see everything as we go by, and there's no real difference between anyone. I think Edinburgh look like they've got a bit of a lead on Cambridge, but obviously Cambridge can come back from that and overturn that marginal lead that Edinburgh have. But no, it really is anyone's game at the moment.
We've got the benefit of the timing points coming up on our screen, so we can see that Edinburgh had just over 2 seconds at 500 metres. It's still just under 2 seconds at 1,000 metres. As Finlay has said, Cambridge are putting in a big push here in the middle 1,000, and that's where the leads can change, minor positions can change. We can see a lot happening at the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, the 1,000 metres, like you said, Carol, it's a fantastic part of the race. I think it's probably the most challenging part of the race because it's about making sure that you conserve your energy for that final sprint as well, but that you're keeping. So if you are in a race, and a quite tight race like Cambridge and Edinburgh are at the moment, you don't want to be pushing too hard because you might not be able to do anything for that final 500, and that's where it all counts at the end of the day.
It's a balance, isn't it? Sort of pushing hard enough that you're putting everybody under pressure, but keeping enough in reserve so that you can respond to any challenges later on, because some crews can be quite happy to sit just in second or third place for 1,500 metres and then just light the touch paper for the last 500 and just come storming out the blocks and just whiz on down.
It's a fantastic race tactic if they do that. Just sit happily and sit comfortable in a rhythm, and then go bam, right, we're here, we're right in the mix. I think it's a really sneaky way of rowing, but it's also a really sort of fantastic, impressive way to watch, to be honest with you, when crews do sneak up.
A tactic like that requires great confidence on the part of the crew. You have to know each other very well to know that if stroke person decides to go, bow person is going to go with her and is stamp their authority. But look at this Edinburgh crew. You can see them there, the chevron pattern behind them. That's Edinburgh in this championship pair, coxless pairs of Izzy Clements and Madeline Fatani, just really powering on down the course. Cambridge giving them a good run for their money, but Cambridge are going to have to do something pretty special. In fact, Cambridge have just gone up. Did you see that there, Finlay?
Yeah, that little step up there, that sort of, right, okay, we've got to put our foot down now because we've got to match the pace and the energy of this Edinburgh crew so we don't lose them, yeah.
Cambridge putting in a very determined effort there. Edinburgh now replying to that sort of, they saw the kick down there and they're actually picked up their pace too, just to maintain that lead they have as they come towards us. So looking at this, we can see Edinburgh out in front. We can see Cambridge sort of comfortably in that second place, but boy, there is a race going on for the bronze medal position. It's between Durham and Nottingham at the moment, and both Durham crews are powering hard. But look at Edinburgh, look, taking that really nicely, pushing down these big puddles. Just to, in fact, they have increased their lead over Cambridge in that last 50 metres or so. Sterling effort from Edinburgh. Look at that. Both of these ladies delighted.
Yeah, phenomenal row by that Edinburgh pair there. They were just out in front, dominant the entire race. They thought, yeah, this is our race, we're going to control it from the start. They saw that kick back from Cambridge and they thought, yeah, we've got more in the tank.
And phenomenal finish there from Durham in lane 2, just pipping Nottingham on the line. From my eyes, to take that third medal position. It will be confirmed shortly. Wait for the umpire to just calling the athletes to sit up. It's quite dangerous to lie down post a race. It can cause some blood not to go in the right direction. So
especially in a boat as fine as a pair as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we like seeing the athletes sitting up unless there's some sort of medical issue. So that's why the umpire was just calling over to them. Oh, here we are with the next race on course. What's this, Finlay?
This is our women's intermediate quads. Now, the last time we commentated together, Carol, I remember you telling me about how much you loved these quads, and so it's actually really nice, sort of a full circle moment to be able to be back commentating with you on these quads.
Absolutely. I'd probably say it's my favourite boat class, definitely. Seeing a beautiful quad on song, the precision, the technical ability is just, and the speed you can get from them. It's just fantastic.
I was going to say, for me, it'd have to, I think, if it wasn't the pair, because we just saw an absolutely fantastic example of some very high quality pair racing, it has to be the 8. I think it's just the trademark boat, really, isn't it, to be honest with you?
It gets all the kudos.
I think it's the boat people think of, don't they, at the end of the day? I
was having a conversation with Zoe earlier, and we were both saying that 8s can hide a multitude of sins, whereas pairs, smaller boats aren't as forgiving, so you have to be technically a bit more on it to sort of row these boats well. So who's in this B final, Finlay?
So we have in lane 1, we have the University of Leeds. In lane 2, the University of Edinburgh. In lane 3 we have Queen's, followed by Nottingham in lane 4 on their home water, Cardiff in lane 5 and Durham in lane 6. And it looks as well like Nottingham are getting that home advantage on the water at the moment. They're just leading at the moment, followed by Queen's.
Queen's have been putting in a really good showing this weekend so far. I've seen quite a few boats in the B finals, the A finals, so it's really nice to see such a strong performance. And here we have the Edinburgh ladies, Izzy Clements, Madeline Fatani, just picking up their gold medal from Fiona Rennie, head of rowing for BUCS, and also one of our volunteer looker-afterers.
I was going to say, yeah, it's a phenomenal job that all of these volunteers do to make BUCS the event that it is, you know. Without them, none of this would be happening, and none of us would be able to view such brilliant university rowing, as well as be able to commentate either.
I love it when a crew takes crew apparel to the extremes, matching t-shirts, matching bucket hats. It's always a good sign at BUCS that crews think about these things before they get on the water.
100%. It's phenomenal. It's great to see a well-dressed crew and a crew that looks in sync, because you hope to be as sync on the water as you are with your fashion sense as well.
It's the Durham pair just coming in to pick up their bronze medals. Beautiful finish from them, just pipping Nottingham on the line, and it'll be all the sweeter for that, I think.
Yeah, think example of just never giving in what this sport embodies really at the end of the day. I think we're looking at a strong Nottingham performance at the moment on home water in the quads. Once again, yeah, it's looking the exact same story since the 500 metre mark, really, Carol. Nottingham and Queens fighting for those medal positions.
And not far behind Queens, we have Edinburgh just hanging on to their coattails. Of course, this is the B final, no medals to be awarded, but these are the bragging rights for positions 7 through 12 in the ranking of however many boats started the time trial this morning. And no mean feat to actually get into the last 12, so well done.
Yeah, fantastic performance and achievement by all of these athletes here. I was going to say, making these B finals and getting those bragging rights, they're almost a sweeter medal, aren't they, than an actual piece of silverware themselves. Interestingly enough, obviously the most famous rowing race in the world, there is no technically individual silverware for any of the athletes. It's all bragging rights. So in a sense, these B final, they're similar in a sense to the boat race, I'd say, Carol. Would you say in terms of that bragging right? Obviously, completely different kettle of fish in terms of how they're racing, but in terms of just getting bragging rights and being a trophy.
Absolutely. To get into the B final, the last 12, you'll have had to eliminate so many other crews. So it means that you have got a relatively good boat speed. Just looking at this Nottingham crew, we were talking about quad racing earlier. They are very together, very neat, very tidy. Big charge coming here from Belfast, and Edinburgh going with them. Oh, goodness gracious me. You'll see them on screen just now. There we've got Queen's Belfast, there we've got Edinburgh. Both these crews ramping up the rating for the line. Look at them go, Finlay. This is amazing.
Yeah, honestly, absolutely phenomenal racing there. We heard, I don't know if the stream picked it up, but we could certainly hear huge chants for Edinburgh, and I think that did help them get across the line in third as well. I think good bit of motivation there, you know. It's great to be able to sort of hear specifically, distinctly. Obviously, there's going to be noise all around you. When you hear you being cheered for specifically, it makes all the difference, I think.
Oh, very much so, and any shouts of encouragement, especially when you're actually made a move, as Edinburgh did there, to sort of put Queen's Belfast under such pressure, to actually get acknowledgement from the bank. And we were saying yesterday that there are so many avid supporters on the bank, just cheering their clubmates on, just adding to the atmosphere of this whole event. So we've got the A final now.
Yes, we've got a final coming up of these quads now. So in lane 1, we have Edinburgh, followed by Newcastle, followed by London, followed by Reading, and 2 Reading crews actually side by side, and then in lane 6, Oxford, Brooks. And I saw that the Edinburgh and Newcastle crew, as soon as I looked up almost, and you blink and you miss it, and then bam, both crews coming up at that 500 metre mark together, very, very strong. And again, nothing in these boats in this A final at the moment, is there, Carol?
It's interesting that you say Edinburgh and Newcastle got off to a flying start. Now, you'd expect to see London and Reading, because I'm sure they've seeded the lanes into the normal chevron pattern, putting the fastest crews in the middle, so the fastest crews can see what the other crews around them are doing. But I think Edinburgh and Newcastle must have both, or the coaches and them have had the big discussion separately to say you need to go off hard and fast in this race. And I think that's what they've both done, to try and steal a march on London and Reading. And we know that Reading are no slouches in quad sculls, so that's where I would have expected a challenge to come. So it's really interesting. It's early on that the lead isn't where I was expecting it to be.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of perspective. That, yeah, I would say that I'm going to guess that Reading and London are sort of confident in their race plan, though. That, you know, we'll see that middle surge and that middle K really will see these crews take to life. But who knows? It would be interesting to see the Edinburgh and Newcastle boats just come off behind, and maybe there's that sort of like psychological damage, and that maybe that's done well for Edinburgh and Newcastle. The fact that they've jumped off the blocks quickly, and Reading and London weren't expecting that, and maybe that's done something to consolidate the lead.
Indeed, but I think Edinburgh have maybe gone off too hard, too fast. I see that on the screen there, Newcastle went through first with London and Reading just behind them. I think Edinburgh have dropped off the pace slightly, and you can see that from the screen. Newcastle leading, Reading in second place now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd expect Reading to come back and obviously trust their race plan as well. I think at the end of the day, they know that they have the quality in the middle K, that they don't need to be too concerned about not leading in the first bit of the race there, to be honest with you.
And I'm sure these crews have their race plans well worked out. I'm sure they've executed them quite a few times this season already, and sort of in preparation for this BUCS Regatta, just getting their race plans sorted. Because if you know that this is where you're strong, you've done the process a few times, you can relax mentally and not have to worry about the process. You know the process will take you to that finish line in that fashion, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, 100%. I get where you're coming from there, Carol. I think, yeah, the fact that they have probably executed their race plans quite a bit, and it definitely shows why they're relaxed, because Edinburgh don't look too concerned at all. Newcastle still leading at the 1,000 mark, but that could all be a completely different story, because Reading, as a phenomenal sculling university, you know, they really sort of invested in their sculling plans.
Very much so, and you know, you've got two Reading boats in this A final, so that just shows you the depth and the strength they have in there. And in fact, looking ahead, we've got two Reading boats in the championship quads as well. So you've got lots of Reading experience and skills here. But just seeing our screens there, if you looked across the screens, you'll have seen how close these boats were as they went through that timing point. And I'm sure we'll see a shot from the top of the tower shortly, just to show us how close these boats are.
It's phenomenal looking at Newcastle still holding that lead. You know, I don't think you could have called that at the start of this race, Carol.
I wouldn't have put my money on there, but much credit to them for going out hard and fast. I think London, is it London on their inside, are maybe starting to come back on them?
Yeah, they looked like they were gaining quite a bit, to be fair. London really moved up as well. I think they've started kicking in a gear, because they sat third for the 1,000 metre mark, and now they've stepped up a bit at the 1,500 metre mark. So I think London are looking like they're going to go for an overtake. But yeah, Newcastle still there in that race.
Newcastle's still there, and I know that Newcastle have got a huge bank of supporters on the tower side of the course, and they're all out there along the course shouting for all they're worth. But look at this finish. It's Newcastle, London and Reading B there, pretty much line abreast across this course. And I think I'm going to have to stand up, because I think this is going to get very exciting.
I think we're both going to have to stand up.
It's London just marginally in front, maybe a canvas there.
Yeah, maybe a canvas. I think there really isn't much to it at all at the moment, but I think that London crew is going to go for that surge now. They trusted their race plan, and I think it's looking like they're really going for it now, this London crew, and I think
they have come into their own in this last 500. You called it beautifully there. Believe in the race plan. But then it's going to be the Reading crew coming into that second place, and I think Newcastle are going to steal a cheeky bronze there.
I think that's a fully well-deserved bronze as well from that University of Newcastle squad. For leading the race, having the guts to go, yeah, we're leading this race, we're confident in what we're doing, and to get that third. Unfortunately, I guess it wasn't enough to have gotten gold, but it was a valiant effort.
To have the bravery to go off hard at the start. I think Edinburgh maybe just got sucked along with them, but just couldn't keep up with that pace. So I think it will be confirmed as London, Reading, Newcastle, and then Reading C, and then BUCS, and then Edinburgh. huge delight from the Newcastle supporters there. It just, and as you said earlier, I'm sure hearing these shouts of encouragement from the back just gives you that extra lift. Just gives you that extra lift to sort of just forget about the pain and just push these legs down.
Yeah, 100%. I think leading that race as well, Newcastle, their lungs and their legs must have been screaming. So to have that final bit, just as you go in for the sprints, you think, yeah, we can do this, we can hold off, we can get a bronze like we deserve. Yeah, no, phenomenal racing, and London, fair play. Oh, I think that was brilliant masterclass in trusting the race plan and letting things just unfold naturally on the course.
Absolutely, and I wonder what race plans we've got in sight for us now, because we've got the Women's Championship quad sculls. Newcastle in lane 1, Bath in lane 2, Reading A in lane 3, Reading B in lane 4, Durham in lane 5 and Nottingham in lane 6. All big rowing universities here, all lots of experience on the water, lots of experience in the club.
Yeah, all really good sculling universities as well, especially the University of Reading in those 2 central lanes. It almost seems like we're looking like a Reading on Reading dogfight, to be honest with you, which adds another layer to these A finals, because it's not just about securing the gold silverware. It's about bragging rights over your teammates in the club. It's like inter-team rivalry. But that's a good thing as well, surely, Carol, in this race.
Absolutely, because it brings you on, and it just, you may have been selected for one boat and not the other, and you've got something to prove to say, I should have been in this boat. But, as they came past the screen, the camera there, we could see both Reading boats out in front. So at present, it looks as though that's where the honours will lie. At 1,000 metres, yep, it was the 2 Reading boats, and then Bath and Newcastle. Nothing, and that's going to be a tight match as well. Nothing between Bath, Newcastle and Durham for that bronze medal. Less than a second and a half separating them at 1,000 metres. So it might be Reading 1 or 2, and we don't know which way it'll go, but I think there's going to be a cracking race on for the bronze.
Absolutely, and if the Reading race for gold isn't tantalising enough, yeah, it could be still anyone's race for that bronze medal position. So yeah, absolutely, like you say, Carol, we've got a fantastic race on our hands.
On the pontoons we have Bryony Wood, Ella Tarsi, Hannah Shue and Nathalia Johnson picking up their gold medals from the University of London in intermediate women's quad sculls.
And the dawns of lots of different champs from down there. I'm assuming just because of where we're positioned, Carol, it's from the mighty Newcastle University. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, I'm just peering over now, and I can just see the Blue Star oars there right in front of us. So yeah, a bit of cheering there. And now we're looking at this final bit now.
And the Newcastle girls just picking up their medals. Really nice. Emily Shaw, Frankie Butters, Lottie Everett, Rebecca Weirmouth. Picking up the medals from Fiona Rennie. But in the background, we've got the Women's Championship quad sculls, and it's still Reading A leading Reading B, and I think that's where it looks as though it will be the finish. But good battle for the bronze medal now between Bath and Durham. Lanes 2 and 4. I think Newcastle have dropped off the pace somewhat, as have Nottingham over on the far side. But what a performance from Reading there. Look at that boat, Finlay. Look at that precision. Look at the technique. That is just beautiful.
I was going to say, this is a brilliantly high standard of sculling, I'm sure. Makes you very happy to watch this quality and skill of scull and commentate on it, obviously, as well, Carol.
Well, absolutely, but look at the battle going on here for the bronze medal between Bath and Durham. Bath picking it up. Bath just inching themselves in front to take that bronze. Durham 4th, Newcastle 5th, and Nottingham in 6th place in this Women's Championship quad sculls. Some beautiful quad sculling there, just awe-inspiring.
Yes, fantastic to watch. Those are our quad races finished. Now we've got some 8s lining up, haven't we, Carol?
Woohoo!
Yeah, so our Our open intermediate eights are going to be starting soon. The B final is coming up. So in lane 1 we have Newcastle B. In lane 2, Newcastle A. In lane 3, Bath A. In lane 4, Oxford Brookes D. In lane 5, we have Durham B. And in lane 6, we have the University of Edinburgh.
And just on the pontoons picking up their silver medals, we have Ella Clixby, Evan McArdle, Lucy Jarvis and Isabel Burridge of Reading picking up their medals.
Yeah, a phenomenal performance once again from the University of Reading Scullers. Can't be overstated how dominant that victory was and how commanding that lead they had was.
On the screen now we have this Open Intermediate 8s B final. And Finlay was talking earlier about how much he loves watching 8s. And don't get me wrong, I like watching 8s too, and because they are fast boats. And some of these intermediate 8s are not far off the championship times, so some real skill going on in here.
Yeah, it's going to make for some really, really interesting racing. I think the appeal of the 8 is the fact that it just sounds... I think for me it's the sound. I didn't think I realised until watching a really well-drilled good 8 how they should sound, and that sort of like... Whew, that sort of sound is the best way to describe it. But there's something that sound does that turns heads when you're on the river or if you're on the bank and you're looking. So I think that's the appeal of an 8 for me really as well.
You're talking about a well-schooled 8. It has to be the well-schooled 8 to just get that clunk as the blades all turn at the same time in the gates. Everything happens at the same time, and you know that comes from lots of practice, lots of time together, working together, and just doing everything together, as 8 should, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course. I think it doesn't, at first when you hear it, it doesn't sound believable. It's like, it almost sounds like Sylvester Stallone in Rocky making punching sound effects, but actually it's an 8, and you're like, wow, these guys are creating this phenomenal sound. So yeah, it's we can bring you as well some results for the first 500 metres. So Oxford Brookes University, the D boat there, leading at the 500 metre mark, followed by the University of Bath A.
What a sight, just seeing 6 8s line across coming past the screen. And yeah, I do love watching 8s, and seeing lots of 8s in the water at the same time. Definitely such a sight, such a spectacle to watch.
Yeah, when captured right, there's such cinematic boats almost, you know. You look at them and you think, wow, all of these in tandem side by side. It's a phenomenal sight sometimes.
Often called the ultimate crew boat because you have to be the ultimate crew to row an 8 successfully.
Yeah, I think it has that bias of the fact that, I think anyway, if you ask someone what the general member of the public, you know, what a rowing boat looks like, they'd probably point to an 8, to be honest with you. I think it has this sort of aura about it sometimes, this sort of mystique about it.
So just on the pontoon now we have Zara Povey, Ellie Cook, Franny Hunt, Davis, Meg Knight, Reading A crew picking up their well-deserved gold medals because they did show amazing class just as they came past us. And also in the pontoon, as the cameraman scrolls down, you can see the B crew where they pick up their silver medals in a few more seconds. There they are, just a sight of them back. And for the coach to have 2 crews, gold and silver, in a championship event must be a great feeling.
Absolutely. Getting that 1-2 is just a fantastic achievement. I'm sure not every coach gets to see that either, really, you know. It's more akin to something that happens in Formula 1 than in rowing, so it's a fantastic achievement to be able to get that 1-2, and both Reading crews rowed fantastically.
So picking up their silver medals, we have Felicity Cox, Shannon Willihan, Izzy, the two Izzies. I couldn't catch their surnames there, but just in the background you'll probably see these 8s coming towards us. And the middle 4, I could not call it at the moment. They are so close together. Maybe a canvas, half a canvas separating each of the 4, and it's I've forgotten who's in this now. Bath and Oxford in the middle of the field, really pushing on really hard there. But Newcastle in lane 2, just up their rating there. They've got their huge support in the bank. They will be pushed on. Newcastle A, closest to us in the bank. Wow, this is so exciting.
You really couldn't call it, but I think Brooks look like they're getting a sort of surge on in this last final bit of a sprint now. I think they look a bit more put together, a bit more drilled now. Obviously that 2,000 metre in the 8 is so fatiguing because you've got to really use so much more power while you're racing the 8. And yeah, it just emerged now that Brooks boat looks like they're going to take the win there now. But the other 2, whoa.
Well, that was close. To my eye, I think it could have been Bath just in that second place, with Durham in 3rd. And then Newcastle, Edinburgh and the second Newcastle crew. What a performance though there from the Brooks crew. And looking ahead, you can see we've got 2 Brooks crews in the next race, and their names are on the screen for you. Just it's some performance there, and they are very happy with that performance in the B final.
Yeah, and so they should be. I think they showed really strong resolve to move through the rest of the field and just surge at the end of the line. I think we've got another race coming up now, Carol. Our A final of the Open Intermediate 8s. In the in lane 1, we have the University of Durham A, the University of Cambridge A, Oxford Brookes University B, Oxford Brookes University A, Oxford Brookes University C, and then in lane 6 we have the University of Exeter A.
And just on screen we have Bath, Ella Fullman, Rebecca Court, Freya Ridge and Tolu Adujala just picking up their bronze medal in the championship quad sculls.
It's always, it's always going to be a good race with 8s when you see Oxford Brookes A, B and C lined up together with the rest of the competition.
Watching the time trial earlier, Oxford Brookes in... Oh no, it wasn't the time trial, it must have been the semi-finals earlier. Yes, I was watching them earlier. You sit and you watch in the bank and you just forget what you've seen and where things have come from. So yeah, no, there were some amazing performances earlier. I just really enjoyed it, just sitting on a bank, just watching people race. It's such good fun, and conditions today are not as hot as they were yesterday. Probably nicer for the rowers. A bit of a slight headwind going on, but nothing much to give anybody any trouble. Certainly not in an 8.
No, certainly not in an 8. It's such a powerful boat that it can sort of cut through all of that. It can cut through all of the sort of noise and all of the chatter and all the wind and just keep on keeping on. But no, it's looking to... We saw in the first 500 metres, University of Cambridge leading, but they were... But Oxford University Brookes A were hot on their tails, and now it looks like that Oxford University Brookes A boat has overturned that University of Cambridge lead. But it's really, really close at the moment still, anyone's game. The middle field especially is so level.
I was just speaking to myself there. These are some fast times, sub 1:28 for the first crew, which is pretty fast. Sub 3 minutes for the first 1,000 metres for a few of these crews, all round about the 3 minutes for 1,000 metres, and that is very fast indeed. And these Brooks crews just showing their mettle as they come towards us. Just really look really good. They're very tightly packed in the field. They're very close to each other. They will probably have raced against each other in training many a times. They will know what each other can do. I just wonder, as a coach, would you give them a similar race plan, or would you sort of sort of tailor it for each crew, because each crew is sort of slightly individual.
Each crew has different needs, doesn't it? Yeah, it's an interesting way which way you go. But I think with the university like BUCS and each individual boat, I think they all have probably something that they want to work on themselves. I think they all sort of have an idea of what they want to race, because they row at such a high standard anyway, that each of the athletes in those boats know what they want. I think it must be quite intimidating as well if you're a boat that's seeded really high and then you're placed in between one of those Oxford Brookes boat and have one on either side of you. It must be like almost like
intimidating.
Yeah,
I think is the word you were
100% intimidating. Yeah, feels like you must be like sort of nipped out by the heels of a pack of hyenas or something.
Oh,
you know.
Yeah, very scary, and maybe that's a huge psychological advantage they also have, because the reputation says a lot about BUCS and BUCS style of rowing, and the strength and depth in BUCS, that you've got this big reputation, which as sort of maybe a minor university up there on the start line, it can be intimidating. But look at these BUCS crews. We have got BUCS 1, 2 and 3, but Cambridge are not letting them away. They are pushing on there. Cambridge in lane 2, pale blue, you'll see on your screen shortly, really pushing on that third BUCS crew. But it's going to, oh gosh, this is going to be so hard. I think we've got BUCS A leading, but then B and C, nothing between them. Finlay.
Nothing at all. I think this is going to be all for those bragging rights. But I think we're getting a BUCS finish. Wow.
Cambridge did their best. They really ramped up that rating in that last 250 metres or so, but BUCS were so strong, so powerful, and I think it was BUCS A, B and C in that order. Yeah, wonderful. Durham just going through, Edinburgh just going through over on the far side. What a performance from BUCS, though.
Yeah, commiserations to Cambridge, obviously leading that race to begin with and laying down the gauntlet, but it just wasn't to be. That's phenomenal. That you couldn't really think, you would never really think to say, yeah, we're going to get a 1, 2, 3 finish. And the only university that possibly on the cards to do that is Oxford Brookes.
Absolutely, and I've seen it before, and it's always impressive, and you just think the power, the depth and the strength they have in their squads is just awesome.
Yeah, it takes some beating, I think, to be able to go. Sometimes it feels like Oxford Brookes is a rowing club and a university second, just because of the skill and power of these athletes, on the boats.
From the intermediate eights, we're rapidly moving on to the B final of the championships eights, with Edinburgh in lane 2, Nottingham in lane 3 and Imperial in lane 4. Just see the blades of Imperial there in the lead, the yellow of Nottingham just behind them, just as they come through the screen.
Yeah, and looking like Imperial got off to a really good lead, and I think they're looking to maintain that, to be honest with you, the way they're rowing.
Interesting, I was looking for Edinburgh and where they were featuring, and they were in second place at 1,000 metres. Oh, there they are on the screen. It's just sometimes you get the angles of the camera wrong and you lose a crew, and they're not behind, but they're actually in front, just from where the cameras are situated. But the cameraman doing a phenomenal job of just keeping us on the race and giving us all the information we need when we need it, which is great.
Yeah, we've definitely been kept on the edge of our seats more than a few times now by the cameraman. I think twice now we've stood up watching races because it's been too close to call.
More than twice. Sometimes I find that I commentate better standing up, so when the excitement gets to you, you just have to stand up and bounce around.
Yeah, and be taken in by the ferocity and the speed and the awesomeness of this sport. Looking like Imperial are still maintaining their lead. Edinburgh hot on their heels, though. If they push now, they could overtake Imperial. I don't know what you think, Carol.
Oh, possibly. I was just looking. We've got the first of our BUCS crews, and luckily we're told it's the A crew, and luckily we know that the A crew got the gold medal. So it's going to be closely followed by the B crew who got the silver, and the C crew who got the bronze. What a phenomenal performance from BUCS there.
Yeah, a phenomenal performance from BUCS there. Really, really strong rowing from all three of those crews. And it's looking like Imperial still have their lead, but is that surge from Nottingham? I can't tell actually.
I think Edinburgh's making a move there on Imperial. Now Edinburgh weren't far behind them, and so Edinburgh weren't far behind them at 1,000 metres, and I think Edinburgh are putting in a big push now. Imperial replying to that push. This is the B final, remember.
This is where bragging rights are on the table. But yeah, it looks like we're getting a strong finish there from
Imperial. Just picked that up and just thought, they saw Edinburgh coming and just thought they are not going to take us. So overlap between all these three crews, between Imperial coming through first, Edinburgh second, and Nottingham in that third place.
Yeah, a phenomenally strong row from Nottingham. They led it from the start. They thought we're controlling this race, and we are not letting off until we cross that line. There's quite an appeal, really, I'd say. What do you think's harder, Carol? Coming from behind or leading the race the entire time?
I was pondering there. Sometimes it's easier to go out hard and stay in front because then you can see what everybody else is doing, but that requires you having something in the tank to sort of reply to any challenges further down the course. Sometimes if you have got strength, it takes a certain mentality in the crew to settle with not having. Some crews just don't have good starts. They don't have good first 500s. And sometimes they are happy to accept that because they know they're stronger in the mid-1000 and they've also got something, bit of acceleration in the finish. And you know, it's difficult. Individual crews, I've been in both situations where I've been out in front and I've been sort of coming through, and sometimes coming through is very sweet.
I was going to say, there must be quite a sort of feeling of going from behind and then go, hang on a second now. Like, the other crew must be thinking, oh gosh, no, we're being rowed through here now. It's kind of scary. I was going to say, I'm sure we've all seen the boys in the boat by now as rowing fans, but I'm sure, you know, that they were famous, that Washington crew, they were famous for coming from behind and surging from behind. So yeah, maybe it is a bit of both worlds, because at the same time we've got the best example of a four rowing. You know, every time Redgrave hopped in a boat, they all sort of were like, yeah, we're going to control this race from the get-go, and so nobody can take it off us. But yeah, maybe it is a mix of both worlds really, and depends on the situation.
And now we have the A final of the championship. It's just started. You can see them on the screen there. Newcastle in lane 1, Durham in lane 2, Oxford BUCS A in lane 3, Oxford BUCS B in lane 4, Bristol in lane 5, and London in lane 6.
Yeah, some great bits of racing there. Obviously from our tower, it looks even Stevens, like there's nothing in between any of these boats once again. Although I think the camera might have a different story to tell, Carol.
Very much so. It looks as though that BUCS crew have got some advantage at the moment. They look as though they've pulled themselves about a length out in front. And going with them we have Durham and the other BUCS crews. But, you know, this is going to be such a great race yet again. It's all going to come alive shortly.
Yeah, we're treated to stellar race after stellar race at BUCS Regatta. I don't think there's ever a dull bit of racing down Holme Pierrepont at all. But no, the camera never lies actually, only my eyes are lying. I thought it was quite deceptive there. But no, it looks like you said, Carol, BUCS have quite a lead.
They must have put in a blistering start to pull that lead out in the first 1,000 metres, because as we have seen from the other events, these 8s are very closely matched together, and it is quite a challenge to actually stamp some authority on a race that early on. But the last BUCS crew is picking up their medals for the intermediate 8s. It's the C crew just on our screen, and they will be sitting there on the pontoon as their club mates come past in the A final of the Championship 8s. I am expecting to hear a wall of noise coming from these BUCS crews. There's a lot of supporters on the bank. See a lot of Newcastle supporters there as well. They will all be out shouting for their crewmates. Newcastle closest to us in lane 1. Durham on the right side, but that is a phenomenal performance from BUCS A in lane 3.
Yeah, BUCS just absolutely surged ahead in that race now, and I think it's their race to lose now, really. I think they're really controlling this race well.
And going with BUCS, that's a big performance from Durham there, sort of in lane 2. I think they've been sucked along in the wake of BUCS there and just holding on to their coattails and just not letting any gap evolve and not letting them get away. So this is really great performance. Look at that BUCS crew though. That is metronomic in precision and intensity.
Yeah, that BUCS crew looks like they've sort of pierced through the rest of the competition, and yeah, we are getting this sort of chevron picture now, like you mentioned earlier. But no, fantastic row from Durham at the moment, just keeping on with that BUCS boat. I'm sure that I think the race for third is going to be quite interesting, isn't it now, to be honest with you?
Oh, but look at the finish from Durham here. They've ramped that up. They are still holding on to that tail canvas, and BUCS picking it up. Look at them go. This is fantastic to put in a push like that after such a great race. What a performance. Kudos to Durham there, holding on to them. BUCS into that third place, the B crew for BUCS in third.
Wow.
No mean slouches from the rest of the field though. Bristol fourth, and I couldn't remember who came fifth or sixth there, but I think it was London just pipping Newcastle on the line. This is what you want to see from the Championship 8s, isn't it? Such cracking racing.
Yeah, 100%. I think BUCS have really delivered the goods in these championship races. It's just been phenomenal to watch them just surge ahead out of the competition. Their puddles, they look so clean and so precise. It's when done right, an 8 looks beautiful, doesn't it? It really looks like an absolute machine.
Absolutely, and they were there. But kudos to Durham to separate the two BUCS crews, because we've seen in the past that's quite difficult to do. But Durham, the determination just to hold on to the A crew and not let them get away and just stay in front of the B crew, that was something else to watch.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from that Durham crew. I think they really sort of embodied the spirit of rowing. On our screens now, we have our open intermediate singles. In lane 1, we have the University of Cardiff, followed by, in lane 2, Royal Holloway. In lane 3, we have the University of Liverpool. In lane 4, we have Bath Spa. In lane 5, we have Queen's. And in lane 6, we have Cardiff Met. And they are just off now.
Isn't it such a luxury to have the time to actually go up and start? Oh, dear me. It was the Queen's Sculler. Didn't have a particularly good start there. He just, I think, mistimed his first few strokes and just got left hanging. He's got a lot of work to do to catch up with the rest of the field there.
Yes, looking like he does have a bit of work to do there, Carol. But who knows? You've been in situations before where you've surged from behind. Maybe, hopefully, this Queen Sculler could do the same.
I think sometimes when you have a bad start, it just knocks your confidence, and hopefully, by the first 250 metres, he'll just be getting back and getting into his flow. And if you've got the strength and determination, who knows what can happen.
Absolutely anything is possible in rowing. it's such an unpredictable sport sometimes. I mean, if a Brooks boat is in the equation, then it's sort of slightly predictable, but no, anything can happen. We weren't expecting such a surge from Durham in that last race, and they performed amazingly well.
Speaking of Durham, they just appear on the screen. They've just come into the pontoon to pick up their well-deserved silver medals there. Rupert Arps, George Buckingham, Roman Schmiegel, Sebastian Eels, George Morris, Harry Baldridge, William Morgan-Jones, Marius Bjorn, Hansen Alsand and Alexandra Gentry. What a performance they had. Separate these two Brooks crews. You know, just wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, a wonderful bit of rowing there from the University of Durham. They should be really, really proud of that row. Have we approached the 500 metre mark on our single sculls yet? I'm just checking now.
We're moving from very fast boats to single sculls, and you forget that they take a bit longer to come down the 500 metres. So yes, the pace will drop slightly. But then I suppose
we substitute the power for skill and precision at the end of the day, don't we?
Yes, and you know, we've had a lot of excitement in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes even since we came on shift. So it's actually nice to sort of
unwind a bit, yeah.
Unwind a bit, take the pace down, and actually
appreciate
have time
the skill.
to appreciate the skill of the scullers. Yes.
100%. So we have crossed the 500 metre now. Ryan Joseph of Liverpool leading the pack, followed by Baspars, Joseph, Taylor, Bromfield in second. There's only a second separating those two scullers there. So I think as well, it's going to be a battle between the Bath Spa and the University of Liverpool sculler.
So for the next little while we'll be with the minor finals, which is quite fun. There were so many intermediate sculls this morning going through the time trial. It was really interesting watching them. We've had the A and B finals, and now we're going to see these athletes race the minor finals, which is always nice to watch.
Yeah, the minor finals are always a great watch, purely because there's much more heart and soul sometimes in these boats, you know. Obviously a B final and an A final is really nice to make, but there's something so nice about having a go and trying your absolute very best in these minor finals.
Just on our screen we have the Oxford Brooks B crew: Michael Copelia, Luke Dillon, Ethan Leonard, Aaron Fuchs, Joe Hoyland, Vin Mosedale, Fred Fox, Kieran Rushworth and Oliver Joyner, who coxed them. Just picking up their silver medals there. Big smiles and the big faces, and they must be so happy with that. Having seen their clubmates picking up gold, silver and bronze in the intermediates, to pick up a gold and bronze in this event.
Yeah, I think most people in the Oxford Brooks boat are going to be leaving happy, to be honest with you. I'm sure there's probably some more silverware up for grabs over the weekend for them as well.
I'm sure there are, and there's been silverware picked up already, so yeah, very successful club. And here we have the open intermediate scullers. A whole different race plan between an 8 and a single, because in the 8 you've got people helping you along. Single scullers need a different mentality to push themselves when the going gets tough, because you have to be able to push yourself way out of your comfort zone, because there's only you there to do it.
Yeah, the single scullers, they have such a phenomenal mental strength, I think, as rowers, because when you're managing the pain of your lungs and your legs just bursting and gasping, all the while motivating yourself and keeping yourself in check with your plan and what it is that you're trying to do, so we can deliver you results. Yeah, so it looks like Joseph Taylor Bromfield of Bath Spa University has gained a 3-second gap on his rival at the University of Liverpool as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. So it looks like there is a bit of a breakaway, not too much though. I'm sure that deficit can be overturned potentially.
We're developing a really nice chevron pattern as we look up the course. You can see these scullers in the middle of the field, and they will have seeded the fastest scullers from the time trial in the middle of the field, giving them that ability to look over the rest of the field to see how they are performing relative to yourself. So that's why you get this chevron pattern, so that you can actually see what's happening behind you. Whereas if you are one of the outer lanes, it's really hard to see over 6 lanes to see what's happening in lane 1 or lane 6 or vice versa. So we're getting this nice pattern, and it's still Joseph Taylor Bromfield Bath Spa leading. And here we go, the gold medalists of the championship. It's Oxford Brooks A, and they are so happy. I love seeing all this comradeship just coming out the boat, standing for a team photograph. Oh, they're organising, Cox in the middle.
Yeah, a really well rowed race by the boys in Oxford University there. They really, really deserve
That's a picture for the albums, isn't it? Kai Shotman, Matt Collins, and the rest of the crew there just picking up their medals, and that is one to go on the wall. Just
absolutely.
Wall of the clubhouse, wall of your house. Just that's beautiful to see. Just taking advantage, having the boat behind you, the rest of the country park behind you, and just taking time to appreciate that win in Open Championship heats.
Absolutely, no better way to appreciate a regatta win than in the beautiful Nottinghamshire countryside at the moment that the BUCS Regatta always plays host to. Actually, now it's looking like we're closing in on our first intermediate G final for the single sculls, and it looks again, like Bath Spa do have that lead. It's a really nice lead now, actually, isn't it, Carol? Joseph Taylor
is, but look what's happened with the Queen's Belfast. Had a bit of a mare of a start there, and we were wondering if he had enough in the tank to pull himself back up, and he's now contending for that second place in this G final. But we have also got the sculler from Cardiff in lane 1 pushing on there, so it's going to be between Queen's Belfast and Cardiff. I think a bit of a wobble there for Queen's Belfast. He's just got it back, and I think he's going to take second place from the Cardiff sculler. Yes, I lost my place in a bit of paper. But great performance from Joseph Taylor Bromfield. He led all the way down the course and led the way over the line. Caelan Mead overcame that mare of a start there to take that second place. Abdurrahman Hassan of Cardiff in third in this G final. Going to move rapidly on to the F final shortly.
Yeah, the F final is already underway. Tudor Morris of Harper Adams leading at the 500 metre mark, followed by Alistair Carter of the University of Sussex. It was just great to see, though, if we could talk again about Caelan Mead of the University of Queen's Belfast. I think it was a phenomenal bit of heart. We talked about these minor finals being all about heart, and him overcoming that, I think that was just fantastic to see, coming from behind and contending for that second spot. To think if he'd have gotten a great start, we could have had a fantastic fight there between Bath Spa and and Queen's Belfast.
Very much so, and we were talking about this coming from behind, and he'd obviously got the power there. Just a bit of a mare of a start, and sometimes it happens, and shows strength of character, not just to give up, but to fight back from that horrible start, to actually get into your rhythm, get into your pace, and just see what you can do. And he did it really well. Yeah,
because it's so easy to just think, I've had a bad start, like, what's the point in this, And to come back from that shows phenomenal resolve. And we're approaching the 1,000 metre mark. We've gone past it now in our F final, and it's looking like the University of Sussex sculler Alistair Carter has taken a lead over his rival Tudor Morris at Harper Adams. He sits at third at the moment, so that means UWE's Tony Benham has put himself into contention a bit. It looks like a bit of a breakaway or a breakthrough for Alistair Carter at the moment, Carol.
As we go through these minor finals, we'll find that they'll get closer together boat speed wise, because they'll be classed or ranked in order of boat speed. So we will find these races getting closer and closer. And now, you know, you do your time trial, which gives you a boat speed, but some people perform much better in a side-by-side race, and sometimes that brings out the best in some scullers, that they can see their opposition either side of them, which actually gives them a lift, so they know how hard they need to push on. So great performance from Alistair Carter of Sussex there, and as you said, Toby Benham of UWE and Tudor Morris of Harper Adams also having a great race.
Yeah, a phenomenal bit of racing. Yeah, we've just seen now, we've passed the 1,500 metre mark. Anyway, Alistair Carter has. So yeah, it looks like he's building on that lead now. And Tony Benham and Tudor Morris are following behind. So yeah, it looks like we're having a bit of a lead built there by Alistair Carter.
Can just get the overhead shot now. We can see the white of, it's not really white, it looks white on the screen. It's a sort of pale blue kit from Harper Adams, and then the bright red of, it's Sussex, sort of white top, and then you can see the red of UWE there, just slightly behind them, and then we have Cardiff just on their outside. Some really nice sculling there, just reaching out, taking nice long strokes, just letting the boat run underneath you. These conditions are really nice for sculling.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for better sculling conditions, really. Nice and cool, so you're not suffering from the heat, and no real headwind. I think we've commentated on, I feel both of us over our commentary careers have commentated on quite a few very windy sculling finals, and they make for quite good viewing for viewers, but absolute torture for the rowers embarking on these finals.
Indeed, we did have a slight headwind, but I think that has dropped over the afternoon, so it's certainly the windsock over on the far side is just hanging limply, as we see, and it is sterling performance from Alistair Carter of Sussex there in the middle of the field. You can see he's pulled out a fairly substantial lead over the rest of the pack, and he is racing for honours here, and he is racing very well indeed. He can see the rest of the field, and it is Toby Benham of UWE there, the bright red kit, just coming closer into that second place in this F final. And there we have Alistair Carter going through the virtual line, taking that pole position in this final, and it is Toby Benham of UWE in second place, and then a real race for the third place there. And to my eye, it was, yeah, I think it was Tudor Morris of Harper Adams. Yeah, I lost it then because I was sort of so busy watching what was happening.
Sometimes it really is just too close to call. And yeah, you look up and you think you've missed it sometimes in terms of where everyone is finishing. So we can bring you now onto our E-final. Like Carol said, these races will get tighter and tighter and make for much more interesting races, because no one's money is guaranteed to, no bets are safe really.
Absolutely not. So we have Thomas Williamson in Portsmouth on lane 1, Thomas Oliver of Southampton in lane 2, Daniel Bates of Swansea in lane 3, James Buckmaster of Harper Adams in lane 4, Timothy Tester of Edinburgh in lane 5, and Nathan Russell Thompson of Nottingham Trent in lane 6.
And the Swansea sculler there, Daniel Bates, leading the pack by quite a good margin for the first 500 metres, and he's continuing that lead now as we've just gone past the 1,000 metre mark. So Thomas Oliver of Southampton as well, pushing for that second position. So it looks like there might be a bit of a great battle between
a bit of a jostle for the minor positions in this one. I think it's
between James Buckmaster and Thomas Oliver.
As you said, the Swansea scullers out in front, and then I could see about 4 seconds between the next 4 scullers. So I would expect possibly to see the positions change as they come down the course.
Yeah, and for stamina to be taken into account, really. There's always a question at the back of your mind when you're in a race, when you think, yeah, have we set off too quick, or do we have the pace? You know, do we know that we can finish this race? And it might be in the back of Daniel's mind, but it might not be. I think maybe he has that confidence to go, yeah, I'm leading this, I'm happy. Some crews, like we said, what we discussed earlier, some are happy to go ahead and control the race from the get-go, and others are happy to come from behind. We'll have to see where this race takes us soon.
I think as a sculler, it's harder to come from behind. A crew boat, yeah, you can have the confidence to come from behind, but a sculling boat, you really want to keep sort of contact with the other crews. You don't want to get too far adrift, because sort of making up gaps in the water. If I didn't have my hands loose, I couldn't talk. I'm sort of demonstrating distances and things with my hands as I'm speaking away. But yeah, you don't want to sort of come adrift from the rest of the pack. You want to be staying in it so that you can mount a challenge without having to work much harder than you need to.
Yeah, and these are, I guess, are the differences between these bigger crews and these smaller crews, and the coxless crews and the cox crews at the end of the day. I think there's something nice sometimes about having that cox in there, because there's a sort of sense of calm sometimes in the boat and a sense of assurance. Obviously, a lot of the time they are screaming at you and motivating you in any way that they can. But there is that sort of confidence that a cox can bring to the crew. And yeah, no, but we approached the fire. We've gone past the 1,500 metre mark now, and Daniel Bates is still leading in Swansea in lane 3 there. And he's joined then by James Buckmaster. So they're out, like you say, Carol, there was some jostling for position. And I think at the moment, Harper Adams' James Buckmaster has got that second position on lock. And it looks like there's 2 seconds now between the Southampton rower and the Harper Adams rower.
Yeah, I think the Harper Adams sculler is just coming back. James Buckmaster seems to be coming back in the last. He's had a really good middle 1,000 of this race, and I think he's coming back on Daniel Bates of Swansea. As we said, as we were talking about the times being closer, as these minor finals get up the letters, we're seeing this happen on the course. That we're seeing these scullers getting closer to each other time-wise as they come down the course. But it's still Swansea leading. Harper Adams in that second place, and then a great battle going on between Portsmouth and Southampton. Battle of the South Coast for the honours. And over on the far side, we've got an Edinburgh sculler still in contention too. So I wonder what Buckmaster can do in these last 150 metres or so, and whether Bates can hold off this challenge. Because Buckmaster, as I said that, has just picked up his rating. Look, he's just lifting it up. Bates is lifting his up as well, and they're starting to motor
jostle,
on for the line, jostle for the line.
I think you have to, though, don't you? At the end of the day, you have to jostle position. If someone surges, you have no choice but to
reply, and Bates did reply, and I think it took it out of him. And oh gosh, a blanket finish there for third. I think it was Portsmouth and then Southampton and Edinburgh, pretty much dead level. And then over on the far side, that is Nottingham Trent. I should get it from the pink.
Yeah, so that battle of the South Coast really kicking off there, Carol, between Portsmouth and Southampton. But no, a fantastic challenge there by James Buckmaster, forcing Daniel Bates' hand there. So it was great to see that sort of last-minute surge. And it's great to sort of think as a rower, you know, are you at the end of the day, your actions influence the actions of others on the crew. You know, if you mount a challenge, they have no choice but to respond if they want to stay in there. So I think that's quite a unique thing about rowing, really, in a sense, in terms of side-by-side racing, that you have to force someone someone to take an action, and you have to respond basically.
It's an interesting way of looking at it. Yes, forcing somebody to take an action by pushing them in. Yeah, but it works, doesn't it? So we're into the D final of the intermediate single sculls. Matthew Charbonnier of Heriot-Watt, Ranulph Youngman-Sullivan of Leeds, Ben Huckle of Strathclyde, Thomas Zammit of Reading, Josh Palfreyman of Sheffield Hallam, and Luke Howard of Birmingham in this race. And looking up the course, I don't think there's very much in it, just at about 1,000 metres. They are pretty much line abreast as they come towards us.
Yeah, looking like there really isn't any difference whatsoever. I wonder if the camera man will tell a different story from where we're sat up in our commentary tower now. There really isn't nothing in between these races at all. I think it might emerge. It's saying on our screen, Thomas Zammit of Reading has the lead by 2 seconds over Josh Palfreyman of Sheffield Hallam. So I think it might, the truth of the matter of where everyone stands might become more apparent soon.
Just trying to see who goes through the line first in our screen, and with these lighting conditions it's really hard to catch the colours. I do apologise.
The information we're getting though is that Thomas Zammit of Reading still holds his lead, although Josh Palfreyman of Sheffield Hallam is gaining. He's only behind Thomas Zammit by a second. So this is looking like a fantastic final third of this race now, where it could be really still anyone's to gain, anyone's to win.
Looks like still we're missing the Strathclyde sculler in lane 3, which has caught me unawares there. But yeah, really good performance here between Zammit of Reading and Palfreyman of Sheffield Hallam over in lanes 4 and 5. Then we've got this battle between Leeds and Heriot-Watt. On the near side, I can see the yellow of Heriot-Watt just getting themselves marginally in front. There on the screen, we can see Sheffield Hallam and Reading.
Yeah, and they're rowing fantastically at the moment. It's great to see such a hotly contested battle, and we really are starting to notice that there are a few difference in the quality now. As we're in the D finals now. We're nearly towards the high numbers now for these single scullers. So we're about to see some really great racing again.
I think the Sheffield Hallam sculler in the last 100 metres or so has just overhauled the Reading sculler there, just to take that lead. I wondered for a while if it was just seeing the black boat, thinking it was closer than it looked, but it certainly is in front now. He's about a length and a half in front and sprinting towards the line. And he was happy to let the Reading sculler lead him for most of the field, but just he must have known he had a strong finish in him.
Absolutely, yeah. Josh Palfreyman there coming out with a strong finish, and knowing himself and trusting himself and knowing his capability. I think that's a fantastic bit of sculling there from him. We're getting to our C finals now, so this is the highest we can get for a minor final. Am I right in saying that, Carol?
Yep, we've seen the B final earlier and the A final has happened, but we're now moving on to these ones for the bragging rights for the 7th through 12th positions from the time trial, or the 7th through 12th positions from this ranking. And it's always nice to know where you are relative to other people racing at this level.
Yeah, and Nottingham using that sort of home advantage in a sense, and that home crowd to their advantage in the 500 metre mark, although they are followed quite closely by the University of Strathclyde. So at the moment it's looking like a race between James Scott Brown of Nottingham and Matthew Hewson of Strathclyde.
Well, I'm delighted to be able to commentate on Matthew Hewson's race. I did see him in the time trial earlier. I know Matthew well from when he was rowing as a junior in Aberdeen. Then he moved to Glasgow for university. He went to Strathclyde, and it's great to still see him racing. So in this race we've got Sam Cuthbertson of Reading in lane 1, Jonathan Morris of Birmingham in lane 2, Scott McCallum of Strathclyde in lane 3, Matthew Hewson of Strathclyde in lane 4, James Scott Brown of Nottingham in lane 5, and Thomas Lowry of Strathclyde in lane 6. So we've got 3 polka dot scullers in the field here, so we should be able to spot them pretty easily.
I was going to say, yeah, there's nothing like a Strathclyde all-in-one. It's probably one of the most iconic and distinguished. Distinctive. Yeah, we'll use that. And the other word I was looking for is distinctive out there. Yeah, you can't miss a Strathclyde rower, can you?
I thought you were going for distinctive. I'm not sure many people would call it distinguished, but I love seeing it because it has been the polka dots for as long as I can remember, and I love it that they're still keeping them alive.
Yeah, rowing does seem like a sport with a lot of tradition embellished in it, and so yeah, it's good to see a crew sticking to their guns, a club sticking to their guns in terms of their all-in-one. It's nice to see that bit of continuity and that bit of tradition between each generation of rowers at Strathclyde. So into the 1,000 metres now, just past it, we've got James Scott Brown of the University of Nottingham leading, followed by Matthew Hewson. So it's going to look like a bit of a battle here, Carol. Strathclyde, we've just seen now that Matthew has taken the lead at the 1,500 metre mark.
Well, I know both his parents are here spectating, so they'll be delighted to see that. I'm sure I'll see them jumping up and down somewhere on the bank, just with excitement. Very staunch supporters of both their children, who have both rowed fairly successfully through the years. But great battle going on here between Matthew Hewson, James Scott Brown, just in the middle of the field, and in fact I think both Strathclyde scullers, Scott McCallum's not out of it either, so you can see the polka dots in the middle. As we talked about earlier, because we're now in the sea final, these boat speeds would have been pretty close together from the time trial. We're now seeing how close together they are in the field. I would not say there's more than about a length and a half separating these 6 scullers as they're coming towards us.
Yeah, it really is close competition, Carol. You know, this is where these are the finals that get harder and harder to call sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, and as we were talking about, there's a lot of jostling for position going on in the middle of the race. Great performance between Scott and Matthew here. They're going for bragging rights at the bar afterwards. Both of them really sprinting towards the line. But going with them, we have James Scott Brown of Nottingham on their outside. This is, sea final, but this is going to be a sprint for the finish here between these 3 scullers.
You know, it's getting exciting now. Next week, Carl is stood up. I have to stand up too now, because this is a fantastic bit of sprinting now.
They are going for all 3 scullers, and your cameraman's got it beautifully there. Look at it. It's going to come down to where they are in their stroke as they go through that line. And
what a phenomenal shot that was there by the cameraman.
I cannot judge it, but from my eye, I think it was maybe Nottingham and then Hewson and then McCallum, of both of Strathclyde. Mm-hmm. But that's one for the umpire and the amazing photo finish camera that they have at the finish to just distinguish these crews.
There we go. That finishes off our Open Intermediate singles. We're waiting now to bring you the actions of the C final of the Women's Championship lightweight doubles.
We're just going to go into some big Wednesday highlights from BUCS Sport, so enjoy the little video clip that's going to appear on your screen.
This is your opportunity to show
has never been seen. Pass every limit from heaven to hell. Smash every record as well. I've been tried and I've been tested. Climbed above what they expected. Got a fire inside. legend rise. Legend rise. Watch the legend rise. Watch the legend rise. The legend rise. Man like Kenny in the summer. Don't act like a bummer. Got him moving through the nighttime. And she sour like a bright line. And she mighty fine, so let's move it. And we get it two-stepping like we three-footed. Got me feeling like I'm in my new prime. Let's get it all right, all right. I just wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun tonight. Yeah. I just wanna have some fun. Have some fun. Have some fun tonight.
And we're back, and it's lovely to see people on the stake boats. I was explaining to people at home, if you're not used to seeing this view, as Finlay has said earlier, this is a regatta really helped along by the volunteers. And on the stake boats, they're not really boats, but they are called stake boats, goes back historical ways. There is somebody holding on the stern of the boat, so they hold on the stern of the boat. There is somebody on the bank on the far left-hand side looking at the bow balls, which are at the sharp end of the boat, just to make sure they're all level, so that every boat just crosses 2,000 metres, so they're all starting off fair and level. So there's somebody, a volunteer, lying on the pontoon there with their hands in the water, gently holding on to the stern of the boat, just keeping it square in position so that they can get lined up, and then the starter up in the tower, and we've got the same view that the starter has. We'll do the roll call and then just set them off. He'll make sure that they're all straight and just ready to row, and then he'll set them off. He or she, indeed.
Yeah, but what a fantastic shot that is. You're seeing the whole of the beautiful stretch of water we have here. And I think if you squint, you can probably see us in our commentary tower. We'll probably try and give you away from out there, but I don't think our camera will be able to pick that one up. But no. What are we looking at here now in terms of our racing, Carol?
Looking at the F final. Rookie mistake. Switch on your mic, Carol. Looking at the F final of the Open Beginners Fours. And I was talking to Finlay earlier, I was enjoying watching the sort of time trial earlier on, because Beginners 4 carries a whole pile of, oh, here we are, look. And you can see that I can't speak without using my hands. Beginners 4 covers a whole range of experience. You've got some really well-schooled beginner 4s, and then you've got some other beginner 4s that, for a variety of reasons, haven't had that time experience in the water and are just a bit rougher and readier. But that said, they've got a chance to come back and have a side-by-side race in these minor finals later in the afternoon. So we have Southampton in lane 1, Leicester in lane 2, Manchester in lane 3, UCL in lane 4, Sheffield in lane 5, and Glasgow in lane 6. Now, I often used to get Sheffield and Glasgow mixed up because they're both black kits with gold stripes up the side, but Sheffield's have their gold as a ladder going up the side, and Glasgow have just a straight line going down the side.
Yeah, so it's a very this is the joy sometimes of all-in-one designs. All-in-one kit designs. It's the fact that we as commentators are kept on our toes a bit because we have no idea sometimes, you know. So we'll have to be extra careful calling this race if it's tight between Glasgow and Sheffield, I think, Carol.
I'm sure we'll manage. But yes, here they are, and what a beautiful sight. These beginner 4s, and you know, if you think back to the days when you were a beginner and sort of having this opportunity race on a 6-lane course, most beginners start racing on river courses and side-by-side racing, just 2 boats, but to race against 6 boats across a course like this is wonderful. But we were having a chat earlier when we were off the air, and both Finlay and I row on a River D, and Finlay's River D is in Chester and my River D is in Aberdeen. So interesting that we are both rowers, and in fact both rivers D are beautiful rivers.
They are indeed. I thought I'd slip that one in there, but no, yeah, it's a lovely bit of serendipity that this commentary has brought us together and led us to that realization.
Absolutely, and my club always tries to get a D in boat names, so we have Delicious and Delightful and Independent and all these names that sort of encapsulate the D, and it gets a bit boring after a time, but never mind. But here we are, back with this F final.
So it's looking like UCL are leading the pack at the moment, but Manchester are hot on their tails. What do you think the crew are starting to feel in this first 500 metres with that cox? And do you think as well, I wonder if the cox has the most experience in these beginner 4 finals, whether they've done this before? Because obviously you can cox with experience a beginner 4 at BUCS. So I wonder whether that gives any of these crews a sort of edge.
It's a difficult one, though, because some clubs just don't have enough coxes for them to sort of take on the beginners, and sometimes you get a beginner cox with a beginner crew, so it's a bit of a learning by fire, really, for everybody. Ideally, what you would probably want would be a more experienced crew with cox with a beginner's crew, just so that they can sort of share their experiences and knowledge and help that beginner's crew on. But, you know, smaller clubs sometimes just don't have that luxury.
Yeah, some clubs are more fortunate than others. Looking on that screen now, it looks to me at the centre lane, the university UCL are surging ahead a bit. I think I'm sort of seeing a little chevron emerging there. I don't know if the camera is picking that up the way I'm picking it up from the side, but I think you see that safety launch in between those 2 boats, UCL and Manchester, and yeah. UCL still leading Manchester dropping off the pace slightly, but in second. So yeah, I think we are sort of starting to get that chevron emerging now, Carol.
Yes, it looks like it. I keep switching myself off and forgetting to switch myself on again. It's an interesting pattern developing there. Just watching these beginner crews, and yet the cox will be helping them along and just giving them encouragement. The cox will get a feel for how the boat's running underneath them, just from their position and how the boat feels just as it's rolling through the water. I can see the Manchester blades there, the purple and yellow, side by side with UCL there. It's a Leicester crew that we've got closer to us on the left-hand side.
So we're potentially looking at a Manchester surge here. Who knows? It's going to be an interesting one to call whether Manchester do surge, because it looked on our times that when we approached that 1,000-metre mark, that UCL had a bit of a surge on compared to Manchester. But this is where all the magic happens, this middle K. This is where a race is made or broken.
Well, these are beginner crews, and they'll be new to this experience, new to planning a 2,000-metre race, because it is a challenge sometimes to plan these races, just if you're not used to rowing this distance and being consistent over this distance, and keeping the power on for 2,000 metres is quite hard, especially at these beginner phase of your rowing career. But looking up from here and looking on the screen, it does look as though it's that UCL crew managed to pull themselves away from the rest of the pack there. You can see the stripy blades just as they come towards us. In fact, I would say it's UCL crew, and then we've got a gap, and then we've got the 5 other crews with very little between them.
Yeah, so UCL lead here, making it look very, very interesting. You talked earlier before, Carol, about that being unknown and that unknownness of planning a 2,000 kilometre meters. But I think it's a good point to remember for these rowers, is that although it's going to be their first experience, this is going to serve them so well next year to have made a final, regardless of which final letter it is. It's the fact that you've made a final. Not everyone gets to do that, and I think that's going to serve them all the well for it in their rowing careers.
That's the beauty of BUCS, is that they try and give everybody a final. You do the time trial, and sometimes time trials, everybody else apart from the fastest 12 gets dumped. So BUCS has this sort of ethos of trying to give everybody a second final and making sure that everybody gets another race. And as you said, that will give you experience for the future, give you confidence for next year's racing, next year's rowing. Now, great performance from UCL here, just stormed ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, UCL really shifting up into higher gears. They really mean it. It's looking, like a dominant display there from UCL in the end. Manchester just couldn't quite match the rhythm that they were laying down in that boat.
In fact, Manchester have dropped behind Leicester now, and it's Leicester and Glasgow just picking up the pace here as they come towards the end of the race, and it's going to be Leicester and Glasgow and Sheffield just fighting for second, third and fourth, and it's going to be Glasgow just pipping Leicester on the line, I think, with Sheffield just behind them, and then we have Manchester having to settle for 5th, and then on this side we have Southampton just coming into your screenshot now.
So yeah, Manchester surged ahead, tried to match UCL in those first stages of the race, but it wasn't to be, unfortunately. We can bring you now to our open beginner 4 finals. In lane 1, the University of Chester. In lane 2, University of Nottingham. In lane 3, University of Oxford B. In lane 4, Newcastle A. In lane in lane 5, Queen's University Belfast C. And then in lane 6, Warwick B.
And here we can see them on our screens. I was talking earlier with Zoe, I think I was up here or downstairs, we were doing commentary, and we were just commenting on the range of clubs we're seeing. We're seeing clubs from all over the country, which is really nice to see, because most universities have travelled here this weekend to perform in this arena, this stage, and give their students this experience. And I know a lot of the students are into exam season, and if any parents are at home watching their children race this weekend, be assured there is a room set aside for study, and every time I've gone past, it is being well used.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I've seen many people writing their dissertations and being able to take that time to study, and it's been good to see. I think club captains especially might take a bit of a strain in terms of academics, because they're running a club as well as writing and being a student full time at the end of the day. So it's been great. Yeah, it's been great that these resources and these facilities are made available.
Definitely. So you can be assured that though they are what you think having a jolly, they are working hard, and they're working hard on the water. And this E-final is well underway now. You can just see these crews coming into the screen. I think that's Newcastle blue that we can see there just in front, just at the furthest left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing in between the rest of the pack. Obviously Newcastle leading away with the University of Oxford following them, but then Chester, Nottingham and Warwick and Queen's all posting very similar splits. I think a battle for third is going to be very interesting. I'm really excited to watch it because I'm watching as well with some friends.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot just across the screen there. You'll see the yellow, the Nottingham blades, and that'll be Chester on our near side. You'll recognise the kit better than I will.
Absolutely, and this is the hardest part of commentary now, to be honest with you, Carol, remaining unbiased and objective about what's happening in front of us.
Now, as an umpire, you should be unbiased and objective. I sometimes think as a commentator it is no mean thing to be a wee bit subjective. Just support your home crew, because they'll probably be listening at home, or their parents will be listening at home saying, oh, why didn't you support you? He's at university with you.
Absolutely, then I'll say go well boys, go well Chester. Hopefully you can push on. Chester there at the 1,000 metre mark, 1 second behind the University of Nottingham. It'd be, if I'm going to be subjective now, Carol, I'm hoping that they can push on.
Well, you'll probably see them out the water, so you'll know better than anybody else what they can or can't do. So yeah, it's yeah.
Quite a very experienced crew, to be fair to these boys. A lot of them went into the head of the rowboat in their first season. So yeah, they've had a baptism of fire on the Tideway, and I think that's done dividends, to be fair to them at the moment. Hopefully they can keep pushing when we get to the final third of this race now.
Well, we've got to the stage of these minor finals where the times from the time trials are becoming closer together, and as we've talked about with the intermediate single sculls, you know, sort of there may have been very few seconds separating these crews from the time trial, and now we are seeing them race side by side, and it's going to be what they can produce in a side by side race. Very different mentality is from a time trial, and it looks to me as though it's Newcastle out in front there just as they come through that timing point, and it's just confirmed on the screen that Newcastle some 7 seconds in front of Nottingham, with Oxford and Chester just slightly behind, about half a boat length each behind each other.
So yeah, making for some really, really tight racing now. Absolutely phenomenal. You can just see from the commentary actually, the 3 lanes closest to us, there's absolutely nothing in it at all. You know, they look side by side in tandem.
Lovely shot of Newcastle there. It's very distinctive blue. It's quite easy to see in these lighting conditions. It's quite flat lighting, but there's Newcastle just coming towards us. In fact, I can't see the Newcastle support on the bank. There's usually a whole crowd of people ready to cheer their crewmates on. Oh, some are congregating now. We'll hear the roar shortly. But it's Newcastle there just leading this field, and then there is nothing between Chester, Nottingham and Oxford on this side. all racing for the line. I'm going to have to hold Finlay down. I think he's going to start bouncing up and down in excitement at the moment, because Chester look as though they're coming through Nottingham and maybe coming through Oxford, but Chester putting in a sprint for the line there. It is nothing between the crews in lanes 1, 2 and 3, Chester, Nottingham, Oxford.
Yeah, the boys putting in a fantastic surge now. I wonder if they can make something of this now. It'd be fantastic to see if they do.
Well, it's Newcastle holding the honours here. Just full shot on the screen there, just coming up towards the line. Excuse me. And you can just see them there in this E-finals. Newcastle. Now the race is on for the minor positions. Nottingham picked it up just there, as have Oxford. Chester having to settle for 4th place in this final by the looks of it.
Yeah, wow, phenomenal bit of racing there from both the Nottingham and Chester crews. I think they really gave it their all there. And like you said, Carol, this is where the sort of gaps sort of to dissipate in terms of racing speeds. But the boys, every one of them, yeah, should be fantastically proud. And it's great that BUCS has given everyone as much of a shot as possible to be able to race.
Just finishing, we have Queen's Belfast and Warwick B, and we're rapidly moving on to the D final. And we have St Andrews in lane 1, Liverpool in lane 2, Southampton in lane 3, Oxford in lane 4, York in lane 5, and Surrey in lane 6. You can just get them on screen there. Very little to choose from this early on in the race. Really nice shot from about 500 metres out, and you can just see them line abreast across the screen. And from the seeding, you'll expect a chevron pattern to appear, maybe the faster crews being in the middle, and I think from the time trials it'll probably be Southampton and Oxford. But that said, as it's been proved many times this afternoon, I can be wrong.
Yeah, and this is the great thing about rowing. It'll throw us these topsy-turvy sort of curveballs sometimes. We won't expect it, and it's nice to sometimes be caught off guard, to think a race is going one way and then be pulled into another direction by the efforts of these crews. Coming into the 500-metre mark, York University leading at the moment, followed by the University of Oxford in just a second behind them. So yeah, it's some really tight racing at the moment. There's a second between 1st and 4th at the 500 metre mark. I wonder if it'll start to separate once we reach the 1,000 metre mark, Carol.
I think we're going to see jostling for position. I think things may change at 1,000 metres. It's all depends on where these crews are going to put their push. I've often commentated from 1,000 metres at various other regattas, and you can just see things happening sometimes on the 1,000 metres, sometimes about 950, 900 metres. Sometimes crews will leave it a wee bit later, but most crews will do something round about that phase in the race, whether it's a big push on the legs, whether it's a lift the rating, whether it's a settle, just go for length. There will be something that makes a difference to boat speed or pace just round about that phase. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I think the Cox obviously has a huge role in that, and their calls really can make and break a race. I think often as well an underrated Cox call is just to breathe and to focus on that breathing, without sounding too much like midwives, to be honest with you. But Coxes are so important, aren't they, for that?
Specifically for beginners fours, because beginners tend to forget the basics. Oh, a bit of a wobble there, just caught on camera there, but no, got it back together. And that's what you need to do as a crew. If you have a wobble, somebody catches, takes an air shot, you just need to get back into it as fast as you can and just carry on. Don't let it upset you, don't let it unsettle you. Just get back into that game, that race plan that you've been talking about, and just the Cox will have felt it but will be encouraged in. Just get back on it.
Yeah, and that reassurance does make a huge difference, I think, because sometimes I think there's a tendency when with the rowers in the boat to sort of be a bit frazzled and unfazed, and that Cox, the fact that they're calm and the fact that they're reassuring, and the fact that they allow for that reassurance to take place, it really can set crews back on and ready to go again and race again without all too much issue. We're looking at now our 1,000 metre mark. Still a bit of a break off now for the University of York, but between 4th and 5th, the University of Liverpool and Southampton, there is nothing in there. University of Oxford trailing behind a bit, and St Andrews second behind University of Oxford. So it's looking like we could be seeing a York, Oxford, St Andrews finish at the moment.
And just as you said that, Finlay, it appeared on the screen. It was just spot on. You called it and then it suddenly appeared. And definitely, it's a good performance from York there. And just in our bits of paper, I can see the York crew contains a Matthew York.
Fantastic fitting name, you know, it's just pure poetry, that. Good to see. Good to see. I wonder how many, though, there are of university crews where their surname is the university that they're representing.
Well, I'm sure the stats are out there somewhere, but you know, that's a rabbit hole you may not want to go down to this afternoon. But a great performance from York. They got themselves, you know, we were talking earlier, and it's usually the commentary kiss of death, and I was talking about the faster crews being in the middle from the time trials, and that would have been Southampton and Oxford. And of course, I've been proven wrong by York in lane 5 and St Andrews in lane 1, who have sort of reversed my chevron. And as I said, I have been proven wrong many times, and I'm glad to see that today again.
Yeah, phenomenal row there. Really good row by the University of York now. They're really pushing and looking like they're going to get over the line quite comfortably now. I don't want to use commentator's curse, though.
Oh no, I think they are just motoring on now. They can hear the shouts of encouragement, and they've just lifted their rating just to stamp, just show other people what they can do. University of St Andrews really powering to that second place. Just another pale blue club just taking second place, and it's going to be Oxford in third there, with Liverpool fourth, and then a battle between Southampton and Surrey for 5th and 6th.
So yeah, York University really managed to put on a dominant performance there, and it was great. It's great to see. We can bring you now another open beginner final, our C final. So in lane 1 we have the University of Surrey, followed by the University of Sheffield, followed by Queen's University, followed by Cardiff Met in lane 4. In lane 5 we have Southampton, and then in lane 6 Oxford University BUCS. So once again, Carol, we're looking at lane 5. I think that was that the lane York were in when they just won again?
That indeed was York. I'm sorry, I turned the page over. It was
not to worry, no. I was just thinking, once again, this sort of chevron, we're seeing a few anomalies, because to be fair, it has been pretty consistent. We've seen most of our leaders take the win from either the third or second lane. So it's interesting, actually, at the moment, a few sort of wins coming from.
I was just going to add in that we're now in our D finals and our C finals, so the boat speeds from the time trials will be pretty close together. So therefore,
it's luck of the draw then.
Maybe we're reading too much into this chevron actions of a second rather than seconds. So maybe that's why we're seeing the crews on the outside. And maybe the crews on the outside are just saying, well, this is our chance, possibly last chance of the season, to show what we can do. So, you know, sort of making a point, putting a mark in the sand for next year.
Yeah, it's a good point as well. It's always interesting to see anomalies, though, in racing. But yeah, at the moment, Southampton are leading at the 1,000 metre mark. They're followed by Cardiff Met. So yeah, it seems like you say, Carol, in lane 2, it tends to be at the moment anyway. With these finals, now that we're getting up higher up in the order, that whatever lane you put in tends to be sort of luck of the draw, like you say, because their times are so quickly and.
Yeah, these close times are just giving us some really exciting racing, and this is what you expect from these time trials, that you're you know, these minor finals are giving you boats with relatively close boat speeds, so therefore when it comes to side-by-side racing, you can see how they can perform in a side-by-side scenario with their cocks encouraging them on. And this is the C final, and after this we're going to be handing over to two other commentators, so we're really looking, Finlay and I, for a really exciting finish so we can jump up and down and really entertain you for our last race of our stint on the YouTube commentary.
Yeah, and it's looking that way, the exciting race, because we're looking at the middle of the park now, the middle of the field, and there is really nothing separating all of these crews. Camera angle might show differently, but from where we're stood, we're looking on for a really, really exciting race here. But Southampton are sort of leading away, but I think we can get a lot of our excitement now in between the middle pecking order. Nothing between Oxford, Brooks and Sheffield a second, so it really could be an interesting fight for third here.
Yeah, I was just looking to see who was missing, because I could only count 5 crews. I was expecting to see 6, and it's Queen's Belfast in lane 3 who are missing. So it's Southampton really going on strong here. But as we saw from the times earlier, we've got Southampton out in front, but there's very little separating the other 4 crews. You know, we're looking at seconds, and as they come down towards the last 250 metres or so, I'm sure we're going to see some charges for the line. Southampton just getting their noses out in front. I think Sheffield are maybe marginally, fractionally in that second place on this side. I'm not quite sure though.
Sorry, I've made a similar mistake today as Carol. It's looking that way. Always check that your mic is on. It's looking similar that way, but no, it's looking like Southampton are surging ahead. I'm wondering now if it's going to be a fight between Sheffield and Cardiff Met. Ooh, this camera angle's difficult, but no, look at that. It's so tight, isn't it?
It's so tight. Well, we're both going to be standing up and down and bouncing around. But it's Southampton just coming towards us. I think it's Sheffield just putting in a big push there, just to. But look at Surrey in lane 1. Have just upped their rating. We're looking at Southampton just going through the line, but just watch these surges coming towards the line here, and it's Sheffield closest to us, I think, just going to go through that line, and then the yellow boat of Oxford Brooks. And
very tight this one now.
Oh no, it isn't Brooks, it was Cardiff Met.
Cardiff Met pipping Brooks
on the line, and then we had Surrey. What a finish.
Yeah, it was not a bad race at all. Now when we look at it, literally a second between the rest of the competitors. Southampton a bit of a cut above the rest in that final there.
Yeah, C final of Open Beginners 4s. That is just wonderful. I'm going to sign off now. It's and I'll probably be back on YouTube at some stage tomorrow. But I'm going to hand over to Will, who's going to take over from me. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Carol.
We have nothing, so now we wait.
So a huge thank you to Carol and Finlay for their commentary over the last couple of hours. I'm going to be taking you through to the end of the day of these minor finals. We've wrapped up the Open Beginner 4s and we're now moving, as you can see on your screen, to the Women's Beginner Quads. Starting off with the F final, we've got Swansea, Portsmouth and Hertfordshire racing in this one. Although taking a look at the screen, I think I can only see 2 of the crews. So I think one of our 3 beginner quads has decided to pull out of this minor final. So we moved from the sweep boats that we had previously onto sculling. So rather than having one long oar that you hold with both hands and your body twists around, you can see now all the 4 athletes in the boat have got 2 oars, one in the left hand, one in their right hand, and you move pretty much straight up and down. The blades are a lot shorter, and the spoons, that's the bit that goes into the water, are a lot smaller, so there's not quite as much load as you would have in a sweep-oared boat. Through the first 500 metres, and it was Hertfordshire who had a lead of 4 seconds over Portsmouth. Beginner quads got added into BUCS Regatta a few years ago now, and it's fantastic to see just the way that they have been embraced. That the only sculling we would really see was in the beginner singles events, but it's really encouraged sculling at a much earlier level for a lot of these athletes, and it's made it very accessible for clubs who don't necessarily have the same numbers or the same facilities, that they can have athletes out in singles and doubles and have quads ready to race at BUCS Regatta. I think there was a lot of fear at the start that there was going to be a huge number of crashes and issues, because steering a quad is quite a hard job. But I think all the beginners, ever since these events have come in, have always really impressed me. We've very rarely had kind of many significant issues with the beginner quads.
I was just thinking, I'll jump back in here again. Nobody's turned up yet to help. I was just thinking, if you sort of teach people to learn to steer very early on, surely it's no big thing. Sometimes you learn to steer later on in your rowing career, it's a big thing because you're thinking, I'm steering. Whereas if you're just taught as part of this whole sculling thing, that it becomes a bit more natural. It's no fear or sort of thing about it, because sometimes it's made into a bigger thing than it actually is.
Definitely, and I think it just encourages athletes to develop their what we'd call kind of boat skills. It's not just about sitting in a boat and pulling or pushing really hard and making the boat go fast, that actually having athletes being aware of their surroundings, aware of kind of even if it's what's required to kind of make to fix a boat, and setting blades and rigging and all the little bits that are important to an experienced rower, but you develop that experience over time, and as you say, if you can build that responsibility early on, it's massively helpful.
Yeah, and it also sort of teaches you that you individually have an impact on how the boat's running. So you have to learn these skills early on, and I suppose the sooner you start learning, it makes you a better oarsman at the end of the day. So they've still got these 2 beginners quad sculls, and I was impressed with watching them earlier in the time trial this morning, and just racing down the course there.
So it's a very different challenge for these quads, where you've just got 2 boats on the water. It's almost more like match racing that you'd see at Henley Royal Regatta or Henley Women's Regatta. where you've only got one other boat and you can be a lot more focused on what they're doing. But I think for both of these crews, they'll just be looking to try and get the best performance out of themselves over this 2,000 metre course. It'll be, I think, unless they were in the beginner singles yesterday, I do recognise a couple of the names actually from the beginner singles event. It will most likely be their first time going down a 2,000 metre rowing course, so there's just a huge amount to learn from that experience. So we've had Hertfordshire have gone through that 1,500 metre marker, as have Portsmouth now, around about 15 seconds behind, and we pick them up from our camera in the just near the finish tower, just on top of regatta control as it is. So you can see the kind of great vantage point that that race control have over the lake. And you can see all the way down to the start. There's just over 250 metres left now for this Hertfordshire crew of April Marie Doherty, Heidi Ryu, Ying Yao, Lilia Pryor and Zhao Ying Chao to wrap up their event in the women's beginner quads. A couple of looks over the shoulder from the athletes here in the Hertfordshire crew, just seeing how long they've got left to go until they reach the finish line. There is a little bit of a head breeze here at the National Watersport Centre, pretty much going directly down the course. But as you can see from the water, it's absolutely not anything to kind of create any issues in terms of bad water. It'll just be maybe slowing them down ever so slightly. But University of Hertfordshire coming up to the line, wrapping up their F final in the women's beginner quads, and we can pick up Portsmouth now just into the last few strokes of their race, and they cross the line around about 10 seconds behind, so they closed up a bit in that last 500 metres. Congratulations there to the University of Hertfordshire, and a thumbs up. Thanks very much to the stroke there of the Hertfordshire crew, and we can go back down to the start now, which is a good opportunity to see the start process in action from our camera here in the finish tower. So looks like we're not quite ready to start just yet because the athletes are all sitting reasonably relaxed. I think they're starting to come forwards now to get ready. So, especially with the beginners, it can take a bit of time to get all the four crews attached. We're lucky that the weather conditions are good, so we're not having a problem with the wind playing too much havoc. But there we go. We've had the attention go. They've all had their blades squared in the water. Or we can just see the crew in lane 4 just starting to drift towards lane 5. They're going to want to correct that really quickly. Well, in a second we'll see the umpires launch falling in behind, but it looks as though that crew third from your left has managed to correct that. They're moving back towards their lane. So our line-up here, we've got Exeter B in 1, Harper Adams B in 2, Nottingham Trent C in 3, Portsmouth A in 4, Bath Spa in 5, and Manchester in lane number 6. So I think it was that Portsmouth crew that had just drifted across. We talked about the challenges with the start, and it can be with the steering in these quads, and it can be especially challenging off the start, where you've got a huge amount of power going into the boat. and you've got to try and make sure that's being applied really, really evenly. And in those beginner crews, it is very easy for that power to just go slightly awry. And once you've got the boat pointing in one direction, you've then got to put a massive amount of rudder on, and hopefully not have to have the athletes kind of pushing too much on one side or the other to straighten it out. But I'm now joined by Matt up here in the commentary box. You've been helping out with some of your beginner crews racing, and then jumping into the commentary box.
Yeah, I have. I just saw the inevitable, well, not inevitable, but the Chester men's 4, beginner men's 4, sort of lose by about half a length for the E-final, which, congrats that they made that in the first place. They were surrounded by some really tough competition there. You had a Newcastle boat that arguably could have been in a couple finals earlier, or later, sorry. But yeah, they gave their all, and yeah, it sort of at the 1K mark they realised that they had pushed a little too hard, I think, and yeah, everyone else kind of caught up to them, and they ended up finishing 4th by about half a length.
I think it's such a difficult thing to learn, exactly how much capacity you have to push over a 2,000 metre course, and there's so much adrenaline, and you're on the start line, and you've got everyone next to you, and suddenly there's all this noise, and you just want to go absolutely flat out, and it's very easy to then sort of realise, oh no, I'm not. I've probably sort of spent a few many tokens in the first half, and I'm not sure I've got the balance to survive through the last part of the race.
Yeah, I definitely think that was the case there. Come like the last sort of 150 metres, it looked like they were running on fumes, to say the least. But fair play to the other crews who raced and succeeded in sort of maintaining their levels. Nottingham made an incredible push around the halfway point, going from 4th to 2nd, and ultimately holding that, which sort of shows a little bit more experience, or I don't really know the word for it, but they managed to sort of restrain themselves from going off too hard and sort of saving themselves, sort of waiting for the boats ahead to sort of
good patience.
Yeah.
So coming back to this race now, as we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker, I've been keeping an eye on the umpire, who you can see sort of in the background in the orange boat. That they've been very, very busy with their flag, sort of dashing up and down I say up and down, from left to right behind the crews, just trying to encourage them back into their lanes. So we've got Exeter here in lane 1, and they've opened up a really commanding advantage in the first 1,000 metres. They've got a good 2 or 3 lengths of clear water over the rest of the field. Looks like it's the Portsmouth and Bath Spa and Manchester crews. I think, yeah, Portsmouth and Manchester coming through in 2nd and 3rd in this E-final of the Women's Beginner Quads. And you mentioned
it's neck and neck.
Yeah,
can really split hair between those two.
You mentioned it, something related to the crew that you're watching, and can see it again here. You might sometimes get a crew in a minor final that it's clear that they're a sort of a step ahead of the other crews in that race, and it's probably a sign that they didn't quite get their time trial right, and that they're now trying to make amends for it by getting the best possible result they can. But you'll see, especially in these beginner events where it's so hard to get that time trial spot on, that you might have one boat that's maybe 10-15 seconds quicker than the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can sort of see it. For instance, I believe Newcastle in the beginner men's 4 race, they caught a crab and lost about 20 seconds in their time trial, which certainly cost them.
That'll do it.
a C or a D final maybe, but certainly they did show they're pretty dominant in that final.
So we're moving away from the 1,000 metre marker now, and you had Nottingham, Trent and Portsmouth in your shot there. We're just coming up towards 500 metres to go, and there's Exeter in lane 1, and they have really pushed away. Although I've just seen, I think they're now having some issues. I think the bow seat had caught a crab. They've now had to stop
now in another
and
lane.
Get back going. They've moved into lane 2. This is really, really tricky now for Exeter, who maybe see some of the issues that might have plagued them in their time trial. They've got really fast boat speed, but actually trying to put together a 2,000 metre race is quite tricky.
Lane 3 now.
I'm taking a look down the course now, and it's causing a whole heap of issues. We've got Exeter has moved all the way across into lane 3, and the boats that are in sort of lanes 2, 3 and 4 are having to sort of avoid them.
So Portsmouth almost hit them from lane 4 going into lane 3 as well, as they shoot back across, almost darting back across to get into their own lane.
Yeah, and Portsmouth now, I think they maybe got a bit spooked by that, because they've overcorrected and they're now drifting towards Bath Spa in lane number 5. So yeah, it's tough, because you see another boat coming towards you and you think, oh, I should move away from them. But no, you're in the right spot. You stay in your lane. Don't get too spooked by it. And yeah, I feel bad for the Portsmouth crew there, because I think they've maybe been slightly hard done by the slightly erratic steering of Exeter. But I think despite that, the fact that they were probably stationary for a good 10 seconds and they went for a little jolly over towards lane 3 and almost into lane 4, I think Exeter is still going to win this one.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that way. But this umpire has certainly had his work cut out for him today.
Yeah, I can see the flatter of their lane to make sure they don't get in. But Exeter, they look nice and serene now. It's almost like they've had a completely drama-free race. If we hadn't picked that up on our camera shots, you'd think that they'd just been kind of sitting a few lengths ahead of the field. But no, they were well up going towards the last 500 metres, and then they had that sort of big shipwreck. By the time they got going again, they were pointing in completely the wrong direction. But a good recovery by them, and they're into the last 100 metres now. And it's Bath Spa in the white boat who've actually kind of pushed ahead, and Portsmouth, yeah, I think they've come out worse for all their dramas. They had been in second place pretty much the whole way through the race. They've now dropped down into fourth behind Bath Spa and Manchester.
That sort of little issue between, like, steering wise would have cost them a lot of energy and probably taken them a bit out of the mental. But Exeter there, with all the struggles, with all the sort of issues they've had through almost going sideways, they do cross the line first there, followed by Bath Spa and Portsmouth.
Yeah, Portsmouth do just hold on to that third spot ahead of Manchester. You mentioned the kind of mental thing there. That was the one thing that really came to my mind, is just the lack of rhythm that when you're rowing, the kind of when it really feels like it's kind of singing along, you almost don't, like, every stroke just kind of so naturally flows on to the next one. And then when you're suddenly got all these external things that you're having to think about, if you get out of that rhythm, it can really disrupt you. We just had Harper Adams crossing the line there in 5th position, and then to wrap out the field, it'll be Nottingham Trent C, who themselves having a few steering issues, wandering over towards the far side of the course. But that's wrapping up our E-final of the women's beginner quads. And the D final is already underway and making its way towards the 1,000 metre marker. So we've got Bangor A in lane number 1, Lincoln A in 2, Plymouth A in 3, Newcastle A in 4, Sussex A in 5, and Harper Adams A in lane number 6. Well, I'm just taking a look at the kits here, and I think we're actually looking at race number 268. I think it's actually the C final. I think we might have bypassed over the D final. There may have been some technical issues, but I think that's actually Queen's University Belfast. The distinctive blue and green hoops across the white tops in that boat. But we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker, and yeah, I've got our timing screen up and running now. It is in fact the C final of Queen's University Belfast, just going through the 1,000 metre marker in the lead.
So it's about a length and a half lead on everyone else, but everyone else seems pretty much in a dogfight there.
Yeah, they really do. So I think it was Loughborough who went through in second. So I'll just run through the lane order here. We've got Bournemouth in 1, Nottingham and Trent in 2, St Andrews in 3, Queen's Belfast B in 4, Liverpool in 5, and Loughborough C in lane number 6. See Nottingham Trent there in lane number 2 with St Andrews just over their left shoulders, but Queen's University Belfast in the yellow boat in the background, just staying out of trouble with all of this drama. Oh, and there we had some issues there for the Nottingham Trent crew, and they've had to stop just for a second. Looked like they caught their blades. Oh, and the worst thing you can do in this situation is panic. You've just got to have someone, whoever's making the calls in the boat, just be really crystal clear, reset, just be like, right, ready, go, rather than everyone starts trying to take strokes as soon as you can, because then you're likely to end up having more problems than if you just take a moment to pause, make sure you're all set, and go together.
Yeah, just coming on to that point, when I rode a quad, I had the foot steering, and then the lad in front of me, he was always really good with just making the calls, and we trusted him with that. And it really makes all the difference when something goes wrong. You never plan for something to go wrong, but when something does, he was always the first to sort of like, yeah, let's get this, reset it, and almost that trust in him to know that he's got that reassurance in you, and you can fix that quite quickly. Almost sets you apart from lots of other crews who almost don't have that similar trusting. Looking down the course now, you've got almost, what's that, lane 4, and moving a slight bit into lane 5. And who are those two? Is it Queen's University Belfast and Liverpool? However, I think they're fine now. They've moved back apart. Probably the umpire just this flag again.
So again, we've got a situation. Queen's a massive beginner program, usually really, really strong, and it's their B crew here. But I wonder if they maybe again didn't quite maximise their potential, and they should have been in the A and B semi-final, because they are dominating and they're a really good-looking crew. I don't want to do any of the other crews in this C final down, but Queen's Belfast, just the way that they're putting the blades in together, the bodies are swinging together through the stroke. They just look a little bit more together, like they've been out on the water a little more over this year, and that's not to say there's anything wrong about any of the other programs. Queen's invest a lot of time and effort into their beginner program, so these athletes would have been training a lot together pretty much right since the beginning of the year. They'll have raced at events like BUCS Head, events in Northern and the Republic of Ireland as well. And you can just, I think there's a sort of good visual depiction there of kind of the sort of range in some togetherness that you see across the beginner crews.
So that's Queen's coming to the last sort of 200 there. Still looking really strong, still swinging through. That's a really strong beginner crew.
Yeah, and it's Loughborough who are in the second position. They had about 6 seconds ahead of Bournemouth. We were just seeing them in the shot a second ago in the pink outfits. They're kind of in a little bit of no man's land because they're all the way over in lane 6. They're a bit behind Queen's Belfast. They're a bit ahead of third place, but they're also on completely the opposite side of the lake. So they've just been having to keep their heads in the boat and focus in. Queen's Belfast, good performance from them. Probably not the race they wanted to be in, but they've absolutely made the most of it. That's all you could do once you've if you've not had the performance you want. You just go out and really maximise what you can do in the final you are in. Loughborough crossing the line in second position.
This is Bournemouth coming across the line now.
Yeah, Bournemouth who've just been pushing away from the St Andrews crew. So Bournemouth cross in third position, then it's St Andrews in fourth. Then towards the top of our shot we can see it's Liverpool.
Oh, that's a bad crab there.
Oh yeah, good recovery though by the stroke of the Liverpool crew. It can be that can be quite a tricky situation when the blade sort of starts going behind you and obviously got a head in the hands a little bit. I'm not sure, but I don't think it really cost them too much in that situation. And our shot there of our Queen's University Belfast crew. job done for them. So we're going back down the course, and I think this must now be our D final. Indeed it is, because I can see the Newcastle Blue Star in the centre. So a reminder again, we've got Bangor, Lincoln, Plymouth, Newcastle, Sussex and Harper Adams racing in this one. You can see the Lincoln crew in lane number 2 there, just moving away from the 1,000 metre marker, and Bangor with the Welsh Dragon on their blades. I think it's the Newcastle crew. You were mentioning that there was a Newcastle crew in your beginner fours race, and I think we've got another one here, and they're looking pretty strong at the halfway marker.
I would completely agree there. It does seem that they seem to see it more with the beginner crews as they with these time trials and sort of gauging 1,500 metres. This might be their first time coming to a regatta and seeing a 2-kilometre long stretch of water and physically seeing that distance. So when you set off and you sort of see the first 500 will fly, and then the next 500 sort of stays, and you're like, where's the next marker, where's the next marker, and it just doesn't come, and you just sort of end up pushing a little too harder than you think, and that will cost you.
Yeah, we're very, very early in the season. I think the only kind of big multi-lane event that I can think of that's taken place so far is the Scottish Spring Regatta up at Strathclyde Park.
Yeah.
But that's obviously a bit of a logistical challenge for anyone who's not in Scotland or the north of England. So yeah, for all of these athletes, will be almost certainly their first sort of 6-lane multi-lane regatta where they're having to stick to a buoyed course, and possibly their first regatta full stop. But we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and we've got a good race in our hands here. We've got 4 crews in the centre of the course who I think are all within about of a length of each other. I'm hoping we can get some timings as we go through 500 metres to go. But yeah, I think it's the crews between lanes 3 and 6 who are contesting this one. So that is Plymouth, Newcastle, Sussex and Harper Adams. Lincoln and Bangor in lanes 2 and 1, just a little bit further behind. I'd say though it is that Newcastle crew in lane 4 who are still probably just about ahead of this one, but it's very tight with lane 3. So you've got Newcastle there in the centre of your shot. Then it's Sussex to their left and Plymouth to their right. And then we've got Harper Adams all the way over on the far left-hand side of the shot. Oh, but an issue there for Newcastle. Newcastle is stationary. I think it was either stroke or 3, caught their stroke side blade in the water. Oh, they're getting back going now, but I think they're going to have the same issue that Exeter had earlier. They're pointing in the wrong direction, and they're spearing themselves towards the crew. It would be fantastic if we could keep the shot on the crews to the right-hand side, just so we can see what's going on with Newcastle and Plymouth. We've got the crews from Sussex and Harper Adams there, who are just being able to keep going away from the issues. There we go. So we've got the Sussex crew, who I think fortunately have been able to not be too affected by that drama that's affected Newcastle, but Newcastle were leading, and I'm afraid they're now down in 4th position as a result of that crab.
So I'd say it's Sussex, Harper Adams and Plymouth all within about half a length of each other now, coming through this last sort of 250 mark now.
Yeah, I think Sussex in the red, I think actually are potentially pushing away in this last 500 metres.
Oh, Stroke's caught a blade. Just have a quick reset there. Newcastle are reeling them back in as well.
We're having drama all the way down the course. So Sussex have managed to get themselves back going, but can either Harper Adams or Plymouth close them down in the last few strokes of this race?
It's coming really close now.
We're into the last few strokes now, and Sussex are just going to cling on. They do cross the line in first position. Harper Adams and Plymouth, nothing to separate between them. And Newcastle in 4th. They led most of the way through this race, but that issue with just under 500 metres to go has scuppered their chances, unfortunately, in this D final of the women's beginner quads. And it's like we've unfortunately had a technical issue for the crew in lane 2. That's Lincoln. You see the stroke there, sitting, not able to row the last few strokes, and it'll be Bangor in lane number 1. but a slap on the knee there from the 3-seat of the Sussex crew. It was dramatic, but they got the job done. A bit of a change of pace now from the beginner quads. We're moving on to championship lightweight single sculls. So it's not usual that we get C finals for championship events, but a sign of the level of entry that we had in the championship lightweight single. We also removed the intermediate lightweight single a couple of years ago just to bring everyone all together into one event. And we got Sheffield B, Harper Adams B, Queens B, Birmingham B, Sussex and Sheffield Hallam in this one. We're already through the 1,000-metre marker. In fact, we're at 500 metres to go, and we got the 3 scullers in the centre of the course in lanes 3, 4 and 5 who are posting this one. So that's Adam Graham of Queens, Pablo San Roman Alvarez of Birmingham and James Edgar of Sussex, who I think were the 3 in the centre of the field who are all quite close together. We're into the last 500 metres now, and a great shot there from our Finnish camera. I think it's the Queen's University Belfast sculler that's just disappeared out to the right of shots, who I believe is leading this one with just under 500 metres to go. You can see it's the Birmingham and Sussex scullers in lanes 4 and 5 who are hot on his heels, but I think it's Adam Graham of Queen's University Belfast who is leading this one into the closing stages.
Yeah, Adam there looking like he's got a really clean connection and just sort of throwing that boat just straight through that water. He's looking really clean with it.
Don't have many of the intermediate times from this race, unfortunately. We've only got 500 metres in, but at that point he was in 4th and quite a few seconds behind. He was 5 seconds behind, if our timing is accurate, which I don't want to say with 100% certainty that it is. That then means he's had a really well-paced race, not gone off too hard. In a single scull, that's one where you really do need to pace it correctly. You often see go off way too hard, and you can really suffer in the closing stages, which you might not struggle with quite as much in an 8. It's a shorter race, and you kind of got there's enough boat speed around you to sort of mask some of those issues. But Adam Graham of Queen's Belfast, a perfectly well-paced race from him. He crosses the line in 1st position in this C final, and it's Sussex versus Birmingham in the fight for 2nd place. Sussex, we just saw them win the C final, the D final of the women's beginner quads, and they come 2nd there. All tight for 4th and 5th between Harper Adams and Sheffield, but I think Harper Adams just getting it, and then Sheffield Hallam over on the far side of the course getting the last position. But there is our winner there, Adam Graham. White flag is up, so that's confirmed. He is the winner of the C final of the Open Championship lightweight single sculls. We are underway with our next set of events now, so just the one C final to bring you there. But we are on to the women's intermediate pairs, and we're starting off with a 3-boat final. We've got the G final, Sussex, Royal Holloway and Swansea. So these intermediate events with minor finals going all the way down to the G final. So you needed to be in the top 42 in the time trial. I can tell you I don't think it was the case in this one, but some of the events that we had, there were absolutely over 42 crews. So you needed to do a good job in your time trial just to get to some side-by-side racing. And I think it'd be quite brutal if you came to do your time trial early on in the day, and then that's it. You've got to de-rig your boat and or maybe not go home. You're probably going to be racing in the other days. But yeah, that's could be a bit of a bittersweet moment. Fortunately, not the case here though. We obviously want a huge part of the British University Championships. Yes, the performance is really important. It's great to see those medal races, but with BUCS, it's about trying to broaden the experience of rowing for so many people. So many of our universities do a fantastic job of bringing people who've never tried rowing before, or maybe they've done a little bit of it at school or in a rowing club, and they come to university and they want to really take it on. So we want to try and encourage as many people as possible to give rowing a try and give them the opportunity to race here, which is why we have the minor finals that go as far down as they do. There's some regattas that would sort of just focus on having those top races, but I think it's a hugely important part of BUCS that we give the opportunity to as many of those athletes as possible. Coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark, and I think we've got a fairly close race here, and we've seen a lot of Sussex. They're not one of the biggest programmes, but just sort of happenstance that they've ended up in 3 races in a row for us. We've got Royal Holloway in the centre with the kind of the green tops and the pink bucket hats. That's going to really help them stand out. And then we've got Swansea on the left of your shot, but it is going to be Sussex in lane number 2 who are going to show themselves to be in front of this G final of the women's intermediate pairs.
Pulling out to about a length there, and that sort of second 500 they've almost, well, Royal Holloway at the 500 mark led by a couple seconds there, and now they fully pulled it back, and Swansea there pulling it back even more, going side by side with Royal Holloway here, and I believe if they don't step up again now, they might run out of water by the time Sussex reaches the finish line.
Yes, I think Royal Holloway fast starting and then just moving back into the pack a little bit in that second 500 metres. A little look over from the bow seat of the Swansea crew with those glorious swans on the blades. And just be checking where they are so she can then feed that back to the stroke seat. As we discussed, it used to be one person's responsibility to make the calls. They'll be the only one that's really encouraged to take a look out of the boat just to check on where they are. Everyone else, in this case, it's obviously just one athlete, but they should be keeping absolutely locked in. And I've been watching now for a few strokes, and the Swansea stroke has not taken a single look out of the boat. So well done to her, staying disciplined. Leaving it to the bow seat to do that job for her. And it's the first pairs racing that we've seen for a little bit of time, and a tricky little boat, the pair. So we're back into sweep rowing. So we've got each athlete's holding one oar, longer than the sculling oars, and they're kind of rotating round the pin so they can have a sort of much longer stroke. We're seeing Royal Holloway there with a few steering issues. It is probably one of the hardest boats to steer, the pair, because you do have a rudder, but you've only got one athlete on each side, so you've got to be really evenly sort of set between the two of you to make sure you're putting the same amount of pressure down. Otherwise, you're going to sort of send the boat into a bit of a spin.
Counterpoint with that, I think it's not as hard as to keep it in like a straight line almost, because I feel like if you're at bow, you can almost sort of put a little less pressure in, or just put a little bit more pressure in, and you can sort of, instead of even using the foot to sort of steer, you can almost just balance through that. However, that is very difficult to do if you sort of pull different watts anyway.
Yeah, it's difficult to do, and also in a race, it's not the sort of thing you're going to be wanting to worry about too much. Like that's sort of fine to manage if you're paddling and training, but in a race where you're wanting to be maximising the amount of effort that you're putting in, yeah, it'll probably get you down the course straight, but you may be kind of losing a little bit of boat speed as a result. Actually, you've seen Royal Holloway, those early leaders, are just dropping back now. I think they are down to third position, and Swansea and Sussex are going to be fighting it out at the front end. I think Sussex have got a decent lead in this one. Yeah, you can just see from the way that the Sussex crew's rowing there, that it can be such a challenging boat, because as you've just got one person on each side, even just sort of balancing the boat, you've got to be so even between you, because one of you's going out to the bow side, one of you's going out to the stroke side, and you've got to really make sure you're doing that in the same way. I've always been told that with a pair, there's no perfect technique to rowing a pair. You looked at the Kiwi pair, the New Zealand men's pair, who was so dominant, and there's a load of things that you could point out that they weren't doing maybe exactly by the book, but they were doing it really, really well together, and that was what worked for them. But it's when you start to kind of do different things that's when it can really throw the boat off. One of those boats that when it's right, it feels absolutely amazing, but a pair that's not quite working right, that can feel like a really long day.
And I think, fortunately for Sussex, today was one of those days.
Absolutely. They are into the last 100 metres now, and a little look over from the bow seat of the Sussex crew, just seeing where the finish tower is, which is where we're positioned right now, and across the line they go to. Seems like they should win that G final. We won't know for certain until the umpires raise their white flag, just to say there weren't any issues. But certainly it was Sussex who crossed the line in first position, Swansea in second, and Royal Holloway in third. Going straight back down the course now to the next of our races, which should be the F final, which we've got on screen now. So we've got UCL B in 1, Surrey C in 2, Southampton A in 3, Oxford Brookes in 4, East Anglia A in 5, and Strathclyde University in lane number 6. Going through the 1,000 metre marker, it was Oxford Brookes University. Not used to seeing them down in lowly F finals. They were leading this one by, but it was very, very tight, just 0.3 of a second between them and Southampton. And I think it looks like, as we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, it is still those two crews, Oxford Brookes in the yellow boat, Southampton in the white. And they've left the rest of the field for dust here in this F final of the women's intermediate pairs.
They're about 10 seconds up on the rest of the field at that 1,000 metre mark, and definitely they'll be almost, Oxford Brookes will try and push away from them, so it's important that Southampton really hang on and try not and let them get that breakaway, sort of reel them in this sort of final 500.
Yeah, there's that kind of battle between those two is, I think, just going to pull them further and further away from the rest of the field. We didn't get the timings going through 500 to go. I would say it was Surrey in lane number 3 who are in that third position, but our eyes are all on these two crews in the centre of the course. We've got Oxford Brookes on the left, we've got Southampton on the right. A sort of David versus Goliath situation here. Oxford Brookes, such a massive programme, so much storied success at this regatta, and Southampton, a very, very accomplished university in their own right, but just from a resources point of view, not on the same level. But the Southampton steering just going a little bit awry, their bow side blades just drifting over into the Oxford Brookes lane. They've corrected that now, but again, every time you do that, you're creating a risk that your blade's going to hit a buoy. That might cause an issue. Also, that extra distance is all going to add up. If you're not going in a dead straight line, you're going to be slowly adding distance onto your race. And again, it just looks like their steering is just drifting them across toward the Oxford Brookes crew. So hopefully we don't have too much drama in the closing stages of this one. I think Southampton have got a slight advantage over Oxford Brookes in the closing stages, but can they keep it on the straight and narrow?
She's really trying her best there to sort of keep that line as straight as possible. But while you do that, you do end up losing a bit more of that pressure that you can put down when your foot's at that angle.
This has turned into a really fantastic race. Southampton just trying to hold on to that slender advantage they have over Oxford Brookes.
Can't see it on this live stream, but you've got all of Southampton basically running down the bank as they pull out to just about half a length over the finish line.
Oh, there we go. Well done, Southampton. They do cross the line in first position with about half a length over Oxford Brookes. A high five from the Oxford Brookes athletes. They don't seem too disappointed with that, but Southampton, oh, that was a little bit shaky for them in the last few strokes. I was really hoping they weren't going to catch their blades, but well done to them. We've got Surrey crossing the line in third position. It's then going to be tight between UCL. UCL just going to get it in fourth, ahead of the Strathclyde crew in fifth position, and University of East Anglia rounding out the field in sixth. We're going straight on to our next race now, which is already through the 1,000 metre marker. It's the E final at the women's intermediate pairs. Birmingham A, UCL A, Glasgow B, St Andrews B, Cambridge C and Queen's B. We're going through that 1,000 metre mark, and we see Birmingham in our shot there in the red lycras with the blue and gold stripes down the side. We had Alex Darby on commentary earlier. He's the beginners coach at the Birmingham programme. They've had a really great regatta so far, picking up medals in the women's events. But this pair here a little bit off the pace, around about 10 seconds down as we go through that halfway marker, and it was St Andrews and Glasgow. So we've got a Scottish ding-dong in the centre of the course in lanes 4 and 3 out in front of this one. Just a second separating those two Scottish crews. Mentioned the Scottish Spring Regatta. Good chance they would have been racing at that one at Strathclyde Park just a couple of weeks ago. See the black and gold of the Glasgow crew on the sort of right hand side of your shot in the background, moving away from the 1,000 metre marker. And as we come up towards 500 metres to go, I think Glasgow have pushed on a little bit in this third 500, and I think they've opened up a bit of water on St Andrews just over their left-hand shoulder. I think they've almost opened up a lengths advantage as we go through 500 metres to go. So that third 500 is Martin, who'll be joining on the commentary up here tomorrow, but he was doing our in-sight commentary. He was describing that third 500 as the movers and shakers 500, that's where if you've got anything left in the tank, that's when you want to start making your move. You don't want to leave it all the way down to the sprint. And that seems to be what Glasgow have done. They've moved away from St Andrews in that third 500 of the race. This Glasgow crew of Maisie Archdeich and Sarah Brennan, it's like they've opened up a commanding lead over this E-final of the women's intermediate pairs. As we're well into the last 500 metres now, they're coming up towards 250 metres to go. St Andrews still sitting in that second position, I think, with Cambridge perhaps in third just behind them.
Queen's University Belfast seem to be making a little move on Cambridge there, and then in lane 1 and lane 2 you almost have that little bit of just a side-by-side battling between Birmingham and UCL.
Yeah, this little effect we call the parallax effect, where you're looking down a course like this and you've got 6 boats moving towards you. It can be quite hard to sort of draw a line across them and try and work out who's ahead. That's the crews closest to you, so the crews in lane 1 as we're looking at almost look a little bit further ahead, so until they're right up underneath our noses it can be a little hard to see. But Glasgow here, we absolutely don't need a particularly well trained eye to see that they are out in front. They're winding it up into the last 100 metres. They've left something left, had something left in the tank. And in this the second half of this race, they have just motored away from the field. It was only a second at the 1,000 metre marker, and I would be surprised if this isn't kind of 15 seconds or so by the time we, maybe 10 seconds, by the time that St Andrews cross the line in second position. They do come across the line now. 12 seconds, split the difference between the two. Queens do come across in third. That was a good spot there. Cambridge come through in fourth, Birmingham in fifth, and UCL in sixth position. To wrap up that race, and my word, they're really getting them underway nice and fast for us. I think that's one of the advantages with pairs, is that they're a pretty easy boat to manoeuvre, so they've all been getting onto the state boats and underway pretty quickly. We were running about 10 minutes behind time, but this means that we've been able to catch up a little bit of time. This race was due to start at 5:30. It started at 5:34, so yeah, we're pretty much on back onto schedule here, thanks to our intermediate pairs. So they're already through that 1,000 metre marker. We've got East Anglia in 1, Newcastle in 2, Newcastle again in 3, Exeter in 4, Surrey in 5, and Imperial in lane number 6. Through the 1,000 metre marker, it was the Exeter crew in lane number 1 who were leading ahead of the Newcastle B crew, who were in second position, with the Newcastle A crew in third. Coming towards 500 metres to go, and it's, I think, still that Exeter crew out in front. The two Blue Star crews in lanes 2 and 3 trying to close them down, but I think Exeter had a fairly hefty advantage as we went through that 500 metre to go marker. Good shot there of the Exeter crew into the closing stages of their race in that's a really desirable position where you're out in front. You can pretty much look back across the whole field, so you can see if anyone's starting to make a bit of a move. You can react accordingly without having to be looking out the boat too much. You can keep those eyes in, but all this, we've talked about the steering a lot. They're just over towards the bow side. The left hand there, so the bow rower, her blades were just skipping over the buoys. She's corrected that now, because that's a really dangerous position to be in, because if you catch your blade on one of those buoys, especially if it's while it's in the water, it can be really hard to get it out again, and that's where we see a crab where the blade gets stuck in the water and the handle comes all the way around past you, and that can really cause a lot of damage to your boat speed. But fortunately, Exeter have corrected against that. They're coming up towards the last 100 metres to go. I can hear outside of the finish tower, there's always a huge cheering section for Newcastle University, and this race is no exception with their two crews in lanes 2 and 3. But it's Exeter who I think looks like they're going to take the spoils in this one. Those two Newcastle crews just coming into shot now. It's going to be a great race for 2nd through 5th. Exeter are kind of serenely going on at the front of this race.
Used to be those two Newcastle crews leading ever so slightly. I'd say that's B ahead of A as well.
It is. There's always bragging rights internally, and B does take it by about a couple of feet. Then Imperial and Surrey in 4th and 5th. Oh, that'll be nice for the Newcastle B crew, that they've been ranked slightly lower, at least on the entry. Very tight, not much to separate between them, and yeah, just a couple of feet in it at the end.
As that B crew, you can always, well, there's always that thing where it's like you've got nothing to lose but everything to gain, and well, they certainly gained more than I believe they probably would have hoped for first, essentially. But was that Exeter taking that?
It was, yeah. You're absolutely right. You've really got nothing to lose. You may as well throw the kitchen sink at it. So we are into our C final now of the women's intermediate pairs. Feels like this intermediate pairs event has gone very, very quickly. So at least on the draw, I think we might only have 4 boats racing this one, but on the draw we had Surrey B in 1, Durham B in 2, Bath A in 3, Bristol B in 4, St Andrews A in 5, and Queen's University Belfast A in lane number 6. Now, according to our timing graphic, we don't have either the Durham or the Bath crew. I'm not entirely sure about that, because I can definitely see a boat in lane 2. That's the one that you can see in your shot now. So I think we're just going to have to wait until they get a little bit closer to us to say with any certainty who is or isn't in this race, because it's possible that our volunteers who are doing the timing might have just picked up on the wrong crews who are missing from their lane, or it's that one of the crews, the crew in lane 4, has just gone for a bit of a kind of adventure around the course and just wanting to explore as many of the lanes as possible.
Just on a leisurely row at race pace across the whole course.
And I think they might have been right, actually, because that is Bristol. That is Bristol, who were due to be in lane 4, but they were definitely in lane 2 from where I was looking. We're going through 500 metres to go, and I think it was Bristol who, despite all that, I think they do have the lead. Then St Andrews and Queen's would have been in the 2nd and 3rd positions, and then Surrey in lane number 1, just a little bit off the pace in 4th. But yeah, maybe Bristol were just feeling a little bit sorry for Surrey that there wasn't a crew. There wasn't a crew in lanes 2 or 3. Thought they were maybe going to be a little bit lonely, and said, let's just drift over that way, and let's give them some company. Make sure they don't feel that they're too on their own. You can see St Andrews on the right of shot there, and Queen's University Belfast on the left.
Those 2 boats have come closer together. What's that in lane 1 being Surrey?
Yeah, Bristol once again are rowing down in lane 2. We've got St Andrews, who is supposed to be in lane 5 and lane 4. So Surrey has stayed in the right place, and Queen's University Belfast are in the right place. But the 2 crews who are kind of in the middle of the course have been taking a rather liberal approach to the lanes. But as we were saying earlier, it's all to their detriment, because every time you're going off that sort of straight line, it's going to slow you down. And Bristol again, they're drifting towards lane 1 now. They've got their blades over their sort of the stroke side buoy line, and that's really trying to disrupt them. They're the fastest boat on the water, but they are drifting into lane 1 now, and I think they've really struggled with their steering the whole way down this course.
They definitely have. They can really move that boat well, but it's more of a case of whether they can keep it straight or not, especially in these last sort of crucial meters.
It's let Queen's Belfast in lane number 6 get back into this. I think Bristol seem to kind of have it sewn up, but these steering issues have really been disrupting them. I think they are still going to hold on. They've maybe got half a length or so over Queen's Belfast. When they've been able to focus on their rowing, Bristol definitely have been the quickest moving boat, but it is Bristol, then it's Queen's, very close for 3rd position there between Surrey and St Andrews. I think we'll have to wait for the photo finish to tell you who got that 3rd position there in the C final of the women's intermediate pairs.
And the white flag is shown.
Yeah, so clean race, even though there were those sort of steering difficulties. No one was kind of unnecessarily impeded by any of those issues, which is good to see. And we are wrapped up with the women's intermediate pairs, which means we get to move on to our next boat class, and it's actually our penultimate boat class of the day. And we're going to have, I think we're going to have 5 fantastic finals here in the women's intermediate quads, and then we're going to round it out with the open intermediate 8s. So we've got Lincoln A, Harbour Adams E, Reading E, Bristol B, Portsmouth B, and Lincoln B racing in this one. And they've just gone through the 500 metre marker, and it was the Reading E crew. Amazing that Reading have got 5 crews racing in this one, and they were ahead at the 500 metre marker. I mean, Reading's such a strong programme on the women's sculling side. They got the gold and the silver in championship quads a little bit earlier today, and so with that, this must be their 7th boat in that case. It's not quite the same as Oxford Brooks, who came here with 8 8s.
I don't think anyone's on the same calibre as Brooks when it comes to sweep rowing, but I don't think anyone comes to Reading when it comes to sculling.
Yeah, they're very similar in that they come with both strength and depth. That they're really good at the top end, but they've also got a huge number of athletes. And every time you come up against one of their crews, you know they're going to be good. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres now, so you can see it's the Bristol crew and the Reading crew. So the Bristol with the sort of maroon and black in the white boat, and then we've got Reading in the black kit with the white and purple stripes down the side in the yellow boat. And those two in the centre of the course, they seem to be going mano a mano in this G final of the women's intermediate quads. Great shot there. Good to see these. Been good to see them going over the 1,000 metre marker, where we've got this fantastic camera position, and just 0.8 of a second separating them. Bristol, they've been kind of behind ever so slightly the whole way down this first 1,000 metres. Do they have anything in the second half that they can whip out and try and push through Reading? Harper Adams coming through in third, Lincoln in fourth, Portsmouth in fifth, and then Lincoln again in sixth position. You can see that it's the Reading crew in the black kit in the back of shot who were in the commanding position as we went through the halfway point of this race.
Was Reading's bow sort of taking a little glance at Bristol there, and almost taking a second glance at Bristol?
Yeah, a little look over the left, a little look over to the right. So it's over their left-hand shoulder that the Bristol crew is going to be, and that's where you can see the bow seat. If our entry information is accurate, that's Alara Baldy in the bow seat of the Reading crew. Just wanting to keep an eye on the Bristol crew of Sarah Sari, Annabelle Billing, Emily Strudwick and Victoria Steinskanser. Coming up towards 500 metres to go now, and Bristol and Reading still seems to be that is where the race is going to be in this one. Let's wait until they're sort of right past our camera position to be able to tell for certain, because of that parallax effect I was talking about earlier. But I think there's a chance that Bristol have kind of come up fairly level with Reading now, if not having pushed through. I think we're in for a great last 500 metres here.
These last 500 metres really are a do-or-die moment. You can't really hold out any longer.
Now you're, different crews do it different ways, but kind of breaking it down into 500 metres is sort of very commonly done as you're sort of making your race plan ahead of time. But we can see almost converging now. We've got Bristol drifting to their right, or the athletes' right, the boat's left. And we got Reading almost drifting a little bit towards them. So I think Bristol maybe not with quite as good a steering, but maybe slightly better boat speed, which actually sounds quite familiar if you were watching the last race in the women's intermediate pairs with the Bristol crew that was in that one.
But Bristol did come out on top.
They did, and there's a chance it's going to happen again. If I was a betting man, I would say that I think Reading are looking a little bit better in the closing stages of this one. And I think they maybe got their bow ball ever so slightly ahead. Again, it's really hard to tell from this camera position because of the having to sort of try and draw that invisible line from one bow ball across to the other. But from where we are in the finish tower, I'd suggest that Reading have maybe got a canvas or so on Bristol as we go into the closing stages.
Seems like Reading are going up another gear now. Really pulling out a little bit more each stroke there.
Yeah, and I'd say Bristol maybe haven't been able to respond to that quite as much. They haven't been able to raise the rating, haven't been able to kind of keep something in reserve, and Reading, exactly as you said, Matt, they've just been able to step on the accelerator in the closing stages, and their advantage is going to be almost a length by the time they cross the finish line.
That was a really strong finish from Reading there.
We're coming up towards the line for our third position now, and that is going to be Harper Adams, who come across in third.
Then it's between Lincoln and Portsmouth for this fourth place position. I would think that's Lincoln just stealing over the line.
Yeah, just about by less than a second, 0.8 of a second in favour of Lincoln. And then up at the top of the screen, it's the second Lincoln crew, the Lincoln B crew, rounding out that G final of the women's intermediate quads. But we're already at the 1,000 metre marker with the F finals. We've got Newcastle E, Bath Spa B, Manchester B, St Andrews A, Nottingham B and Sheffield Hallam. We're looking at the Manchester crew in the grey boat, the purple and yellow kit, and they were leading going through the halfway marker. They were about 3 seconds ahead of Bath Spa, with Newcastle sitting in third position.
So that's Sheffield Hallam there, sitting a little bit behind everyone else. What do you think that would be? Do you think they've gone a little too hard in their time trial and sort of tried their best to make this as good a final as they can, and then almost be on a little less energy than some of the other crews?
Yeah, I mean, I think that considering the number of entries, what we'd expect to see is actually, if the time trials were accurate, that we'd see races that were really, really close. Because if you kind of think about a bit of a distribution curve, if we've got 50 or so women's quads, we're looking at the moment at crews 30 to 36. On the results, they're really not going to be separated by much. And sort of as we're talking, I'm going to try and find out exactly what that the kind of spread of times was. Apologies, but coming up towards 500 metres to go, and is Manchester still leading ahead of Bath Spa and Newcastle, and I think also possibly the St Andrews crew in lane number 4 as well.
Appears to be the Blue Star of Nottingham, that camera closest to, or that closest to the camera. It almost seems to have dropped a little bit. Maybe they're sort of saving a bit more for this final push. But that was definitely Manchester in the lead there with about 450 metres to go now.
Yeah, so I've just brought up those time trial results from this morning, and there was only 7 seconds that were separating between 31st, who was Manchester, so they were the fastest, and the 36th crew, which was Sheffield Hallam. So yeah, around about a 7-second spread. I think we're going to maybe have a little bit more than that in this F final, but obviously we've got to remember as well that those time trials are only over 1,500 metres as opposed to 2,000, so you may be looking around about 9-10 second spread, and I think that's fairly accurate to what we're going to get here. I'd say it's maybe just the Sheffield Hallam crew in lane 6 who were the slowest from the time trial of these 6 crews, but they're just a little bit off the pace. The other 5 crews very, very close together.
This Bath Spa and St Andrews, or sorry, not St Andrews, Nottingham crew seem to be almost neck and neck, I think, as well as Newcastle, which you can hear once again that real big Newcastle crowd. They've almost sort of gathered a sort of little pack down there.
Yeah, they. I don't even really know where they sort of exist the rest of the time. Then a Newcastle crew's coming down, and they just sort of swarm out of nowhere. And even if it's the last race of the day, when everyone else is wrapped up, they'll always be there. But Manchester into the closing stages. Bath Spa and Newcastle at the bottom of the screen trying to close in on them. We've got Nottingham and St Andrews as well in this F final of the women's intermediate quads, but we're coming up to the line, and the purple and yellow of Manchester, they do cross the line in first. Bath Spa come across in second, Newcastle in third, Nottingham in that 4th position. It's then going to be St Andrews in 5th, and Sheffield Hallam will round out the field in 6th position. But yeah, Manchester, oh yeah, they seem pretty happy with that. A few kind of whacks of the blade, a few shakes of the hand. slaps on the back. Always good to see that positive reaction from crews once they have crossed the finish line. They're happy with their results there. So we can move you straight on to the E final of the women's intermediate quads. We've got Glasgow A, Birmingham A, Newcastle C, Exeter D, Plymouth D and Newcastle D. We're coming up towards that halfway marker, and it is the green and white of Exeter who are leading, with Newcastle in second, Birmingham in third, and then the other Newcastle crew in fourth. So we had those two Newcastle crews racing against each other earlier, and I think we've got a similar situation here. We've got the Newcastle D crew, the Newcastle C crew, and Newcastle D, by a couple of seconds, are ahead of their compatriots, fighting for those bragging rights.
Some of these clubs, that's what it is.
Yeah, that there's obviously there's not Victor Ladoran points or anything on offer as far in the E final, but
No.
for all these athletes, they're just trying to put in their best race, get the best result out of themselves, whether that's bragging rights or just they just want to show that they can perform at a high level. We were just talking earlier during the time trials about the women's intermediate quads, and I think just noticing the quality of the event this year, and we were sort of speculating as to why that might be. We've obviously got a new event coming into Henley Royal Regatta this year. We've got the Queen Victoria, so for the first time we're having student women's quads, which I think would look to be a really great event. And sort of nice how they've paired it, where we've got the Prince Albert Challenge Cup for the men's student fours, and then we've got the Queen Victoria. So Albert and Victoria together, even at Henley. And I think that's you're seeing there that there's been a big focus on women's quad rowing this year as a result, as people try to gear up to perform well the first time we have that event. But Exeter coming through, 500 metres to go, still ahead. The Newcastle D crew on the far side. We've then got Birmingham and Newcastle C. Then the Plymouth crew in 5th position and Glasgow in 6th.
So Exeter and Newcastle really storming out to about a 2-length lead there. So coming into this last sort of 350 metres, you know, you'd probably be feeling really quite tired, but you still know there's probably close to a minute left, and the pain is really starting to kick in here. And all you've got to do is sort of just lock in, sort of focus on that person in front of you, just swing and place that blade, which is what you get with a lot of these intermediate quads, which is why you love to see a really nice set quad, really makes that catch and makes it look really effortless.
Yeah, it's those closing stages. My old junior coach used to call it the land of chocolate, where things are starting to maybe go a little bit fuzzy. You're maybe not completely connected with reality because you've pushed so hard. But we've got Exeter in our shot here. They look to be in a commanding position, and I think there's been a response from Newcastle C in the fight for the bragging rights. We've got Newcastle D in lane number 6 at the top of the shot there, but in lane number 3 Newcastle C have responded. They're in a fight with Birmingham, and I think that's perhaps brought them ahead of their compatriots into the last 100 metres, signified by the red boys instead of the yellow boys. And Exeter are going to round out this field, but who's going to take home the spoils behind them? We've got Birmingham and the 2 Newcastle crews. Exeter crossed the line in first position, but it is going to be Newcastle C who do overhaul Newcastle D. It's then Birmingham A in 3rd and Newcastle D in 4th position. Then Plymouth in 5th and Glasgow will come across the line in 6th. Great race there in the E final of the women's intermediate quads, but a shot there of our winners, Exeter.
So you can really see those two sort of different race plans from those Newcastle boats. One sort of went out, sort of had that really sort of punchy start, and then Newcastle at sea coming through with that later push, and ultimately that got them those bagging rights, as you said.
Yeah. I remember actually from the time trial that we noticed that extra quad as they crossed the finish line, and they really looked like they'd given it everything. That a couple of the athletes looked like they were sort of struggling physically a bit with their recovery, and I think the same might have been true there. That you could see that they had their head in their hands. They weren't celebrating too much. But we're on to the D final now. So we've got Oxford in 1, Strathclyde in 2, Loughborough in 3, Manchester in 4, Sheffield in 5, and then the Loughborough B crew in lane number 6. So again, we've got 2 crews from the same club in this one, and we're actually starting bang on time. So well done to our athletes, well done to our umpires who've enabled us to get the racing back onto schedule. And so we're coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker. It is Loughborough, the local crews. They cross the line, they go through that marker in first position, and then in lane number 1 we've got Oxford. Now you might be looking at that boat and thinking that doesn't look like Oxford. I think we've got athletes representing the colleges there. We've got, I think, 2 separate colleges. One in 2 athletes in bow and stroke, and then in the 2 and 3 seat another college. And I don't know whether that means it's sort of a development boat put together by the University Boat Club. It does look like they're rowing with Oxford University blades, so that would make sense. Or if it's a kind of composite where athletes from those clubs have said, hey, it would be great if we could go and race at BUCS together. You've got 2 fast scullers, we've got 2 fast scullers. Let's throw a boat together. So hopefully we can get some answers on that from Oxford University. If you're watching live and you know the answer, feel free to drop it into the comments. It's the Loughborough crew in the background of shot there who are leading this one, rowing away from that 1,000-metre marker towards 500 metres to go. And just as I say that, we do jump towards the 500-metre marker.
Appears to me that Manchester have sort of put in an extra push there, almost gaining a bit on Loughborough. But it all seems to be fairly even going through that 500 metres to go. Almost Loughborough with a little lead, but not by much.
Yeah, and that Oxford crew still sitting in second. So into these closing stages now, we can see Manchester in the middle of your shot, Loughborough on the right. I think Loughborough still leading as we went into those closing stages.
Seems that Loughborough have sort of taken it up another gear, which really shows that these athletes, that they have that sort of almost sort of reserve tank and that ability to sort of up the rate when it really matters.
Yeah, I just saw the 2-seat take a little look over her right shoulder. So we've got that Oxford composite in lane number 1, and Manchester in lane number 4, trying to close in on Loughborough, but I think they're going to struggle.
For sure, Manchester and Loughborough really challenging the rest of the field. I think Oxford are in contention, and if they can really wind it up in these final few meters.
Yeah, this Loughborough crew is looking really strong. She takes another look to her right at that Oxford crew. Can either mean that they're up by enough or that they're really closing in, and I think it's the former, and they storm out in these last few strokes to about a length on the rest of the field. and Oxford there taking third place.
Yeah, really tight between Manchester and Oxford over the line. Sheffield come across in 4th position. Bristol.
I believe Sheffield didn't quite realise that Oxford were that far up and almost sort of let off the gas a little too early, allowing Oxford to sneak in there.
Yeah, then it's the Loughborough B crew and Strathclyde who round out the field, but Loughborough A there, job done for them in that D final of the women's intermediate quads. But we're going now to the C final, our last women's quads event of the day. Reading D, Oxford Brookes, Durham A, Durham C, Newcastle B and Nottingham Trent A. And looking at the gap in the middle of the field there, I'd say we're missing the Durham A crew in lane number 3, but I think we've got our other 5 competitors. I think Durham have entered a huge amount this weekend. I think they're really targeting the Victor Durham here at BUCS Regatta, and I think that that kind of accumulation of racing, especially around kind of exam season as well, I think maybe Coach Will Fletcher just concerned about not wanting to exhaust his athletes too much. But through 500 metres, it was Newcastle leading. We're coming up towards 1,000, and I'd say perhaps the Durham crew and the Oxford Brookes crews in lanes 4 and 2 respectively have pushed ahead. As the camera swings round here, we'll get a better picture as they go through the line. And yeah, Oxford Brookes and Durham are ahead of Newcastle now, who are sitting in 3rd position. So your Oxford Brookes, based on the Thames in Wallingford. And Durham University, who, well, they do occasionally row on the River Wear in Durham. They spend most of their time rowing up on the Tyne, actually just a stone's throw away from the Newcastle University boathouse. So those 2 crews in lanes 4 and 5, very used to facing each other. They do a lot of, come up against each other a lot, occasionally doing kind of trading pieces against each other on the Tyne.
So yeah, half a second between Oxford Brookes and Durham there. Just the one Brookes blade, it appears to be.
Yes, maybe they ran out of paint.
Yeah. Or they were getting them repainted and realised they had to run off to a race.
Yeah, but bow seat of the Oxford Brookes crew, Bea Robertson, representing the Oxford Brookes colours for the rest of her crew. But we're coming up towards 500 metres to go here in this C final, so our last women's quad event of the day. And we're coming up towards that 500 metre marker now, so we've got Oxford Brookes in the yellow boats, Durham in the white. Durham with that the purple kit, Oxford Brookes with the maroon. As we come through that camera marker, I'd say Durham have made a move in that 3rd 500, and I think they're looking pretty good now.
Say it's now between Brookes and Newcastle, unless Brookes make a move now. Newcastle as well, still very much in it, they just have to find that extra gear. Because maybe Durham have gone a little too early.
No, I think if I had to bet, I think that was a pretty well-paced move from Durham, that they might have got to that halfway marker. They were level with Brookes and they said, right, let's push it on here. Let's see what we can do in this 3rd 500. They've opened up a good advantage over both Newcastle and Oxford Brookes, and then they just have to hold it there. They can keep an eye on those crews. They can go through their levels in the last few stages. For a lot of crews will sort of talk about kind of gears that you're shifting through. You'll start to push on a bit, maybe at 500 metres to go, then 300 metres to go, then 150 metres to go. That's when, right, we've got 15 seconds left. Let's go absolutely open the tank into the closing stages of the race.
I think you're absolutely spot on there. That Durham crew definitely seems to be leading both Brookes and Newcastle now.
Yeah, and this is the Durham C crew, so it's the Durham A crew that we're missing. So, yeah, surprising that they're not here. In fact, even that the Durham A crew would have been even in the C final at all. I think that's maybe an indication that they didn't really have the time trial that they wanted, and they're not here competing in the C final. But we've got the Durham C crew have pushed away from Oxford Brookes B in the closing stages of this one, and the Palatinate are going to come across the line with their supporters on the bank behind them. Oxford Brookes come through in second. Newcastle, the early leader, they come across the line in third. It's then Reading, the Reading D crew, who came across the line in fourth. Nottingham Trent in fifth. And you can see there just how much it's taken out of the Durham C crew. A few deep breaths. The umpire will just be wanting to make sure that the stroke seat there is okay and there aren't any kind of medical issues. But we are now on to our final boat class of the day, and it's the fast ones. It's the big, lumpy and chunky open intermediate eights. And we're starting off with the G final. We've got Swansea in 1, University of East Anglia in 2, Newcastle C in 3, Oxford A in 4, Southampton B in 5, and Durham D in lane number 6. We talked about kind of college composite crews. This Durham crew, who are in lane number 6, they are one such crew. That's a group that's called the Senate Squad. So it's a group of college rowers. They don't really have any connection to the university program. That they come from all the separate colleges. They do the college training program rather than the slightly more hardcore university training program. And they will come together. They don't really have any sort of formal coaching. They don't really have their own boats. They have to sort of borrow one of the boats from one of the colleges to come and race here. And it's been fantastic to see the Senate Squad representing here so often over the last few races. They actually got the last qualification spot through. They were 42nd in the time trial, and there were quite a few men's eights who missed out. But we're coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker, and it is the crew in lane number 2, the University of East Anglia, who've actually opened up a good advantage in this one ahead of the Newcastle C crew. Oxford sitting in third. And we've got the crew in lane number 1. That's Swansea. A fantastic array of hats in that Swansea crew. I've never quite seen the attraction of rowing in a cowboy hat myself, but each to their own. University of East Anglia opened up a good advantage of almost 2 seconds in the first half of this race. And while we've seen some kind of big moves in the second half in some of the other boat classes, you were talking about it earlier, Matt, it's a bit less often that we see that in the eights.
Yeah.
Just because they're kind of, the speed is so much higher. It's quite hard to accelerate an 8, so actually seeing those big shifts is a bit less common.
However, in these sort of lower finals, there is still intermediate. It's not the same as a beginner, so these guys do have certainly more experience, even experience at previous BUCS regattas, so they do know what it's like to be at this sort of 1,000-metre mark, 1,500-metre mark, and knowing that if you're up, there is pretty much if you stick as is, you're in a very good position.
I'm not actually going to be able to remember the stat now, which is a bit over the years, about how often it is the crew that leads at 500 is the crew that leads to the finish, for exactly the reasons that we've been talking about. And it's definitely a lot more prevalent in the 8s than it is in any other boat class. But great shot there of the 5/8s between lanes 2 and lane 6, sort of spread across the field, and fantastically flat water here at the National Watersport Centre. Barely a ripple on the water in front of the boats, but behind you can just see the puddles charging down, they're leaving in their wake with those little ripple coming off the stern. You can tell our boat's moving nicely when it's not really making too much of a disturbance in the water behind it. These boats are so long and thin, they really don't leave a huge amount of turbulence behind them. But into the closing stages, and University of East Anglia, really good performance from them. They are ahead of Newcastle C, and I don't think that's going to change in the last 100 metres. Newcastle C throwing absolutely everything at it. They are trying to close in. Are UEA going to be able to hold on?
This will be who gets the surge, I think.
Newcastle have absolutely taken the rate through the roof. They do not want to take this lying down. But into the closing stages, UEA are just going to hold on. They do cross the line in first position ahead of Newcastle.
By about a seat, I'd say.
And going to be Oxford, Southampton, then close for fifth. I think the Durham Senate squad may have just got it over Swansea. That's what our unofficial results do say. But UEA, I was maybe a bit too confident in saying that they had that one sewn up coming into the closing stages. Newcastle threw everything at it, but UEA did hold on.
Utter relief from the UEA strokeman there. Certainly sitting in that stroke seat, you don't realise if you're up or you're not, because you take a look at your left and it's just a sort of glance and it can just about see the coxswain, and you're not even sure if you're side by side, up. It's really difficult to know, but I'm sure the bowman would have definitely been happy with that.
Yeah. We're into the next final now, so we've got the F final on the course. Coming up towards 1,000 metres, we've got St Andrews in 1, Nottingham B in 2, Warwick B in 3, York A in 4, Oxford Brookes F in 5, and Lancaster in 6. And coming through the 500 metre marker, it was Oxford Brookes with a 2-second advantage. Now, Oxford Brookes had 6 crews in this event. We saw a lot of them racing earlier in the A final, getting the 1, 2, 3. We also had 2 crews in the Championship 8 event. So that means this is Oxford Brookes 8-8. Try and get that out. 8th, there we go. Which means this is the kind of athletes, of their student eligible athletes, this is down to kind of athlete 64 in the programme, which is insane to have that level of strength and depth. And they are leading. Yeah, I know it's only the the F final, my apologies, but they are leading. With Lancaster in 2nd, York in 3rd, Nottingham in 4th, Warwick in 5th, and St Andrews in 6th. But it must just be so great as a programme when you've got so many of those boats all going fast that you can really just push off each other.
Yeah. That's it. And essentially 9 coxswains that are all extremely competent. Especially, well, there's one coxswain slot in that A boat. I'm sure each and every one of them would have been fighting for it.
One of the things they've shown themselves able to do over the years is they can shift things around, and they row in such a similar style. They do a lot of their training with telemetry, so they're able to get all their athletes rowing in such a similar way. And it makes their boats go fast, but it means that you can kind of chop and change crews. And while some clubs you need a bit of time kind of bedding a new crew in together, they can just sort of say, right, we're going to lift you out of this boat, we're going to put you into this boat, we're going to take this person out of the B crew, they're now in the C crew, and it often works pretty well. We're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and I love these 8th races where we've got such a small spread between the crews. I think Oxford Brookes are ahead.
Also taking a note, it's Warwick B crew. I raced them earlier this year in a heads racing Runcorn, and they were flying. And seeing them sort of in and amongst other intermediate 8s here really puts my club to shame.
I'm just taking a look at the time trial results here. We talked earlier in the quads race about tight fields. There was only 3.3 seconds separating first, the 31st through the 36th cruise, which is what this F final is made up of. So it's no surprise that we're seeing that there is less than a length separating this whole field. And you wait till we get to the E final, because it's even tighter. The margins here are so tight. You really cannot be anywhere off your game. Oxford Brookes are trying to hold on, but everyone is trying to charge behind them. I can't even say who the biggest threat to them is, because there's so many of them. I'd say Nottingham may be in lane number 2. They're trying to push up. I think Oxford Brookes are going to hold on, but the fight behind them for second position is going to be monumental. Lancaster over in lane number 6, they're charging. York in lane number 4, they're charging. Who is going to get this on the line? We have got 6 boats who are all scrapping for the places here in this F final of Open Intermediate 8. We're into the closing stages. Oxford Brookes are holding on. We're coming up towards the line. Brookes are going to get it. Who's going to be behind them?
Looking like Lancaster to me, and followed by York, followed by Nottingham.
I think you're absolutely right there. Warwick in 5th and St Andrews in 6th. My word, there was a length there separating those 6 crews. The person on the buzzer downstairs will have been very busy. They'll be getting a repetitive strain injury from having to hit the buzzer so hard. Thumbs up there from the stroke of the Oxford Brookes crew to Lancaster. Good to see that camaraderie there. Again, a massive programme like Brookes and Lancaster, a smaller programme up in the northwest, racing against each other. Fantastic to see. So we're moving on now to the E final. So it's our third last race of the day. It's already off the start. We've got Leeds B in 1, Cambridge B in 2, Southampton A in 3, Manchester B in 4, Exeter B in 5, and Liverpool in lane number 6. Now, I mentioned about the tight field in the previous race, and I think we can all agree that was really rather good. I'm looking at the time trial results now. This final, 1.6 seconds separating them. 1.6. That's half a length. So if these crews do the same in this side-by-side racing as they did in the time trial, I'm going to be having a heart attack.
I think the person on the doing the buzzing is going to get cramp from just hitting that button.
It's great that because we've these are sort of slightly shorter races and we're running to time now, so we get to spend a little bit more time enjoying these crews. They've just gone through the 500 metre marker, and I can tell you that is Cambridge in lane number 2 who had the advantage. 0.6 of a second over Exeter, Manchester in 3rd, Leeds in 4th, Southampton in 5th, and Liverpool in 6th. So you got a bit more of a spread in the field there than we were perhaps expecting at the 500 metre marker, but it could sort of all come back together in the second half of the race. You do get crews that even in 8, if you absolutely nail your start, you can kind of pick up a decent advantage over a crew that's got a similar speed to you, and then when you're into the race you may find that that kind of equalises itself out just a little bit. But yeah, again, we've got 6 8s all really competitive against each other coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. I'm just noticing Cambridge, I think again we've got a college crew here. I'm just remembering this from the time trial. I think this is Jesus College Cambridge. They're second from right in your picture. They're in black and red, which isn't the usual light blue, blue in inverted commas, that you would expect to see from Cambridge. They are a college crew who are racing as part of the university, and great to see them right up here in this E final of Open Intermediate 8s. Coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker now, and I think it's Exeter and Cambridge who are the top 2 in this one. Not much to split between them, and the rest of them throw a blanket over them. I really couldn't tell you, and I don't think the margins there are going to be that decisive in the second half of the race. Perhaps Leeds in lane number 1 were in 3rd position. Yet the people in the timing hut agree with me. They've got Leeds in 3rd, Southampton in 4th, Liverpool in 5th, and Manchester in 6th position. It's saying Manchester were 9 seconds behind. I don't think that's quite the case. I think we've got a bit of a tighter field than that in this E final of the Open Intermediate 8s.
So I've got my gazebo up right next to the Southampton guys, and I was sort of cheering along with them, and they make an absolute racket, so I'm sure their athletes will appreciate that coming into this sort of like next 300-meter stretch.
Yeah, we're really into that point of the race now where an 8th race is so short that kind of you get to halfway really, really quickly, and then you've almost got to start thinking about the finish straight away. It's such a different race to the single or the pair where you can kind of plan out that that sort of race profile a little bit more. You've got to get up to speed quickly, and you just got to stay just pretty much on that red line, where if you go over it you're going to blow up, but you've just got to stay just below it where the lactate is building at just the right level. We're going through 500 metres to go now, just the way our camera angle is there. Couldn't quite pick out who was in the lead, but I think from that shot there you can see that it is that Exeter crew in lane number 5 who've got the advantage. They were leading at the 1,000-metre marker, and I think they've maybe extended. I think Cambridge in lane number 2, I think they might have gone out a little bit hard. I think they have found that there is a limit to kind of how fast you can, how sort of flying by the seat of your pants pacing you can do in an 8th race, and I think they're maybe finding that out a little bit the hard way.
Leeds and Manchester and Liverpool all seem to be right next to each other. Southampton seems to be a bit ahead of them, but I really can't call it from here.
Yeah, I think Manchester and Cambridge maybe a little bit off the back of the field here. Exeter maybe a little bit in front, and then the other 3 crews, as you say, Matt, in the middle, really not a huge amount to separate them.
Liverpool on that far side, still closing on Exeter. Exeter still pushing away from them.
Yeah, I'd say the Leeds crew in lane 1, closest to us in the tower, just out of shot at the moment, is potentially the biggest threat to Exeter into the closing stages. So we've got the 2 crews in green, Exeter, the green and white, Leeds similar with a little bit of a red accent as well. We're into the last few strokes now. I think Exeter are just about going to be able to hold on in this final. They're coming up to the line now. Exeter are going to cross the line in first. We've got Liverpool at the top, Leeds at the bottom. Liverpool, Leeds.
So that would be Leeds at 3rd, Southampton in 4th, Manchester 5th, and it's that Cambridge in 6th.
Yeah, so Cambridge just dropping back a little bit in the second half of that race, which is a bit of a shame to see. But another fantastic race there in the Open Intermediate 8s. And we are coming up towards the end of the day's racing here at BUCS Regatta. We've got our penultimate race is already on the course. It is, if you've been following along, I'm sure you'll be able to work out, it's the D final of Open Intermediate 8s. Imperial B, UCL, Queen's University Belfast, Durham C, Nottingham A and Bath B are represented in this one, and they're just going through the 500 metre marker now.
3 seconds in it between all 6 crews.
Yeah, so these guys were a little bit more spread out in the time trial. 6 seconds separating them, which is an absolute yawning chasm. It was Imperial at the 500 metre marker who had the advantage, with Queen's Belfast in 2nd, Bath in 3rd, UCL in 4th, Durham in 5th and Nottingham in 6th position. As we saw in the last race, that even in a short 8th race, you do still need to make sure you're not going off slightly too hard. I mentioned that red line. You've got to play with fire. You've got to kind of maybe put a toe over the red line, but any more than that, then you're at risk of getting burned. I think it is that Imperial crew who were leading, but Queen's University Belfast in lane number 3, they're looking pretty strong as well. So we've got Imperial on the right hand side in the yellow boat, they're in the blue kit, and we've got Queen's in the white with the hoops across the middle, and then over on the far side it's Bath. But coming through that 1,000 metres, Queen's have pushed up into that first position, and Imperial have dropped back a bit, Matt.
It certainly looks that way. We're in that yellow boat. Is that UCL in the purple and blue?
Yeah, UCL, one of the colleges of the University of London. Their kit that's slightly similar to their sort of parent club, the University of London. Yeah, going through that 1,000 metre marker, we've got those timings there. Queen's Belfast ahead of Bath, actually showing us Durham in 3rd position, Nottingham in 4th, UCL in 5th, and Imperial all the way down in 6th. So Imperial going from 1st to 6th, but with those tight margins, yeah, if you have that fast start and then you're not able to kind of convert that into your race pace, then that is what will happen. You do see it. That you've really got to kind of hit that really strong rhythm in an 8, where it's you're not really settling. You're bringing it down a couple of % from where you are off the start, but you really can't let it drop too much because the standard here is just too high. We're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and it is still Queen's University Belfast. You've got the advantage here in this one, this penultimate race of the day here at BUCS Regatta 2026. Got the crews in lanes 2 and 1. That's UCL and Imperial just rolling through the shot now, with the umpire following behind, just making sure everything's being done correctly. But, oh, what a great shot here of our 8s charging their way down towards the finish area now.
I'd like to say that's Queen's leading up there, I think.
Yeah,
followed by Bath, followed by Durham and Nottingham.
Yeah, I'd say actually the Durham crew in lane number 4 pushed up into that 2nd position. The Palatinate, purple shod Durham lads, they managed to pick up a silver medal in the Championship 8s earlier today, and this is their C crew racing here. So this would be their kind of 4th 8 with their 3 in intermediate and 1 in champ, trying to have a good go against Queen's University Belfast. We see Queen's a lot more on the sculling side. They do still have a sweep boat occasionally. We're into the closing stages, and Queen's University Belfast with 100 metres to go, they do have the prime position here in this D final of Open Intermediate 8s.
Nottingham sort of almost rode through that Bath crew as well. It's definitely Durham in 2nd.
Yeah, we've got a nice spread there. We've got Queen's, Durham, Nottingham and Bath in lanes 2 through 6. Can UCL get into the party there? So we've got Queen's, we've got Durham, we've got Nottingham, and then it's going to be close for 4th position.
UCL, I want to say.
Yeah, UCL, I think, just over Bath with Imperial, those fast starters, but dropping back after 500 metres. They cross the line in 6th position. And the Queen's Belfast crew there, they look pretty shattered after that one. That is our penultimate race of the day done. I can see now, looking back down the course, we have our last race of the day is on the course. It is our C final of the Open Intermediate 8s. Surrey A in 1, Oxford Brookes E in 2, Imperial A in 3, Sheffield A in 4, Warwick A in 5 and Bristol in 6. So yeah, this is the Brookes 7th boat and it's still in the C final, which is yeah, pretty astounding.
Really just shows the depth, almost the gravity that they have on getting these incredible athletes in their program and developing them further.
Yeah, I think there was some people who maybe suspected that, considering the sort of organisational challenges that Oxford Brookes have had over the last couple of years, that maybe we were going to see a bit of a drop off either in that kind of top level performance or maybe in that depth. But I think we can pretty resoundingly say from today that at least on the men's side is not the case. We'll see with the women racing tomorrow. But they're not in pole position in this one. Going through 500 metres, it's actually Sheffield in lane number 4 who have got their bow balls out in front by around about a second over the Surrey crew in lane number 1.
that really is Sheffield out with a flying start there, ahead of Surrey by, I want to say, about a quarter to a third of a length.
Yeah, we have seen quite a few shifts from those 500 metre times to what we then see later on. So we're coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker now. And yeah, I think it is that Sheffield crew in the centre with the black kit with the yellow panels down the side, who are looking pretty good. They've got Imperial just over their right shoulder. They're coming up towards that 1,000 metre mark now. We'll be able to get a much better picture of where this race lies, and it is Sheffield with probably just over a canvas ahead of Imperial, and they're not a huge amount to separate behind them. Maybe the Warwick A crew suggest we're in third position, but yeah, you can see that we talked about the BUCS crew early on. They're not really in sort of pole position in this race. Apologies, it was the Bristol crew in lane number 6 who were in that third position, not Warwick. When you've got those kind of 6 boats all layered on top of each other, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes to pick up the different kits. But yeah, we've got Sheffield on your right and Imperial in the middle, BUCS on the left. 3 fantastic 8s charging away from the 1,000 metre marker, ready to wrap up a fantastic day at BUCS Regatta 2026. Who's going to take the spoils in this last race, the C final of the Open Intermediate 8s?
Looks to be Sheffield and Imperial, both with a bucket in the middle of bucket rigging in their 8s.
Yeah, so a bucket rig is where you've, in a sweep boat where you've got 2 athletes next to each other who are on the same side. You see it often in 4s, maybe slightly less in the 8s. But yeah, a couple of these crews opting to go for the bucket rig. And they were so close together there, it was hard as they went through that 500 metre to go shot to pick anything up. But we've got Sheffield there in the black and yellow, with Imperial and Warwick on either side of them. They were leading through 1,000 metres, but there is really not a huge amount to separate between all of these crews as we're into the last 500 metres now. There's a small peloton of coaches' bikes following these crews along. They'll be cheering them on, but I think there's going to be so much noise, you're not really going to be able to hear much. We're into these closing stages now. I think Sheffield do still have the advantage, but Oxford BUCS, I wouldn't count them out yet because they're fast moving, as are Imperial. Imperial in the blue, white and black. They're trying to close up on Sheffield as we go into the closing stages now. They've got Oxford BUCS over their shoulder. They're trying to get amongst it. I'd say BUCS look the fastest sprinters, but I think they've left it too late. Sheffield and Imperial. I'd say Imperial have rayed through Sheffield now. Bristol on the far side trying to get in the mix as well. Imperial have really pushed on in the second half of this race, and they're going to break Sheffield's hearts here. Bristol on the far side in the maroon and black, I think they're going to get in the picture as well. Imperial, the Tideway-based club, a fantastically paced race, and they have moved through. Imperial, Bristol, Sheffield, BUCS, Warwick and Surrey. What a fantastic race, Matt, to wrap up another fantastic day of racing here at BUCS.
That is Bristol breaking Sheffield's hearts across that finish line there. Imperial with a fantastic race. And BUCS, I think, just left it a little bit too late, but they were definitely charging at that end.
Yeah, it just shows that when these margins are so small that you've got to be on it all the way through the race. If you show just a tiny bit of weakness, that the other crews, they are not going to show you any mercy. They will go in straight for the kill. But that is our last race at BUCS Regatta for Saturday. It all wraps up. We've had a fantastic day of racing, all the way from 8 o'clock in the morning with the time trials through to almost 7 o'clock, 11 hours of fantastic racing. Thank you so much if you joined us today on the live stream. A huge thank you to all of our competitors, all the coaches, all the spectators that were here cheering them on, and all the volunteers that make this regatta run. We are really indebted to all of you. I have been Will Hadland-Torrix, joined by Matt Dunlop here in the commentary box, and we're going to be back with you tomorrow at 11:35 for day 3 of racing at BUCS Regatta 2026.
BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught! Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front court.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for 2.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.